The Choice. Wake Up, Embody Down. Living the Law of One. Written by Javon Adoniel Pera. Narrated by me, the author, Javon Adoniel Pera. Thank yous. First off, thank you, sweet darling Carolyn Pera. You are a wonderful partner in this life. I'm so blessed to call you my wife, friend, and lover. You are the best and make fun projects like this possible from all your support. I love you. Janice Dorn, thank you again for giving your incredible gift of editing and insight. You tirelessly work with me to take these obscure spiritual concepts and help to transform them into a very readable book. Dr. David Phillipson, thank you for opening your heart and service to the world and people like me. I told you I was writing down all you said. I appreciate you and all your wisdom. I'm sure Baba is proud, and I'm thankful to know you. Evan Sillings, thank you for believing in this project. Your edits and comments have been invaluable in making this work more relatable. I'm so blessed by you. And lastly, thank you, the reader. I hope this can be interactive. I would love to hear what you think about the material. Email me through my website at javonpera.com/contact and tell me what you think of the book. Part 1. Understanding. Most of us take for granted that we won the multiverse lottery by getting to become a human. We have forgotten that we wanted this intense thing called Earth life, and forgetting was a part of the plan. It comes with the package we agreed to. It is the forgetting that makes this whole experience work and also makes it difficult to accomplish the wonderful plans our soul had for coming down into this beautiful mess. My intention for writing this book is to help you get back to your original plan and even enjoy this human experience in a less painful, more peaceful way. I will lay out how I believe we all intended to live when we signed up for this round of Earth School. Life within this veil of forgetting. It is a process to knowingly embody divinity, increasing your capacity to handle more and more of the love, light, and light love of God right here on Earth. Let me acknowledge, though, by definition, finite understanding cannot fully comprehend or explain the infinite. This book is certainly in the finite part of that last sentence, yet I'm still going to try. Our experience can leave us feeling alone, far from home, and searching for the way back. Yet there is no real gap between the finite, which is my ideas of life and me, and the infinite creator that needs to be overcome. It is like the little lost wave seeking out the guidance of the old big wave trying to find the ocean. The old wave says, "I have never seen the ocean, but the wise waves of old say it's closer than we could ever know. And the searching for the ocean only leads you astray from finding the ocean." It's a silly story, I know, but not silly for the lost wave. Similarly, all my guidance is concocted from my own experience and my own interpretations. I am the lost wave trying to find the ocean. I am the man in the stream of pure water, dying of thirst. The point is, God isn't far. Nothing could be closer since it is myself I long after. Reality is unity with self, no separation, no beginning or end, completeness. Yet I try to explain what I think I know through this personality I call Javon. Shakespeare said, "But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured." That's a fancy way of saying while still human, we usually don't know what we're talking about. Yet, even though this is true, this material has been helpful for me to release many painful ideas. So I have put it together in hopes it will be the same for you. If you have come from a fundamental background of strict moral judgments of right and wrong, like me, this material may seem very strange and really out there. Conversely, this book may seem far too practical and straightforward if you have come from an Eastern spiritual background. But I think this encompasses both camps, the far-fetched and the realistic everyday, because they are all a part of the same thing. It's only my judgment that separates the two extremes. So, ta-da! There was my ironic introduction to the understanding section. I pray to help the reader reach for the stars, catch them, and bring them back to play. I intend to serve my suffering brothers and sisters, stumbling around in the darkness with light to their way. As expressions of the infinite creator, we manifest our reality by our God-given intrinsic creative nature. Ultimately, in this reality, I can only attempt to describe what I think I know of the ways of the infinite, of God, of grace, through metaphor, simile, and allegory. This is the case with the book you hold as well. In any case, there are energetic codings in this work that will support your opening to what you already know and make clear what you already are. As you read, more important than what I say, pay attention to what comes up from within you. Pay attention to what your spirit is wanting you to know, wanting to remind you. The truth is you already know all you need. You are already complete. You have just forgotten, on purpose. May this work be a flickering lamp to illuminate your path and help you find the love and light which makes up this game of life and the one whom you seek. Definitions. Some of the references and the words used in this book have a slightly different meaning than expected. I will define a few of them up front. The Law of One. The Law of One states that all things are one, that there is no polarity, no right or wrong, no disharmony, but only identity. There is only this one playing all the seemingly separate roles of all people, places, and things, all existence. All is one, and that one is love light, light love, the infinite creator. This is the influence behind the choice we get to make between the positive or negative paths. The Law of One is a book as well, transcribed from the raw material. This book is described on Amazon like this. Is our universe intelligently designed? What are the possibilities of healing, transformation, and service? What is the Law of One? After 19 years of research into the channeling phenomenon that involved communication with members of the Confederation of Planets in the service of the one infinite creator, a group of consciousness called Ra, who had evolved on the planet Venus, established contact with 3 dedicated seekers of truth to explore these and other questions. The 3 seekers were Jim McCarty, Don Elkins, and Carla Ruckert. Ra said that all people and all of creation are one being, the one infinite creator. They suggest that the process of learning to love, which is awakening to the original thought, is studied via humanity's movement through all of time. The raw material sessions conducted by these 3 individuals examine the meaning of our cosmic existence. Catalyst. Defined by the Oxford Dictionary, person or thing that causes an event, typically one that is bad or undesirable. This word represents the stream of events continually generated from our pre-incarnate agreements for desired learning. Generally, a catalyst is experienced as a bad thing that happens. This is so until we realize all things and people are here for our learning and experience. Mind-body-spirit complex. This is a term used to describe the many facets that make up what we think of as a person. Chemical body. This is what most people think of as our body, but is more of a vessel we use. It is the part of us made of chemical elements, but not including our mind or spiritual aspects. Distortion. Everything in our known existence has its substance from the one infinite creator. The Law of One says the first distortion from this one is free will. The creator desires to know itself through other expressions of itself, since all there is itself. This free will then created or further distorted into love, the creative force, which allowed the new expressions or more distortions to continue to create. Further distortions were empowered by love again and free will to manifest galaxies, suns, planets, life on the planets, and even highly distorted things like fear and death. The key to all this is there is only one infinite creator, only one source. Everything and everyone are not separate, but varying distortions of that one. Graduation. This is a law of one concept. It marks a level of development for our souls where it has learned the lessons it wanted to learn and discovered and overcame the biases it wanted to overcome. If the soul wants to learn these lessons and discover these biases rapidly, it agrees to incarnate down into the third density, dualistic earth school. When the soul reaches this point of awareness, it will not reincarnate again into another dualistic world, but instead move on to the fourth density, learning the intricacies of love. About the author. It was suggested to put in a section about myself as to why you would listen to someone like me on this spiritual topic. Many spiritual book authors have incredible supernatural experiences. The accounts are fun to read. Yet, these kind of stories had often set me up thinking that unless I had some fantastic thing about me or happened to me, then I had not made it, whatever that was. I grew up with family members recalling to me over and over that about their supernatural, life-altering experiences with angels and even Jesus. I longed for my own fantastic, out-of-this-world story for most of my life. It never happened as I hoped. I am nothing special, as in different from you. And maybe this is my most valuable quality for you. There is a good chance if you are a seeker, you have a similar, rather unfantastic story. Or even worse, maybe you did have a fantastic spiritual experience, and now you're frustrated after that high because you came back to yourself and nothing had changed, and you were left wanting, seemingly unable to touch the infinite again. Either way, or something in between, even as an unextraordinary human, I and you still have hope for that miraculous, fulfilling experience. You see, we are all sharing the one awareness from God. So maybe we are extraordinary after all. I offer the perspective of someone like you, waking up to our eternal nature and embodying down this nature, this identity right here in our human experience. I offer my experience of engaging as a human in a way that I believe our souls intended. So, a little more on me, if you like. I was born into a religious and spiritual family. My parents didn't stay together, so I ended up with more influences than the traditional nuclear family of one mom and dad. My grandparents became very influential and even had custody of me and my little sister for a while. And it was my grandparents that gave me the initial worldview of religion and spirituality. It was a complex mix of thankful devotion and loving service and fearful reactions and manipulation and guilt and shame. Complex, for sure. They were beautiful people doing the best they could and truly giving their life for what they believed to be the highest good. I love that about all of us humans. We can have the most incredible range of traits, intentions, and frequencies. We have the capacity for heaven and hell in every moment. It's powerful. From birth, I was told I was a special child, chosen by God to serve the world. That sounded nice, yet as I reached my teenage years, I was disappointed that being chosen by God had no fringe benefits. No supernatural powers, no striking good looks like Jesus in the movies, not even a bit more trust to get a later curfew. I was not impressed by being chosen by God. My grandparents' home was open to anyone that wanted to follow God. Well, as long as they yielded to follow God like they followed God. They attracted people that reached the end of their rope, often addicted to drugs and alcohol. They took them in and got them sober and helped them have a new way of life. What a wonderful, well-intended heart they had. For my entire life, this is how my grandparents lived. Yet their well-intended ways were also laced with the fear of punishment from God and the belief that they were unworthy of unconditional love. Believing we don't deserve God's love is a rough experience and possibly the greatest sin we can inflict upon ourselves. This belief altered their service, and guilt and shame became necessary tools for them to engage in their intended loving service. Growing up in this environment was challenging for me, and when I grew up, despite the suffering of my youth, I continued those painful ways of religious manipulation and subtle guilt. I was more subtle than my grandparents, so subtle I wasn't aware of it myself. I thought I needed to earn God's love, so I went into full-time ministry at a local church and spent the next 10 years as a Christian pastor in various positions. It took me a decade in pastoral positions to realize I had taken what I ran away from in my childhood and repackaged it as an adult. A lot of soul searching happened in that 10 years. If you read my spiritual allegory, The Captain, to all the struggles that Adam faced as a young man were taken from my own experiences. One noteworthy turn happened from reading the book Wisdom Hunter by Randall Author. I don't even know if I'd recommend it now, but at the time, God really used it for me. It was about a pastor that lost his faith and his life he had built up, but also how he found God. This book planted a seed within me that God was bigger than any rule of any religion, and how God was in both what I considered holy and also the secular, even the profane. This is funny since I had taught that God's love was unconditional for my whole life, but when I believed I was free, God's love really was unconditional, I resigned from the position I had as a pastor of that small church in Missouri, and I started my new search. Now that I was no longer a part of the official clergy, I felt free to not know what I believed. I was clear that the ideas of myself and the world and God did not represent the real God, but I didn't know how to find the truth. I had always been a learner of all the topics as a pastor, but now I focused and spent about 7 years studying what I thought would bring me happiness, or significance, or something. This was human behavior. Why do we do what we do? It's a good question. I got by all those years teaching the topic in little seminars and working with people as a coach to accomplish what they thought would make them happy in their business or personal life. I thought if I could help enough people, I would be happy and feel whole, and maybe even find God. I wrote a book on the topic in hopes it would bring me some success and some contentment. Yet, I soon realized it was another path that didn't bring either. I was like the man dying of thirst while standing in the river of pure drinking water again, always looking for what would complete myself, outside myself. After a decade of searching through religion and 7 years through the intellect and human behavior, I gave up. I got a job as a salesperson in finance and surrendered to my life as it was. And giving up was the best thing I had done in a long time. Soon I got married to a wonderful, beautiful woman named Carolyn. Her name means beautiful song, very fitting for her. We had 2 awesome boys, and life was going great. But soon my lack of contentment or my desire for awakening to find an intimate connection with God started to grow again. My spiritual interests had become more of a hobby for me, and I had continued my habit from my youth of always reading and studying something. I had stumbled across and read The Surrender Experiment by Michael Singer, and he had mentioned the powerful impact a book called Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda had on him. He said it opened up the vast world within. This resonated with me, and I bought it. My first memory of a new kind of shift within me was while reading Yogananda's book. This man's life was the life I had always thought I wanted. Incredible supernatural stories and spiritual insight. But the best thing of all this was his invitation to find God within. I knew the information before, but it was a new experience, and knowing that God was not out there, but right here in and with me. It was unspectacular and yet life-changing. The feeling was like that 80s science fiction called The Last Starfighter. The basic storyline of that movie is a young man, a nobody in the middle of nowhere, who gets obsessed with playing a space fighter arcade game at a local diner. He is judged by how much time he spends playing the game, and he judges himself for not doing anything with his life. And one day, he beats the game. At that point, a real starcraft appears, and the driver announces that since he passed the starfighter test, which ended up being that old arcade game, now he is to be the next great starfighter. He then gets in the spacecraft and is whisked away to a universe that was real and waiting for the boy his whole life, yet he was unaware. And not to be too dramatic, but that's what it felt like. I love science fiction because I think the genre in general depicts amazing worlds that are real, yet just unknown to us. Most of us have not developed the ability to tune into higher frequencies, so whole other worlds are not far, but still invisible. This had seemed a childish hope, yet the account of Yogananda's life resonated strongly and brought back to life my faith in the infinite God. It woke up a part of me that had been sleeping, and I knew that the unfathomable world of spirit was real. Meditation and contemplative exercises and learning of this new world within was my next obsession. That ongoing experience that is still unfolding for me birthed a desire to write my story in a way that would be interesting and support others awakening in this incredible world within too. I had been very moved by allegories in my human behavior days, like The Social Animal by David Brooks, or Leadership and Self-Deception, Getting Out of the Box by the Arbor Institute. And I kept in my mind that writing an allegory for the ideas I had would be a great way to reach and move people. So I wrote the book as a story, a spiritual fiction, called it The Captain, a tale of self-discovery, awakening, and the hidden Atlantis, and put it out in the world. Since then, I've still never had an alien spacecraft land in my yard or had a paranormal being materialize in front of me, even though I would totally be up for either. I've never had a sudden enlightenment type of experience like my beloved stories. And this is a good thing, though, for by the grace of God and to the extent that I have awoken to my true self and the awareness and consciousness that we all share. I'm here to say that you too can have nothing externally specially going on and yet have a miraculous experience with God. You can stop the search. It's the search that leads you away from direct knowing. This is my experience. It's like the story of a poor man who had a treasure buried under his bed, yet he didn't know it. Every day he gets up and goes out into the world to find his treasure. Yet every time he left to find it, he went further away from that which he sought. That which I have sought for is and always has been closer than my breath. It is my true identity. It is awareness itself, which is the same awareness I use and the ego claims as mine. It is the I when I say I am Javan. It is the animator that makes this body living and enables this experience of expression called Javan. How does one come to know this truth? This knowing I speak of is not about gathering more information, even though this book is full of that. This is about tapping into your true nature that is still complete, content, peaceful, and enjoying the experience of being this role that we call I. I have put together helpful concepts and thought exercises that brought me to where I am, wherever that is. I started the book as a nonfiction companion to the book The Captain, but then got taken by the idea of the choice, choosing between two paths, given by the spiritual work, The Law of One. It is still a companion book of sorts to my previous novel, explaining in more depth many of the concepts that were in story form in the allegory. Yet this book tackles the big questions of why bad things happen and how all things are for our good, and what we are to do as an awakened human while still engaging in this difficult dual-natured experience. I hope as you read this with the intention of awakening to your true nature and embodying down that nature into your life expression, that spirit leads you to remember and relate to what will serve you. And drop me a line at javanpera.com/contact and let me know what you think. I'd love that. My brother Jonathan and I had some mind-bending conversation about Shakespeare's King Lear. Non-dual teacher Rupert Spira inspired us. The story Rupert tells goes like this. Imagine you are a person named John Smith. John is very happy. All things in John's life are going well. He is happily married and successful in all rights. At night, John enjoys to go to the local playhouse and performing as an actor in various plays. One part he particularly enjoys is playing King Lear from the Shakespeare tragedy. As the story goes, the character King Lear retires from the throne and gives his kingdom to his two daughters that proclaim their love to his satisfaction, and angrily disinherits his third, formerly favorite daughter, who honestly tells him she loves him as much as she must to get by, but no more. King Lear goes from tragic event to tragic event, from a power-wielding egomaniac all the way down to being destitute and insane. It's quite the play. And John Smith loves getting caught up in the drama, the highs of the emotions of triumph, the lows of the despair of loss. He loves losing himself in the character and feeling it all. It is what makes John a really good actor. Then, at the end of the night's performance, John Smith takes a bow, walks off the stage, and removes his wig and King Lear clothes. John Smith then walks home and continues being John Smith and having John Smith's perfect life and happy, wonderful existence. Imagine, though, if after one night's performance that John Smith did not remove the wig nor the clothes. The curtain dropped, the play was over, and John Smith walked out onto the street still dressed as King Lear. He would walk home and say to his wife, "I have lost my kingdom." His wife would say to him, "John, take off those clothes. You do not have a kingdom." John may say, "But I am King Lear." And she would say, "Honey, there is no King Lear. You just got too into your character again. Now dinner's ready." And if John persisted, his wife could take him to a mirror and take off his wig and medieval clothes and show him that he is indeed John Smith. John Smith never left. Even though King Lear suffered greatly, John Smith's perfect life was always there. John may retort, "But what about all of King Lear's life and death problems?" The truth is, King Lear has no problems. John Smith is acting them all up to perform problems for fun. There are no problems. There is nothing lost or gained for King Lear. There is no King Lear. There is only John Smith. This is our story too. We have forgotten on purpose that we are pure consciousness, pure awareness. We've done this on purpose. Consciousness is playing a cosmic game, or more accurately, is playing you. It is playing you as its character. The lines have been memorized and your dramatic life is unfolding perfectly. Will you get caught up pretending you are this separate character that can lose and get hurt? Or will you awaken to the remembrance that you are not the character, you are an eternal being? This book is about being aware of awareness, conscious of consciousness, and working with it to awaken more to your best and highest self now, right in the unspiritual place you already find yourself. Once you get a glimpse of this game you're in the middle of, the magnitude of being fully aware is enough to keep you striving for lifetimes. Consciousness is the most common and mysterious of ideas. It is easy to ignore since the bizarrety of the reality of consciousness is beyond all thoughts and cannot be contained within reason. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary describes consciousness as sentience or awareness of internal or external existence. So, sentience is the capacity to feel, perceive, or experience subjectively. This automatic part is not our subject. Our focus is the part of you being tricked. Your entire life, even existence, is a benign bamboozlement, a game played at your expense, but also for your benefit. You are the instigator of this game, and you are the one being instigated. It is quite the mystery. This book is about waking up and embodying down divinity, not so much about the experience called enlightenment. Enlightenment is that identity in the oneness that includes all things and transcends all things, in the one awareness that we all share, in the one self that is experiencing all our unique expressions. This doesn't require a book. All we need to do is look within. This book is more on how to be and act in the dualistic world and experience we are in. When your soul planned this incarnation from a more enlightened perspective, it had intentions. This book is to support those original intentions. The choice is a field manual of engagement while being an integrated person within the veiled darkness called Schoolroom Earth. After we choose one of two paths, which are service to self or service to others, we can start our work. And this work described in this manual is twofold. It is waking up enough to see the trance-like state we have been in. But waking up isn't enough. All those old patterns and desires and programs that controlled our life are still running when we become aware of them. When we see we are an expression of the one infinite creator, it is still probable that the neighbors still drive us nuts when their kid starts his drum solo at 9 p.m. Unless you are that kid, then it's frustrating that the neighbors cannot appreciate your drumming art. Or your significant other who leaves that mess right in the middle of the floor. Come on, is it so hard to pick up a 30-gram sock and put it in the hamper? Or maybe it's the regret from missed experiences, or sadness you cannot have what other successful people have. Or maybe it's the frustration that comes up when you're trying to record an audiobook and the guy next door keeps on starting a chainsaw. True story, that's happening right now, driving me nuts. And then there is always the great nemesis, the toilet seat that has been left up. No! Or insert whatever the annoyance or suffering it is that you carry. Waking up without the next part of embodying down can be depressing, since now you know there is more than this, but you are still stuck down here. Yet, once we wake up enough, we can consciously decide to engage in the world with more awareness. This can make our experiential journey back home much more peaceful, enjoyable, and beneficial. Thus, the second goal, I am calling this to embody down. To embody down is to use the awareness from waking up to gain a higher level of understanding, a way of being down here in the flesh and blood, chemical body we are occupying. This is not the promise of some spiritual teachings that it is better when you are somewhere else or evolve into a higher someone else. To embody down is done right here, right now, as you, with all your junk. You need not seek another great teacher or an enlightened guru. If you are reading this, you are ready for this process. As the saying goes, you can come as you are, but if you are willing, you will not leave as you came. In this case, it is embodying forgotten aspects of your true higher self, aspects you already have. It is discovering and letting go old thought patterns that no longer serve, and incorporating our realized higher perspective into our current human expression. To wake up is to realize this world of separation is only a tiny and temporary part of who we are. There is a higher source that is also a part of you that is not alone, not separate from anyone, especially from the infinite creator. To embody down is to integrate that divinity into your limited expression. We incorporate our united and powerful true nature back down in this human form. This is the next step in our continued spiritual progression back home. Waking up and then embodying down is the process of becoming a heart-centered, conscious human. It will be the norm within a handful of generations in the new earth to come. So read on if you want a head start. To most humans, it seems like we are separate, sentient beings scurrying around the planet, trying to be happy by building something of value, and then spending the remainder of our wisp of a life protecting our little self-made world. But what is often missed is this whole human existence is an intentional, temporary, intensified experience of separation. I am proposing here that all that we know of life is a learning program, is Schoolroom Earth. The curriculum is intricate and preordained. The image for this book is a picture of this cosmic game we are playing with ourselves. The bottom stick man is trapped within the box, which represents Earth life. He thinks he is by himself, alone in that box. His work while in the box is to choose the positive or negative path. Above him is another version of himself. This angelic form is another stick man that is remarkably similar, just in a higher perspective and not trapped in the box. This middle man thinks he is helping and progressing onto his higher self. Finally, the top image is the same stick man, yet this time it has nothing to reach up to, so it reaches down to the other versions of itself. The idea is that each of these stickmen is different versions of the same stickman. Each has a different perspective, the lowest being the most distorted, the highest image with the least. The stickman image is my clumsy picture of the unity of the human world, the angelic realms, and God itself. Please take just what encourages you and leave the rest as I try to describe how life works using this school or game analogy. I'm not creating a new religion. I'm proposing a helpful way to engage in the darkness as a being of light and abundance. I will use metaphor and allegory in this material to share my learnings. I propose we humans are here to make the choice, which is to choose one of two paths for our experiential journey back to the one infinite creator. These two experiential paths are service to others or service to self. I've drawn a spiritual work called The Law of One for the idea and the language of these two paths. While it's true that there is no path in the ultimate sense, since we are already a part of the one, it seems our character, our expression of God, evolves when it chooses a path. Our choice between the two paths also lies within a more significant and more general reason for our individualized existence, which is just to be unique expressions of the one infinite creator. So why do we exist? Well, the big answer is we exist to gain experience for this creator, which is our highest self, and it does it for fun. This is done through our unique experiences and our process of choosing our path back home. Even though I have not explained the two paths yet, let me just say up front that I am biased. I intend to assist in the practice of the positive service to others path, not so much the negative service to self path. If you'd like a description of the negative path, I put a brief one in the appendix at the end. Some good news about the school we are in. The graduation rate for this cosmic course is 100%. But for some, it takes more of the stuff called time and more of the distortion called suffering. For those who would instead take the more enjoyable, less painful curriculum, I can help. It is much more challenging to be a human while we are unaware of the separation program we are operating in. The ego is the persona we each carry around and is the thought form telling us we are separate and unique individuals. The ego is said to exist only from desire and fear. The ego's mantra is seek and do not find. Seek what satisfies, but since completeness is a spirit attribute, not an ego attribute, the ego can never partake once the thing sought after is found. Thus, the ego will then give you another thing to seek after to assure its existence in your perpetual seeking, yet never abiding in the completeness and happiness it promises. It often uses fear to protect what you think is self and mine. The seeking outside yourself serves the ego since it is constructed from ideas of separateness. So its very identity is that it is outside the true self, which, like we talked about, is not possible. The not finding serves the ego as well, since if we were to be satisfied, we would be still and may become aware of the true self within and ruin the whole game we are playing with ourselves. Anything created from the idea of separation, desire, or fear is unstable and easily threatened. The ego is the source of the classic story of one spending their life looking for happiness. Then, if lucky enough to find it, they leave happiness and spend the rest of their life defending the elusive happy memory. If we let go of our attachment of this pursuit of happiness and our desire and fear, keeping the pursuit going, what is left? Well, for many people, the answer is nothing is left. It is terrifying and depressing to discover our whole life amounts to striving for something that was never really out there. But if we allow for this dark thing we have been avoiding, if we allow for a moment of stillness when the terror rises, this reveals an open space. The still space is a glimpse into another reality. This reality is through the veil of forgetting, the blue pill we agree to take to get lost in the matrix when we incarnate. Blue pill, of course, from the analogy borrowed from the 1999 movie The Matrix. This veil is what keeps us in the dark about being one, intimately connected with everything. The veil makes sense of darkness, evil, and separation. It is the hidden gift of our reality. Suffering and evil are not purposeless nor random. It's all here to intensify and speed up our learning process. And we humans are the fortunate few from the universes of entities out there that get to be a part of this grand experiment. That idea has always been incredible to me. Outside the veil are the heavens of interconnection. Inside the veil are the hells of perceived separation. The Captain allegory I wrote is just like my last Starfighter reference I made earlier, and also just like my personal life. That story I wrote was about small-town, unfulfilled Adam who is surprised to find the captain, an otherworldly guide, in a tiny sushi shack in Kauai, Hawaii. The captain helps uncover the miraculous and powerful version of Adam. This unlikely guide agrees to guide and train Adam to embody down his higher self. The young searcher learns he is not the nobody he thought. He is the chosen ambassador from a forgotten astral home, Atlantis. It is a classic hero's journey from obscurity to grandeur. Even better, this is our story too. The tale stirs the hope of being more significant than the sum of our fears and finding a guide to lead us out of our dissatisfaction into something extraordinary. We don't know what it is, but we know it must be more than this. The captain character is fiction, but the guide is not. The inspiring stories we love often depict the nobody finding a guide who shows them how to become the very hero for whom they have been searching. The word guru is a Sanskrit word for teacher or guide. The word also means dispeller of darkness. The secret is the true guide is found within the searcher, spirit itself. The very act of seeking brings us farther away from our goal. If ever realized, the function of dispelling the darkness is likened to the process of dispelling darkness from a room. You do not fight and push against the dark to get it to leave. You turn on the light. Even more, electricity for the light is also not gone when the light switch is off. Flipping it on closes the circuit and allows the electrical current to flow and do the work it has always been ready to do. Quote from the Course in Miracles. This year is thus the time to make the easiest decision that has ever confronted you, and also the only one. You will cross the bridge into reality simply because you will recognize that God is on the other side, and nothing at all is here. It is impossible not to make the natural decision as this is realized. This idea that nothing at all is here reverberates with me. It brings me back to the story of John Smith. Ultimately, all the problems I experience are with Javon. But is there really a Javon? If not, there are no problems either. But the eternal being that animates his character certainly has no problems. Allowing my awareness to expand out of the confines of my personality has given me instant peace. And even when I get caught up in playing the role of the character Javon, again, which is often, remembering the idea that nothing is ultimately here has given me the strength to hold all that I have with an open hand, loosen my attachment to results, and let people and things come and go, like my attempts to control helped anyway, allowing love to have its way. There is no King Lear. In the ultimate reality, there is only the one. There is no separate self. But there are my other selves that are having unique experiences, who are also a part of the one. This is where distinction is important. I hold the idea that nothing at all is here differently from some spiritual traditions, especially in the context of what I call wake up and then embody down. Classically, Eastern teaching describes the temporary condition of existence we live in, everything that has an end, as illusion or unreal. While this is true in a sense, my experience is actual reality transcends and includes it all. It is all real in that sense. Just most of this human stuff will fade away and is to be held lightly or with an open hand, since resisting will only cause suffering. We are working with this temporary stuff called life on Earth. Even if we are in a brief reality, a dream even, while we are in it, it's real to us, a real experience. As I get more glimpses of the higher truths and our multi-dimensional nature, this dark experience of being stuck in time loses its heaviness and denseness. The Course in Miracles quote sheds light on how Schoolroom Earth works and why it is challenging to be happy and stay happy and fulfilled. It is because the substructure of the Earth experience, or our present reality, is based on temporary smoke and mirrors. All the great spiritual teachers have pointed to this thought and invited us to take a look at what we think makes up our lives and how we can be happy. When we examine it closely, we see the short-term nature of it. If we can realize the past, the future, and the suffering we experience are all just thought forms, we will discover that they are not solid obstacles and the problems we thought they were. It is a real experience for us, yet they are just made of thoughts. Literally, the more we become aware of all that is just a brief thought form, the more likely we will stumble upon what is more lasting. Earth life is the galactic spectacle of the beautiful synergy of the temporary and the eternal mingling. Here's the same incredible idea of many great sages. Everything in the world, the bad and the good, are just part of the cosmic play, and it is just a tiny part of a bigger reality. The idea is that we can forgive or literally let go of the stories that have made up our life until now. This forgiveness is essential to experience your bigger reality. The other main character in the spiritual allegory, the captain, is Maya. Maya is a Sanskrit word that means illusion. Maya is what makes the veil work. It is a Hindu concept to describe the ideas, thoughts, and images we live through to experience our world in which we participate. This Maya allows the dark dream to be a genuine experience for us. We enter this dream to forget who we are, to participate and learn in this intensified program fully. And man, we do get lost in this program. Are we alone in a dangerous universe, needed to scrape and strive to get by and stay alive? Or could it be that we are in a controlled and safe greenhouse, prepared for us to make a clear choice of which path of service we will end up on? This is the choice. Will you choose the path of service to others? This is focusing on acceptance, forgiveness, loving service, and polarizing like a magnet to the positive. Or will you choose the path of service to self? And this is focusing on separation and control and polarizing to the negative. And there's also a third choice. Now, this third choice is no choice. It is indecision. Not choosing enough to polarize to one path or the other is the third choice. The third option of failing to commit yourself enough to one or the other path triggers the need to retake all your incarnation courses in hopes of gaining what you originally intended. This is the idea of reincarnation and is not a punishment or bad, like some have judged. It is just going again to learn your lessons you signed up to learn. The Law of One and other spiritual writings say failing to choose a path is to miss this graduation, and up until now, the vast majority of humans have missed it. This course is a long one by our standards. The Law of One says it is a 75,000-year cycle of reincarnations. That allows a lot of tries for us to let go and accept our lessons with an open heart. The best news for an infinite being like you is even if this metaphoric graduation is missed, in the end, all time is just a blink of an eye. The positive path has been called the right-hand path, or the service to others path, and has forgiveness as a threshold toward positive work. Forgiveness, acceptance, and loving service are tools used to polarize positively. The adept or advanced student on this path sees themselves and all other selves as one with the infinite creator, thus pouring themselves out completely to love and serve the other as themselves, as the creator. This path looks for love in all of life. It receives life's dark catalytic experiences and emotionally triggering events as teachers that help increase our positive polarization by revealing biases, which we see when we react with anything with less than love, and becoming the opportunities to forgive, accept, and lovingly serve. These dark experiences are what we hoped to get when our souls agreed to be human. To graduate from this right-hand path on earth, you must have at least the majority of your thoughts, actions, and intentions committed to the service of others. Jesus Christ is an example of a real human that embodied divinity in service to others. Even though this book is almost solely written to support your graduation on the right-hand service to others positive path, the negative left-hand service to self path is also a legitimate way back home. It's honored by the infinite creator. But man, this negative path is difficult and lonely and would usually be described as evil by most on Earth, especially since Earth herself has a bias toward the positive path. This path is based on dominating the other self and taking from the other through fear, violence, or any other means. And even though the graduates of this path become what most would think of as cosmic bad guys, the left-hand path is still eventually abandoned to loving service, according to the Law of One. This is because as wisdom increases, even on the negative left-hand service to self path, we realize there is no other that is separate from myself or from God. Loving the other is loving myself. At this point, even the heartless bad guys abandon the service of their separate self and open their hearts to love the other. More on this negative path if you are interested in the appendix. So how do we graduate and not have to reincarnate again into this next 75,000 year cycle? This is where choosing the positive or negative path comes in. The requirement to graduate on the service to others path is making the majority 51% of your intentions as a service to others. Now, before you dismiss this graduation requirement on the service to others path as easy, consider it may be more challenging than it first sounds once you become aware of your constant warring intentions within. Also consider that hardly anybody in our human history has ever done it. Notice all the little self-serving intentions no one will ever see that neutralize your service to others' work. You say something kind to a friend or give to the poor, but then hope you are noticed by others, so it helps you look better. Giving to the homeless guy at the grocery store because you know a friend's watching. You give of yourself to a loved one, but then use it as leverage and subtle manipulation to later get them to do what you want. After all that I've done for you, why can't you just take out the trash? You do something nice, but then shame another for not being as lovely as you are. Oh no, you shouldn't be like that. You should be like me. The chance to help someone in need comes up, but you rely on being busy or tired or helpless to avoid the opportunity to serve. You withhold your service when another is in need because you don't want them to take advantage of your kindness, or maybe you're just not willing to help an entitled person. Well, I would help them, but they are acting like I have to help them. And if they treat me like this and are not going to be thankful and humble, well then let them find their help elsewhere. They should learn to be self-sufficient anyway, like me. Perhaps someone has done something hurtful to you or others, and you use that memory to withhold your forgiveness, acceptance, and loving service from them. Or maybe you even do something hurtful in return to retaliate. You hurt me so deeply, I can never help you again. Now, please don't confuse this as an encouragement to let yourself be abused. Let's use some wisdom here. Wisdom allows you to continue to offer love to another without putting your vessel in danger or in harm's way. I can hope for the best for a burglar and still call the police. I can wish nothing but good for an abusive partner but still file a restraining order. No, this is bringing awareness to when you neutralize the service of the other by also serving yourself at the expense of the other. Like Jesus said, loving those who love you is not that impressive. Loving everyone, especially those who hate you, is the secret. If you do not do the work to become aware, it is natural for you to neutralize most of your positive work and end up well below the majority requirement needed to graduate from Schoolroom Earth. It is important to point out that selfless service is also not the goal. As we become increasingly aware, we see that we are connected to all selves and the Creator. Thus, serving the other feels good and becomes a direct service to ourselves as well. So there becomes no distinction between loving myself and loving the other self. As described, positive does not mean good, and negative does not mean bad. Those would be moral judgments. Instead, we get to, or we have the opportunity to, forgive, to give ourselves to one of two paths. The positive or negative are akin to the two poles of a magnet or a battery. Unless the magnet is polarized, having a distinct strong north and south pole, it's not magnetized, thus unable to attract or repel and do the work of a functioning magnet. Same with a battery. Unless the battery is fully polarized, meaning a negative side with the potential to release electrons and a positive side with the potential to accept electrons, there can be no charge nor electric current. We are here to charge our energetic battery as much as we can to equip ourselves to do our work when we graduate and move on from our current physical body. So this part on Earth is just the beginning of our journey. On the positive path, charging up our spiritual battery is simple. Just give yourself to forgive, accept, and serve the other whenever life offers the opportunity. And life gives lots of opportunities. Our gift is doing this amazing work within the dark veil, since it supercharges the results, because we cannot tell if it's working or what's even happening. Thinking we are alone, no one is watching, prompts us to show our true colors. It reveals our subtle, distorted biases. This work is not done by accident, and without a clear intention, the path of non-choice is taken. And if we fail to choose a course on our curriculum, we will pick to repeat the whole thing by default. Two, playing the game. The nature of games is interesting. They are these micro events we put ourselves in and have agreed limitations of what we can and cannot do. We purposely limit ourselves for fun. We make a task difficult to see if we can accomplish the goal. Maybe we win, maybe we lose. That is what makes a game enjoyable. If knowing you would win was the source of the fun, you would see NBA players at high school basketball courts hustling pimply kids after school in their spare time. Poker is said to be 1,000 years old. The main rule of this game is that you must keep your cards hidden. If they become known, the emotional highs of winning a hand and the painful lows of losing no longer have the same import. I have played poker with the cards up while teaching people how to play. Without the ambiguity, it's just not fun. Our game of consciousness is playing with itself. It also uses the unknown as the main activator of the significance of being human. Just like poker, there are some best practices to playing this game, but unlike poker, life tends to work better when we hold all the good and the bad in life with an open hand. Let it all come and go as it will, knowing it is all here for your service, no matter how dark it may seem. On this topic of games, I have been practicing various martial arts over the last decade or so. I love the art of trying to win the round being played with my partner. The great thing about martial arts is that it brings many inward happenings out in the opening so that you can see it if it's working or not. Releasing tension is just as important as engaging with the partner. For example, in a 5-minute round of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, if I spend all my energy resisting you in the first few minutes, then I become completely vulnerable to any attack in the last 3. Thus, relaxing during the play, relaxing into your partner that may be your aggressor, moving with them, moving as them, even helping their chosen movement come to completion will take little of your energy. This relaxing and yielding and assisting allows for redirection and using your partner's energy and momentum for your benefit instead of the short-lived brute force. Back to our game of life we are in. Whichever path is chosen, or if no path is selected, and we go back to the wheel of incarnations, our existence, believing we are separate from others and the infinite creator, is the game. This is that difficulty that makes the game of being human what it is. Just like not knowing the other person's cards in poker. This unknown allows us incredible and often perilous adventures. So, how will we use our time as a human? Do we engage with love or fear while experiencing we are separate characters on a special planet, thinking we are alone in the universe? Do we open up and become aware of the veil of forgetting? Most only know themselves as a separate ego personality, striving to be happy. Ironically, we fight for this separation and specialness, yet all of our suffering comes from this very idea that we can be separate from what we need, that we can be separate from others. I suffer when I believe I am alone, separate from companionship. I suffer when I think I'm sick, separate from health. I suffer when I feel I lack, separate from abundance of all kinds. I suffer when I believe my loved ones suffer, separate from completion and happiness. The whole personality is built on the fear and reaction that we have been separated from our life source. Suppose we surrender this idea of separation and instead allow the idea of unity to invade and liberate our current thought systems. In that case, our whole world can experience a chain reaction of explosions that systematically blow wide open into a dazzling, interconnected fractal that settles into ever-new perfection that we may never have guessed would be just what we needed. All that is required for happiness, completion, and fulfillment is not only available, it is already your essential nature. We are searching for or becoming what we already are. As Western culture pushes you outside of yourself to find your desired satisfaction, fulfillment, and identity, I invite you to turn the focus of your pursuit inward. This is the same invitation made by the great avatars throughout recorded history. Jesus the Christ. When some of the Pharisees asked Jesus when the kingdom of God would come, he answered, saying to them, "The kingdom of God does not come by observation," which is looking outside yourself. "Behold, the kingdom of God is within you." Luke 18:20 and 21, Lamb's version. And, quote, "It is better for you that I," Jesus' physical form, "should go away. For if I do not go away, the Comforter will not come to you. But if I should go, I will send him to you. And when the Spirit of truth is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he will not speak for himself, but what he hears he will speak. And he will make known to you things which are to come in the future." John 16:7-13. The Christian mystic Meister Eckhart spoke of the true self within. A human being has so many skins inside, covering the depths of the heart. We know so many things, but we do not know ourselves. Why, 30 or 40 skins or hides, as thick and as hard as an ox or a bear's, cover the soul. Go into your own ground and learn to know yourself there. Meister Eckhart also said, "The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one eye, one seeing, one knowing, one love." I love Meister. Mahatma Gandhi, the great Indian spiritual leader and liberator, said, "Each one has to find his peace from within, and peace to be real must be unaffected by outside circumstances." Hindu spiritual master Ramana Maharshi said, "Happiness is your nature. It is not wrong to desire it. What is wrong is seeking it outside when it is inside." Hindu master Nisargadatta Maharaj said, "All you want is to be happy. All your desires, whatever they may be, are longing for happiness. Basically, you wish yourself well. Desire by itself is not wrong. It is life itself, the urge to grow in knowledge and experience. It is choices you make that are wrong. To imagine that some little thing, food, sex, power, fame, will make you happy is to deceive oneself. Only something as vast and deep as your real self can make you truly and lastingly happy." The Chinese master Huang Po often encouraged stillness and the state of no mind to find our true self. He said, "Your true Zen nature can never be gained or lost. It is what you are." This internal discovery is impossible if we remain rigidly bound to the right words, rules, ideas, and beliefs in life. What is required is the suspension of disbelief and forgiving of the stories that we have defined our experiences with. This tends to be difficult because it has taken decades for us to make sense of our life as it is. We are deeply invested in our rules and beliefs. Even if we see others being happier than we are, most do not throw out their habits, which are their life's work, and try to adopt the new ways of being that they see exampled by another, even when the other seems better. Humans tend to keep their beliefs and habits, even when they do not particularly like them or even hate them. We are a peculiar race, indeed. It is because the thought of leaving the known and stepping out into the dark unknown is often more painful than the discomfort of what we currently perceive. As Kierkegaard said, we settle for a life we tolerate and call it happy. So, staying put and resisting any change becomes the protection from an even worse fate of the dangerous world, quote, out there, end quote. So, the first step to freedom is to forgive yourself and the world, which is just to give up my stories about them, and then embrace the unknown, not as a threat, but at least a possibility for growth. Awareness is the start and the end of our work. We are the complex. We are vast and multi-dimensional beings. Your higher self is you, just as the one you see in the mirror is you. But neither idea of yourself on its own is the wholeness of who you are, since when we get to that true essence, it is the pure awareness that we all share, and we end up with the infinite creator again, who encompasses everything. Everything includes temporary and eternal, finite and infinite, small and big, the illusion and the real, etc. It is tricky, to say the least, to relate to that everything and still be able to function within the dark veil here on Earth. So how to be more of our multidimensional vast self while trudging in the veil's separation program? A baby step in this process is to start to notice some ideas of who we think we are. Just catch them as they appear for you. It's not even necessary, and maybe not even possible, to immediately let them go or forgive like I was talking about. All we need to do for now is notice these programs operating. Notice that they work as us. Awareness is enough to create a little space that expands your identity. Just noticing our thoughts is an excellent start to embodying down. The idea of embodying down is not negating, but more transcending and including all the pictures and layers of who I am or who I think I am. Realize that you are not just your body. If this is true, then that begs the question, well, who am I? Or at least, what else am I? The expansion can be immediate, and it is seen that I am more than just my body. Open yourself to take in more of what your true self includes, yet maintain the appreciation and realization that your body is still a part of that self, even though a small and temporary part. Continue with all the other parts you may have confused as the whole of who you are. You are not just your personality. You are not just your role in life as a mother, father, son, daughter, business person, free spirit, seeker, defender, or any other role. You are not just your work. You are not just your thoughts. You are not just your feelings. You are not just your accomplishments. You are not just your service. You are not just the good or bad opinion of others. You are not just what you know. You are not just what you can accomplish or who you can help. You are not just your fame or your legacy. You are not just your fears or destructive programs. You are not just any of those, yet all of them are included in your experience. So keep transcending what can be you, and you may find yourself in emptiness, stillness, formlessness. This is a state that has transcended all things and has no form. This may be what Eastern thought calls Atman. It is within you, the highest you, and intimately connected to the everything, and this everything has been called in Eastern spirituality Brahman. Can you imagine yourself as this eternal being, choosing to have the unique, perilous, and separated experience of being you in a body? If you can see this in your mind, this is the basis of experience. Try this idea on. If you can do this little experiment, then while all the external parts of your life remain the same, you have the power to change everything. My friend Robert Evers said it well, and I paraphrase, "The I experience is pure awareness and undefined. It has no end. The I thought is the ego, which is defined personification of that." The realization of awareness as this ultimate truth seeks to be the goal of the spiritual path. The confusion is saying the other dimensions of our multidimensional experience is untrue, unreal, or illusion because they are subject to change or have a beginning and an end. For me, rather than not being real, they are just relative or polarized into dualities. Even though this human experience has an ending, it does not make it unreal or an illusion. It has its own reality. End quote from Robert. These ideas can transform the experience of your drama. Have you noticed that movies without drama do not sell tickets? How about this plot? A rich, young, healthy couple fall in love, get married, and then live happily ever after. Boring. Well, why is that? Well, we love the drama. The drama is our dharma. Dharma is a major concept with many meanings in the Eastern thought. It is the created order, the arrangement of the physical reality. It is divine law. It is righteousness, or the correct way to live. It is the order that makes life and the universe possible. So I will oversimplify it and say it is the programming chosen by you and for you before you were incarnated that is constantly attracting karma or actions and events that occur in your life. Karma is the result we notice from the pre-incarnate programming we agreed on. Many believe that karma is just bad things happening to us, but karma is the good and the bad things happening. Karma is just the result of action or motion. The way off the wheel of karma, as Eastern thought calls it, is to balance. See the chapter on balancing, our most important activity. Yet while we are here, these things that keep occurring for us are intended to be used as catalysts for learning and growth. In fact, every event, circumstance, or person you experience can be a catalytic opportunity to choose love and acceptance, service to others' path. Throughout this book, the emotionally poignant and bad happenings unfolding in your life will be referred to as catalysts. Recognize they are all, no matter how unpreferred, designed for your learning and growth, and transformation through experience. Proper use of a catalyst means we suspend judgment. There cease to be bad things, events, or people. We came to Earth to have the ups and the downs that offer the vibrant potential to learn certain lessons quickly. We came to Earth to experience all this intense catalyst. We wanted it to be hard so we can learn what only fire can teach. People often want to know why certain things are happening to me. What does it mean? Most ask this, seeking to find significance to their little expression in the universe. The dramatic events themselves, the catalysts of sickness, fear, oppression, and such, are neutral in meaning. There is nothing malicious in the darkness itself. They are happening due to the motion of the universe as a whole, which is where karmic propensities originate. Since everything affects everything, the whole universe being this way is why anything is happening to you. Contrary to common thinking, none of your experience has been designed to inflict punishment or torment upon you. That said, the programming in your DNA is designed to attune you to the flowing opportunities around you for optimal darkness, so that you can experience contrast and exercise your free will by choosing to forgive, accept, and love everything you are resisting, and thus completing your learning. Said another way, everything that comes to you is what you require. When the soul is out of the physical body, it goes to the astral planes and does not have its earth programs running, nor ensuing karma. This is the heavenly experience that most people have in near-death experiences, NDE. They get to step out of the veil of forgetting we are in and remember we are connected to Source and everything in the universe, freed from all our catalytic agreements. This alone is enough to feel like heaven. We will all get to experience this light-filled interim plane, and those who graduate will continue in their progress, leaving the dark veil behind. I think it's important to note that karma is not a punishment that follows you from lifetime to lifetime. Karma is the gift of the catalytic event, which tends to provoke emotional responses from us. Being able to forgive, accept, and love the fearful event, an object of desire, balances the catalyst and neutralizes its power. The defining factor of a catalyst here on Earth is that it hooks us. It gets us to want to choose fear, desire, greed, pride, and protection of separation. To balance is to imagine both the extreme negative and positive emotional experience of any catalytic event of your life, thus seeing the folly of both extreme interpretations and realizing you are neither. To balance is to reach a neutral place where all stories can be surrendered and forgiven. See more in this exercise in the section on balancing. Disease, emotional trauma, loss, and mental anguish are all a part of the experiences we do not prefer. Yet, these catalytic events allow us to experience a full spectrum of what it is to be a human. They are our teachers, helping us lay aside pre-incarnate biases in our pursuit to be like our Creator. To give some movie examples, we would never appreciate and rejoice over Harry reunited with Sally on top of the Empire State Building when Harry met Sally, unless we had watched the whole movie of them repeatedly missing each other for years and suffering from it. You are the spectator of your own real-life drama, and it's just getting good. But know that no matter how the movie ends, you still get up and leave when the movie is over. If this were your truth as well, how would you live your life differently? What if your whole life was just a holographic experience and you are sitting safely at home enjoying this experience from the avatar you currently think is your whole identity? What if the higher future version of you appreciates all of your experiences and is learning from this whole thing we call life, the ups, downs, successes and failures, hits and misses, all of it? We are not useless and lost, because just by existing, we are accomplishing our purpose with each heartfelt action and act of forgiveness, and even each self-centered manipulation. All the experiences are being used. None are wasted. We are not sick, but eternal, and no matter what happens to the body vehicle, our higher self remains whole. If this is all true, what now? What do we do? Well, this is the doing trap we encounter on our journey to find the true guide within. The doing trap is a common philosophy of the West that has caught on much of the world. The Western way is full of frantic activity and unquenchable desires for more to reach fulfillment, which tends to never come. So what do we do to wake up and then embody down? Well, the first thing to do is to set aside time to stop doing. This is the hardest thing any doer will ever do. Meditation is a primary effective tool to realize your higher self and inner workings, otherwise obscured by activity. The book, The Captain's theme, revolves around the importance of meditation. The essence of meditation is being still and watching all that arises and falls, all that is outside and within you. After seeing enough, you can stumble upon the higher you. If you do nothing more than practice regular stillness daily, this is enough to open the door to the infinite within. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10, NIV. Simple, yet not easy. These concepts of all the good and bad things of life being catalysts for our growth and ultimate good can be difficult to follow, since they contrast with the way people see life. If you have questions about the material so far or would like to reach out, please do. I'd love to hear from you. Send me a message at javonpera.com/contact. Three, connection, the one reality. Separation, the one illusion. Imagine you are rich and you decide to go on a vacation to an isolated tropical island. No electricity, no running water. You love getting away from the busy life and living simply for a while. There will be no energy spent on deciding where to eat because all you have are coconut and banana trees, a small vegetable garden, and a large bag of rice. Your only possessions are in a small backpack. This is a vacation from the frantic pace, the endless to-do list of life, and you cannot wait to get to this peaceful place. Living this way is not poverty to you, it's an opportunity to slow down that few can afford. Compare this story to that of someone wrongly accused of a crime they did not commit, sentenced to a large financial penalty which bankrupted them. Forced to serve time on a deserted island with no electricity or plumbing, they would have to survive on fruit trees, a vegetable patch, and a large bag of rice. It's the same place, yet one can experience prison and the other paradise. It's all about the perception. An idea one holds in the mind is the difference between experiences ranging from heaven to hell. Our unique relationship with perception and reason keeps us firmly planted in a world we created. The small bits of data we notice get run through our individual filters, giving us an outcome, and we call this perception. Reason assigns the meaning to this perception and deems it true. Why does one person in a crowd notice a homeless man and offer help as the rest walk by? We all have different perceptions of the same data. The type of data coming from events designed to draw out an emotional reaction is catalytic. The catalyst exists to provoke and give us the opportunity to forgive, accept, and love. The nature of the catalyst is that it is hard to do this. Important to know about the catalyst: if we ignore the programming we previously agreed to, it compiles upon itself, accentuating the difficult nature and creating suffering. For example, if you tend to get angry and are not aware of the catalyst of this mental and emotional event, then the events you choose to get angry about will continue to flow into your life until you become aware. If the lesson is still not learned and you do not forgive and accept and love what is provoking you, it tends to intensify and manifest its physical equivalent now, which anger tends to be cancerous. We can choose to use the catalyst of frustration and meet it with acceptance and love. Or we can ignore the lesson, blame the event or person for our experience, and let the programming continue to intensify until we can no longer bear it. We are apparently daring entities because the gift we give ourselves is these catalytic lessons that do not let up until fulfilled. When we blame and resist, it leads to physical disease. When we accept and love, it allows healing. In the end, many will not learn before they die. This is not a problem, though. In the astral planes, we just get to review how we did and plan to go again. There is no judgment by God or angels or anything like that. The judgment we face is just our own evaluation, no punishment, and loving encouragement by a crowd of supporters on our journey back home. So with a little awareness, we see that all human problems are not as real. I get it, the experience is real, but seeing it all as temporary learning devices really changes the game here on Earth. Even the idea of separation upon clear examination becomes more transparent. It is like seeing a deadly snake in a dark room, then turning on a light only to find it's a rope, not a snake. Once you see it's a rope, even if you turn off the light again, it's difficult to see it as a snake again. As we continue, just release, forgive all ideas that keep you separate, and you will be free. Again, simple, not easy. Forgiveness is the way we save ourselves from all our painful programs. Forgiveness is letting go of our bad and good perceptions and recognizing them as they are, just programs and propensities. In forgiveness, we can see our habits of assigning meaning to benign events and associating fear and turmoil onto others, called projection. All this we do to protect ourselves from a self-created hell. Thus, every time we forgive another, we release them and ourselves from our dark creative grip. Others are our mirror, a reflection of the world within us. Forgive our fellow humans, and the law of heaven that giving and receiving are the same is experienced. For heaven is the natural state of all the sons of God as He created them, says the Course in Miracles. Forgiveness is letting go of prior definitions and seeing everyone as part of the infinite Creator, and thus a part of our own true self. You do not need to teach anyone not to hurt their pinky finger. We tend to take care of what we think of as me. Understand that union and realize that giving anything to another is giving to yourself. Taking anything from another is taking from yourself, since you must create the stuff called separation and thus live in the suffering of separation to make it happen. Forgiveness or connection or completeness or heaven, they are all the same in that you must first give it to your neighbor before you can fully experience it. It is unlikely you will do this unless you first see yourself and the Creator in the other, and then it becomes a natural impulse. When I forgive, I bring salvation to the world because I am altering my perception of filters, which is what creates my experience in the world. It has been said that there is one Earth and 7.6 billion universes, since each human is creating their own experience. Since forgiveness is so important, where do you go to get this precious catalyst to learn these letting go lessons? Well, this is simple. You are already in it. Your experiences and difficulties are preordained. Every part of your current life is perfect for what you wanted to learn and experience during your lifetime. What you have right now is what you require. This is hard for many to accept since they suffer, but that is the nature of the lessons. Suffering, or anything less than bliss, is the signal that we have reached something else to forgive and or accept. It is important to reiterate that even if we suffer, no one is being punished. No one deserves to suffer from past mistakes. There are only lessons to be learned. Every catalyst offered in your life is from love and previously agreed on by you. Souls experiencing hell, suffering from separation, only go where their focused will, expectations, and pre-programmed propensities take them. There is only love for all entities. There is only love for you. All that has been made, our very existence, is stitched together with vibrating threads of light love by the power of love. The ability to have the experience of being separate is enabled by being connected to Source. We could not choose anything, nor even exist, unless we were intimately connected to our power source. Even if we are unaware, we are still tethered to this ultimate connection. In the end, there are none left outside to perish, because there is no such thing as outside. Apart from distortion, we are all one. And even when distorted, we are all still together, all on our way back home. Some paths just seem longer and more perilous than others. So this begs the question, why would we choose to suffer and fight for separation, for the experience of what seems like hell? Jesus answered it very succinctly. They know not what they do. Consider that most people in this third density find identity in their idea of separation. Without it, their small self, the ego persona, could not exist. This is what most people are referring to when they say me or I. Humans tend to be committed to being separate because it is the only way to preserve this me. We think becoming one, merging with Source completely, means death to our unique, separate identity. What will happen to me? This separate identity thinks it will die if it loses its individuality from everything, and this is eventually the case. But, while in the veil of forgetting, we are susceptible to attempts of the ego to find fulfillment in self-perpetuating separation, suffering loops. The ego tells the little mind, keep me safe, separate from danger, and go find happiness. Well, these two commands will keep the mind running for eternity, for the two contradict each other. By trying to be safe, it assumes that all that is unknown is dangerous, thus cutting out the labeled bad, along with the unrecognized good. But then it wants to find happiness, which has been sabotaged by cutting out all the options that appear to be dangerous, also known as different, due to them being unknown. Also, the very act of seeking happiness leads the seeker further away from it, since happiness is accepting and wanting what is already had, and is found within, not without. The ego has thus made it an impossible circular task, while in the veil it takes faith in the goodness of heaven to leave hell. It is hard to die, even if it's dying to what never lived. Once we step through death's door, the veil will be parted, and even though we are still us, we will remember that we are not separate from Source, nor from each other. Four, densities and the Earth's transition. The church group I was involved in as a kid was very sure that the rapture was near. The rapture, in case you didn't grow up in the church, was the time when all good Christians would be whisked away to be with Jesus and saved from the coming doom. Everyone was on their best behavior because it was said that this event would happen without warning. The classic rapture story is this: two would be walking, and the other would turn to see their companion was just gone. The one would be taken into heaven, and the other left to suffer through what was called the end times, where evil and the devil reigns and gets to torment those left behind on earth. For me, this narrative was a fearful motivator to follow all the rules of my religion, so I too would not be a part of that cursed group. There was even a theme song that went along with it. The last line of the chorus still echoes in my mind. And you've been left behind. This idea, the time is short, you must choose who you will serve, I suspect it's been around since mankind first started to become aware enough to consider the purpose of life and what happens when it's over. This rapture tale seems to be a recurring theme in the human story. For today, the time is up again, and the path we continue on requires a choice, which is why I wrote this book. The story has evolved, though, and this time the choice is not punitive. Eternal punishment, if you choose poorly, is not a part of the narrative. Ooh, close one. Here is the upgraded rapture story from the Law of One. It is similar to the old story in that we get ushered into higher densities, which are heavenly by all description. We are going to call it graduation, though, instead. To stay with the Earth school theme. There's a main graduation every 75,000 years or so for all the participants of this third density Earth school. More on third density later in this chapter, but for now it just means Earth life, for which we are familiar with. This main graduation is broken up into 3 parts. Every 25,000 years of reincarnations, there is a minor graduation call for those who have polarized enough on their third density path, which is Earth life, of positive service to others or negative service to self. There is a second minor graduation call for those who have polarized enough after the next 25,000 years, so 50,000 years into it now. Then the third final major graduation opportunity happens after the next 25,000 year cycle, which completes a 75,000 year cycle of reincarnating and possible learning. As the story goes, now is the time when our 75,000 year cycle is up. And according to the Law of One, now in the year 2020, we are about 60 to 660 years from this major cycle's completion and main graduation. Now, this estimate is not helpful if you want to plan to pack, but it's very precise and soon when compared to a 75,000 year cycle. But no matter when the time occurs, now is a great time to choose a path back to the Creator and make use of all our catalysts instead of suffering from it. Now, this is one of the most important parts of the whole book, so pay attention in case you missed it earlier when I introduced the idea of choosing a path. Besides the positive and the negative paths, there is a third choice. This is the choice of not choosing either. The unchosen middle, as Jesus said, will be vomited out of his mouth, which just means you will not make it to the next level of spiritual development. You will not graduate. You will take this third density separation reality school again and do the reincarnation learning cycles for another 75,000 years somewhere else. So no pressure, but have no fear. Chances are, if you are reading this, the interest of such things is a gift directly from Spirit. And even if you are not at the requirement of having the majority of your thoughts and actions for the service of others, there is still time to polarize enough through forgiveness, acceptance, and loving service to make the cut in time. Also know that this book is not your judge either. There is never a too late, so to speak, with God. And now is a wonderful time to forgive your past stories of life and people that have instigated pain and suffering in you and others. Now is a great time to accept your life as it is and start to intend the best and happiness for others. It is certainly not too late for that. And remember, this is your experience that you share with God as God's unique expression. You might as well make it a more enjoyable one for yourself. Unless you are into the dark and gloomy, painful life, which by all means, you can have it that as well. The shady characters of the world are necessary for our duality to work. How else can everyone else practice forgiveness and acceptance? We need some bad guys to be our catalyst. I enjoy the way that the Law of One lays out the history and future for our universe and everything in it, from creation to union back to the Creator. It is divided into 7 densities or levels of existence. They range from the first as mineral elements to the 7th density, which leaves a black hole as a remnant to be observed, the physical counterpart of the spiritual re-merging with the Creator. The idea of distortions of the One is that all the characters in the cosmic performance are the same one performer. We are all different expressions of the same one Creator. The one performer is living out all these expressions and all the different densities and all the different dimensions all at the same time. The reason for this whole existence that seems to be that the Creator gets to have the different experiences through us and as us, thus learning about itself. The cosmos, the galaxies, the suns, the earth, the planets, the animals, the people, the angels, the higher selves, all aspects of the one infinite Creator that is gathering experiences for itself. The 7 densities that we evolve through correlate with the 7 chakras or energy centers in our physical body. Understanding the functions of these energy centers within us allows us a glimpse into these densities that await for us. Each entity in our universe from the second density on has all 7 chakra energy centers, yet most have the higher energy centers of green, ray, and above in potential only, in an unactivated state. Here's a brief synopsis of the 7 densities. First density. The first density is of the basic building blocks of creation: wind, fire, water, and mineral. This is the least dense in spiritual energy and most dense in gross form. The further along in densities, the denser the spiritual energy gets, and the more subtle the gross forms get. In this first density, mineral and water learn from fire and wind in 2 billion-year incarnation cycles before graduating to the next density. This is the density of sleeping potential. It is characterized by the red ray, which is represented by the root or base chakra in our chemical human body. It contains the energies maintaining and creating the body and is carried at the base of our spine. Second density. The second density is of plants and animals and brings the ability for basic awareness. It is the density of reaching, just like a plant naturally reaches and grows towards the light. The second density entities have about 4.6 billion years of incarnations until ready to graduate. These life forms need this time span before attaining enough individuation as a separate entity and graduating to the third density, which starts the individual expression. This second density is of the orange ray, or the sacral chakra, and is that of individual power. The negative desire for power over the other and the acceptance of self can emanate from here. This orange ray is also the emotional center. This energy center is located just below your navel in the physical human body. Third density. The third density is the shortest density by far, with about 75,000 year incarnation cycles. This is the reality we humans exist in. This density's main characteristic is the veil of forgetting, or Maya, which does not exist in any other density before or after this one. The veil makes it possible to experience that we are separate. We forget we are connected to each other and the universe and the infinite creator, enabling us to experience the third density's catalysts, our intensified learning events. Even though these events are designed to provoke emotional reactions of fear, anger, strife, and all various sufferings, if we meet these bad experiences without any resistance, which is very counterintuitive, we open ourselves up for the learning and growth for which the catalyst was intended. If we attempt to control and resist the bad things in life, we only intensify the suffering for ourselves and trigger the catalyst to turn up its intensity. If instead we meet the bad things from life with forgiveness, acceptance, and love, the experience of horror in the third density life gets neutralized. The third density is of awakening, where we are to wake up and choose a path, service to self or others. The requirement to graduate out of third density is 51%, which is just majority of your thoughts, actions, and intentions for the service of others, or 95%, which is nearly total, to the service to self. Those who fall in the middle do not graduate but end up reincarnated into another third density planet. Start another 75,000 year cycle of reincarnations over again. The third density is represented in the yellow ray or solar plexus chakra, which is in the area behind the navel and below your rib cage. This yellow ray is the defining factor for what we call being a human. Blockages here are associated with distorted desires for power over groups and social controls. As we learn to accept and love our fellow humans and events that come our way, we will open these blocked areas and free the green ray heart center. This will simultaneously open the opportunity to activate our higher energy centers as well. Conversely, blocking the green ray heart center with the idea of separation also blocks all the higher energy centers as well. Fourth density. When we graduate into fourth density, we will be freed again from the veil of forgetting. The positive fourth density is of love and understanding. Here, the spiritual work of further polarization is supported by entering aligned groups of other graduated entities, all working together to the point of sharing one identity. The Law of One calls these groups of souls coming together to share the totality of their minds with each other a social memory complex. Once joined, they operate as one entity until moving on to the next density. In the positive fourth density, the immediate task is to further learn the love of the self through others. Since there is no veil of forgetting, it is clear to all that loving the other is loving themselves and God, which leads to extreme devotion to service. The Law of One says the closest thing to suffering in this positive service to others world is having to stop serving the other just long enough to eat. So, in the contrast of Earth life, this is basically no suffering. The fourth density's cycle lasts about 90,000 years before the chance to graduate to the next density. Death is not feared here, as it is seen as it really is, just an exchange of vehicles on your journey back to the Creator. The fourth density is of the green ray at the heart chakra. As a yellow ray human, the key to unlocking all the other higher rays and chakras is to open this heart energy center. To do so, one must forgive, accept, and love everything. All events, each catalyst, and every person in your life, as if they are the infinite Creator itself, come to teach and love you. And this is literally true. John 1:1 says, all that exists comes from the original Logos, or the Word, which is of God. There cannot be light without darkness, so even the dark and the negative are servants and expressions or distortions of the Creator. The great tool for this opening of the heart, Green Ray Center, is forgiveness, which is letting go of the stories and meaning that we have put on all the neutral catalysts that are constantly being gifted to us due to our reincarnated programming and agreements. We are in a unique experience for our part of the universe, since the Earth itself has transitioned as well from a third density yellow ray planet to a fourth density green ray planet. The Earth is not an inanimate object. She is a living entity and a powerful creative force in the image of her infinite Creator, just like us. She has very recently graduated to the fourth density of love. The Earth is now a bridge planet, as she currently houses third density beings in the midst of their decision-making process, along with fourth density entities who have already chosen the love and service to others path. The pure green ray bodies are much denser with light. Eastern traditions have called this fourth density body the rainbow body. Sufism calls it the supra-celestial body. Taoists call it the diamond body. Yogic schools call it the divine body. Egyptians called it Ak. And finally, in the Hermetic corpus, it is called the immortal body. After Jesus rose from the dead, it was not his chemical body that he came back in. It was this fourth density body that he reappeared in. Since the Earth has chosen her path, our third density population remaining will naturally die off, leaving the Earth with only vibrational match, which will be the fourth density green ray serves to others' entities. Those that don't end up graduating and need to retake their third density school again will end up on different planets that will be able to host a third density being. But our Earth will be the new Earth told of by many spiritual traditions. It will be just like all the stories of heaven that I was told growing up. I'm excited for it. Many of those being born now and in our recent history are from higher densities. Since we are so close to this grand graduation, they have come for the show and all the wonderful catalysts available here. Many of these entities possess a dual body. They have both a yellow ray chemical and a green ray body. You would not always know it either. These are often the disruptive youth who are resisting our formal systems of separation and fear and scarcity. These dual bodies allow these people access to some of the mental abilities that will be common in the green ray Earth, like telepathy and telekinesis. The Law of One hints that for Earth to make the complete transition to fourth density and have just green ray fourth density body residents, there will be a fallow season on the Earth without any humans at all living on it. And by the way we treat each other and the planet, we are on track to destroy ourselves and create that fallow time sooner than later. It also says that even if your green ray heart chakra has opened and you have positively polarized enough to graduate already, you must still leave your yellow ray chemical body behind. In other words, your physical body must still die to graduate. So, sorry, no rapture or jumping on a spaceship. But remember, it is just your current vehicle, clunky in comparison. You are going to love the upgrade to come. Fifth density. Love and wisdom leads to martyrdom. This, of course, is not bad, yet dying does end the service of that vessel. The fifth density takes on the higher learning of light and wisdom. Lessons here are mostly learned as an individual, unlike the prior density. So the social memory complex groups break back up into their individual souls. This density is represented in our human body by the blue ray, energy throat center, the center of true communication, and the first access point into intelligent infinity. Sixth density. The sixth density teaches unity, where love and wisdom are blended back together. It is here that those committed to serving the infinite creator by the negative service to self path abandon this negative way, as they learn that they cannot further master unity without opening their hearts to loving service to others. Thus, the left-hand path ends here, and all merge and continue on the right-hand path or positive path. Entities develop in the understanding and union with intelligent infinity in this density for about 75 million years before the chance to graduate. This density is associated with the indigo ray on the human forehead, accessed by activating the pineal gland. Seventh density. The seventh density is unity. It is a gateway density in which we become one with all and give up any separate identity. This density is that of timelessness and foreverness. This is the classic goal of enlightenment, merging back to the true self without the confusion of all the layers of separate identity. This density is associated with the crown chakra on the top of the head. The octave. The eighth density is the start of another octave in another first density, where the infinite creator has started another universe from its infinite energy potential. Five, dimensions and calibrating consciousness. In the following pages, I will attempt to overlay the idea of these 7 densities onto the spiritual teachings of Sir David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD. Dr. Hawkins miraculously came up with calibrating the different levels of consciousness into our current reality. This section has been helpful for my mind to have a story in linear progression to grasp and understand the unity of experiences and how they all came from the same source, just different frequencies. It has been another great tool for me to embody down my awakening. As a human race, we are evolving out of the need to be in fear to protect ourselves. We are free to engage in love, realizing a friendly universe at our service. Awareness, consciousness, God is calling us back home, back to where we began. We are fully becoming again what we already ultimately are. You are not just anything. You are light, love, consciousness, and awareness itself. There is now a wide open portal for us humans. We have the capacity to follow suit with Jesus and Buddha, operating at higher levels of awareness. The key is a desire and spiritual will to do so. Within yourself, you must create a clear intention and answer the call to do and let go of whatever it takes to ascend. And God will meet you there. David Hawkins was a successful psychiatrist and awakened spiritual teacher that was given by spirit arbitrary levels to measure consciousness in the human experience. The measurements go from 1 to 1,000, 0 representing death at the bottom of the chart, all the way up to 700 plus, which represents the levels of enlightenment at the top of the chart. Hawkins said the height of calibrated consciousness that human protoplasm could handle in the third density was a calibration level of 1,000. He said that Jesus Christ and Buddha were at a level of calibration of 1,000. Since Hawkins' death, Earth has shifted into a fourth density planet, and many high resonating entities are incarnating right now due to the graduation time and the vast opportunities to polarize by service to others. This in time and ensuing global energetic shift is supporting some upgrades for our physical chemical body to handle even more light than the former highest calibration of 1000. Nevertheless, I will use Hawkins' scale as he wrote it, since it is helpful to see the beautiful play of incarnation as just different distortions or frequencies of love light energy. It's just like the low E string on a guitar. It's not the bad string. The high E string is not the good string. The lower and higher vibrations make up a splendid orchestra in which we participate. All the vibrations, all the sounds together make up a lovely picture or lovely music. And here's the model to see this. An important note on Hawkins' scale: it's logarithmic. This means going from a calibration level of 20 to 21 is not just an addition of 1, but is a multiple higher, or 10 times the energy. So every point increase on the scale is an order of magnitude increase. I will abbreviate these levels of calibrations with LOC, since it's easier to say and I say it a lot. Being logarithmic, it's important to consider because it shows going from a calibration of shame, which is at the LOC 29, to guilt at the LOC 31, is likened to 1,000 times the energy. That's a big deal. We're celebrating and helping somebody still in the dregs of such a low vibration, like the LOC of 30 guilt, to see the progress that they've made and that there is hope and a glorious reality still available for them. Then there are the dimensions. The dimensions are worlds within worlds. Humans are so curious about alien life and if there's other life out there. Yet, never mind out there, we have no idea of the alien life right here, not even a breath away. There are layers of worlds that pass through and live amongst us and even live within each other. These worlds have to do with what we experience, as in multi-dimensions that all exist right now, right here. We are multidimensional beings living in multidimensional worlds. As a simple example of multiple dimensions that are in the same place, take the beginning of that Pixar movie Up. There on that animated rickety old porch, the old man Carl meets the young wilderness explorer scout Russell. Widower Carl shows up in a dimension that is fixed, rigid, hard set in old ways, and unable to see past his loss of the special person he thought was his whole life. Young Russell, in contrast, shows up in a dimension that is by comparison vibrant, unabashed, brave, daring, open, fluid, trusting, and adventurous. Carl sees young Russell through his own dimension's filters as stubborn and requiring resistance. Russell sees Carl through his dimension's filters as lovable, open, and worthy of offering his life in service. The two worlds both exist at the same time on that same small porch, operating separately, yet together. Carl soon releases the iron grip he had on his ideas and stories about life and swiftly experiences the wondrous dimension that Russell lives in. That wonderful new world was not created. It had always been there for Carl. The movie shows flashbacks of Carl and how he knew that wondrous world when he was a kid, but lost it because he was not able to integrate the pain of a lost loved one. Russell helps Carl integrate with his own wide-open heart, fully accepting and serving the other in unconditional love. Dimensions are like this story. It does not have to be that you're blasted into another universe and nothing is the same. All the superficial parts of the world that the lower resonance dimension recognizes remain. There is just another subtle layer that adds more depth perception. This layer will come into focus as we raise our awareness and access the experience of higher resonance while in the exact same place. This is important to know since you have the capacity to shift dimensions at will. Shifting dimensions is as simple as shifting our focus, which will shift our context. If we change the context, the content of our world changes. If we think the world is a dangerous place, which is context, we see the unfamiliar as dangerous and an enemy, which is content. If we think the world is safe and friendly, context, then all we meet are all friends all day long and teachers helping us along, content. This is a dimensional shift. The more familiar you become with this concept, the more you realize that content is insignificant compared to context. This material is an aid to instantly transform your world without changing one bit of content. The content is the catalyst, the neutral happening from our programming, which is designed by our higher self to give us the opportunity to forgive, accept, and love more effectively. The ensuing potentially emotionally charged experiences are what make Schoolroom Earth the most intense school in the galaxy. The value of such exercises is the work of mastering the art of balancing, so see that section. When we learn to do this with the painful and difficult third density catalysts we have, we compress time and greatly polarize toward the goal of loving service to others. Why do bad things happen to good people? Well, it's an age-old question. It is our third density distortion we have of fear and separation that makes things seem bad and makes acceptance and loving service so difficult, yet so powerful. When we polarize toward the positive while still in this distortion, we greatly increase our ability to do spiritual work. If we practice acceptance and love for everything, we rapidly get to where the catalysts of this world no longer instigate emotional reactions within us. All that is left at this point is love for others and ourselves, both seen as expressions of the infinite creator. At this point, when the catalysts no longer serve us, we will finally move on, graduating from this third density school. I have taken some liberties in this next section to overlay the law of one, densities, and a few of the dimensions over the general descriptions of the Hawkins calibration levels, 0 to 1000, so it's easier to comprehend. 6. Third density. To recap the densities, density 1 is where mineral and water learn from fire and wind in 2 billion year cycles. Density 2 is living organisms, from bacteria to animals, that are all reaching and moving towards the light. Density 3 is where entities become aware of their own awareness and can make the choice for the path to serve self or others. This third density is where we will experience all the following dimensions and levels of consciousness, which I'll call LOC. Here is an important note on the level of calibration, examples from Dr. Hawkins that come after each LOC section. Calibrating is usually done through muscle testing. You can do an internet search on how to muscle test and find how this works if you're not familiar. I have a video on my YouTube channel on the muscle testing as well. Muscle testing taps into the knowing that resides within you on a physical, cellular level. Just like mitochondria in a petri dish moves away from poison and towards what is good and it can absorb, our body inherently knows helpful true versus harmful not true. So when we hold things in our mind, we can get a true, which will be a strong response or feeling, or a not true, which will be a weak response or feeling when muscle testing. This strong or weak sensation is felt within the body and requires some practice to get accurate answers. As you will learn in the section to come, it also requires that you calibrate over LOC 200, which is the level of courage, and is also the threshold from force into true power, tapping into spirit and this knowing that I speak of. Below LOC 200 is where the ego still reigns, and it is impossible to be in a neutral place, so the results would be biased. Another aspect of how muscle testing works is that we all share the same consciousness. We are not separate beings. In reality, we're all connected. Muscle testing allows you to get to that primal place of connection, which is not a part of thought. It's where you know true from not true. You are not reasoning to get these answers. Your body tells you through being weak or strong. If we practice getting in a completely neutral place, a meditative empty place, we can muscle test and get true strong responses and not true weak responses, which gives us our yes or no answers about anything, really. Another fascinating thing is that all that has ever happened has been recorded. There is nothing that has ever gone unnoticed. Consciousness has a record of all of it. So you can ask about anything as long as you're in a neutral place and your calibration is over 200. Dr. Hawkins' book, Power versus Force, is worth the read and gets deep into this topic. Being able to do accurate muscle testing is a wonderful and magical opportunity. It's worth the practice to get down. Finding an LOC about something I want to find out about would go something like this. I would make a statement, not a question, that's an important part, like, the level of calibration between 1 and 1,000 of the serial killer Jack the Ripper was less than 20. This is better explained in the video I did, but you're looking to get a strong or a weak response. You can do many different physical things to do this. And you can just pay attention also to the strength or weakness in your own body. Some of the ways is you can outstretch your arm and have someone push down on it, or you can test on yourself, try to pry your fingers open, or you can just pay attention to your body feeling the weakness or the strength of the statement, just to name a couple ways. If I say that statement and I am strong, then I take it as true. If I am weak, then it's not true. So let's say it's true. Then I can narrow it down with another statement, like Jack the Ripper's level of consciousness was 15. So if I go weak, then it's not true. Jack the Ripper's level of consciousness was 6. Now, if I'm strong, so I take that as true. His LOC was 6. Again, the process of muscle testing to tap into universal knowledge requires a place of surrender. If one has a strong idea or an outcome they need, it's natural and easy to influence the outcomes. This material and calibrated examples are directly from Dr. Hawkins' muscle testing. There's also some additional complexity to accurate outcomes, as people have an LOC as a person, and they also have an LOC as the role that they play. Like the President of the United States may be calibrated at 300, which is neutrality, but the person who has that role can maybe be at pride, which is at 190. 2 different LOCs for the same person, depending on how you hold them in your mind when you calibrate them, the person or the role, and the difference is your mind. There are Facebook groups and the other social media groups that you can join and start practicing this and get better. Just get in that meditative state and practice. You'll get more and more accurate as you do. It's certainly an art to get accurate information, and Dr. Hawkins was the master. 7. The third dimension. Energy level of calibrations 0 to 199. The third dimension is the normal human life that most of the world still sees as the only reality. It is made of the gross form, like our human bodies, that is less spiritually dense, less integrated with love, light, energy. It is here where the third density chemical body and all that fulfills its needs and wants are prevalent. This is the dimension where we compare our physical body vehicle to the others and make judgments about true identity, where we think the accumulation of dollars and trinkets will bring fulfillment and safety, and where horrific experiences are embellished and pushed by the media in hopes for our viewership. The third dimension is one of survival, and the height of what you can accomplish is pride, LOC 199. The main disadvantage of an LOC below courage 200 is that you cannot tell the difference between truth and falsehood, and that is a big disadvantage. This is the basic reason millions of people have submitted themselves to the murdering megalomaniac rulers of the countries in recent history. Here in the year 2020, there is a global push for things that could very well not be true, but have been communicated as true and life-giving. It's really helpful to know true from false. Here's a basic description of the major milestones in the levels of calibration from 0 to 1000. Note, all of the calibration examples listed are from David Hawkins and are just possible content to understand the context of the progression of energy. His perspective certainly could have been influenced on the levels. I include them mainly to get a feel of what the LOC can look like. LOC 0, death. The baseline of 0 is death. The serial killer, Jack the Ripper, had an LOC of 6. Another example, the action of condemning a fellow human to hell has an LOC of 15. LOC 20, shame. The level of shame is close to death. Many steeped in shame have chosen conscious or passive suicide by choosing not to take steps to prolong life. In shame, we slink away, believing we have been found out by the world to be as worthless and loathsome as we feared. Examples, death row has an LOC of 20. LOC 30, guilt. Guilt shows up as remorse, unforgiveness, and victimhood. This has been a popular tool to try to make another guilty through manipulation and punishment and get them to submit. Examples, the Nazi concentration camp has an LOC of 30. Adolf Hitler had an LOC of 45. LOC 50, apathy. This level is characterized by poverty, despair, hopelessness. The world and the future are bleak. It is a state of helplessness, a neediness along with a lack of energy needed to help themselves to the resources that may be available. Death through passive suicide, which is intentionally not doing the activities that keep you alive, can be common. Examples: the slums as a location to live has an LOC of 50. Benito Mussolini had an LOC of 50. LOC 75, grief. This is the level of sadness, loss, depression, chronic mourning, and remorse. Here live habitual losers, those who accept failure as part of their lifestyle, resulting in the loss of jobs, gambling problems, loss of friends, family, opportunity, money, and health. In grief, one sees sadness everywhere. It puts a dark shade over the whole world. Again, bringing context in, it is important to note that although the LOC at grief is sad, it still has exponentially more energy to it than the previous LOC of apathy has. If we realize the increased flow of energy, even if this emotional state is still not a preferred one, it opens the door to continued progression. Dr. Hawkins talks about when someone is truly apathetic and unwilling to eat, when they begin to cry, they are raising in calibration or energy flow from LOC 50 apathy to at least the LOC of 75 grief. This is a sign that they're getting better. Once they start to cry, they will begin to eat again. This understanding supports an open heart, even in the darkness of lower calibrations. Some examples: Saddam Hussein, dictator of Iraq, had an LOC of 90. LOC 100, fear. At this level, there is enough life energy to accomplish what most of the world considers a successful life. The fear of danger is helpful for specific purposes. It can be this energy that enables a mom to lift a car that had fallen on a loved one. The fear of enemies, of lack, of death, and of rejection from the tribe are still basic motivators for much of humanity. From this level, the world is dangerous, full of traps and threats. Even though rising from grief to fear is helpful to create and run a whole world, if it remains the focus, it will still consume the newly built life. Unless transcended, new relationships requiring free expansion to flourish get consumed and squashed by jealousy and paranoia. It takes energy to rise above fear and get to desire. Since the oppressed are not aware of this required energy, they need aid or will remain stuck. So, the fearful constantly and unconsciously seek strong leaders who appear to have conquered their own fear to lead them out of slavery. The precarious part for the fearful is that they cannot tell true from false. Remember, this comes after LOC 200, courage. And often they get tricked into submitting to further abuse by confusing one demonstrating egoic confidence and arrogance for a savior. This confusion has led millions to death and destruction in recent history at the hands of sociopathic, megalomaniac rulers like Hitler or Stalin. Worry and anxiety are both forms of fear with no object to focus that energy on. It does not produce the desired outcome, which is protection. Both just separate us from the awareness and the higher truth that all things are working for our good. Example, Colts have an LOC of 120. LOC 125, desire. Desire drives a person with an intense fire with the promise to fulfill the desire, but the end does not lead to fulfillment. It only stokes desire's flames and lusts for more to consume. Desire cannot fulfill its promise of happiness. The objects it promises are like the pictures of toys that are inside the sugar cereals that are marketed towards children. "I want that," the kid yells as he sees happiness in the image of the smiling child with the toy pictured on the box. The moment the object is fulfilled, however, the moment the little toy is received, desire quickly starts looking for another object to direct its attention. Desire is a powerful motivator as it provides the energy needed to exert great effort to achieve goals. The desire for sex, money, prestige, and power runs many lives who have risen above fear. It is desire that facilitates addiction, a craving that is more important than life itself. The victims of desire are often unaware of their underlying motives. They think their desires for attention will get them a loving relationship. Yet, when they stay obedient to its fickle demands, instead of finding love, they drive their object of attention away with ever-changing new demands. This provokes the demise of the ideal relationship, promised by desire. Desire itself is addictive, and it is clear it does not work. The afflicted still hold on to the desire instead of cherishing the real life they have. Desire does not want your happiness or fulfillment. Desire wants you ever searching, ever longing, ever empty, ever striving. It needs this condition to survive. Eternal desiring. Again, notice the contrast and additional movement available from the rise in energy from the lower states of apathy, grief, and even fear. It is a progression in energy. Desire is where wanting begins, which leads to achievement, which sets us up for higher levels of consciousness. Example, prostitution has an LOC of 140. LOC 150, anger. As people begin to desire and want things, they can quickly grow frustrated from not attaining them. This frustration is a form of anger and is another increased surge of energy. Anger can be used by those stuck in lower LOC levels to burst them free from those lower vibrational gravities. Rising up to the LOC of 150, anger feels powerful. Often, people revert to anger as an automatic response to any of the lower energy states, as it gives a false sense of control. If they feel sad, get angry. If they feel alone, get angry. If they feel wanting, get angry. If they are vulnerable in any way, get angry. This burst of energy gets them moving and gives the idea that they are doing something with their life. The danger in lingering here is that anger often expresses itself as resentment and revenge. If held onto too tightly, it can lead to hatred, which is like a raging river running through a valley. It'll erode a deep chasm and cut through all areas of a person's life. If used effectively, anger can propel us up and out toward becoming conscious. Examples, white supremacy has an LOC of 150. Radical extremists tend to be around 160 LOC. LOC 175, pride. This is the first level where people begin to feel positive. Self-esteem is created here, which helps the healing process for all the pain experienced at the previous lower levels. Once LOC 175 pride is reached, a person feels good and starts to think they look good too. Pride is the most powerful state in the third dimension. As an example, the U.S. military is run on an LOC 175, pride. Pride generally has a good reputation here in Western culture. Yet, as we see from the levels of consciousness, it remains below the critical LOC 200, courage. Despite this large increase in power, pride is very vulnerable because it is still dependent on external conditions and the continued force mustered by the ego personality, which is the personal will. Since conditions are always changing, when those dependent upon a result suddenly fail, it causes the personality to lose its strength and fall back to lower LOCs again. Proverbs 16:18, King James Version, describes as well. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Thus, the inflated, prideful ego is vulnerable to attack and knows it can revert back into shame, which triggers fear to rise since it knows this is possible and a loss that is near. The lower states we have covered all exist together and are intertwined together simultaneously. The instability of pride is from arrogance and denial, blocking growth and the acquisition of real power, which begins at the next major milestone, LOC 200, courage. Some examples. U.S. Marine Corps has an LOC of 175. Fidel Castro was at 185. Wall Street has an LOC of 190. 8. The fourth dimension. Energy level calibrations 200 to 499. Even though it is just 1 point in the scale from 199 to 200, this is a momentous jump. It is when a personality gains access to the fourth dimension. As David Hawkins describes, it is the step from force into power. This is the beginning of awareness of our access to the power of God, the infinite intelligence, and love light that runs the whole show. This progression is facilitated by forgiveness, or letting go. We let go of our old stories and context for the world and ourselves. In this fourth dimension, for the first time, we start to enliven our faculties to become aware of and utilize the power of God to accomplish things. This is infinitely more efficient and more joyful than the previous methods below LOC 200 courage, which were facilitated by sheer force of a stubborn personal will. Alcoholics Anonymous has a saying called white knuckle sobriety. It means you're not drinking alcohol, which was the basic goal, but you still really want to. You are accomplishing your superficial goal of sobriety, but your life has none of the joyous benefits that you were promised. You still have all of your problems, but now it is without the one numbing escape method that temporarily gave relief from an unbearable life. This is force, the only solution below integrity, which is LOC 200. Force in this context is the pressure from the personality ego to get what it wants. Power in this context is the energetic and unseen flow of love light energy from infinite intelligence. If force and power come up against each other, the battle is comical. Force in this confrontation would be like a stick figure drawn with big muscles and armor and weapons that is now going to fight the hand that drew it. Power does not compete with force. True power loves force as one of its beloved creations. Force then returns the love with competition, however fruitless it is. At LOC 200, something is unlocked in the soul that allows the personality to experience their spirit within and the power that is already working to change and sustain in the world. In his book Power versus Force, Dr. Hawkins tells of Mahatma Gandhi, who calibrated at LOC 760. Enlightenment is LOC 700 and above. This high calibration was so powerful that it was able to subdue the greatest force on earth at the time, which was the British Army, which calibrated in the force of pride at 190. It was Gandhi versus the whole British Army. The British Army flexed their muscles, and Gandhi sat still, emanating power. History tells the result of that battle. The British Army soon tired, surrendered, and retreated. One way of looking at this seemingly progression is the removal of formerly accepted identities about ourselves. These are our masks. Acquiring these high levels of consciousness is discovering yet another mask under the one that you're wearing already. You only realize you are wearing a mask when you notice the one underneath. Each new mask discovered allows you to surrender the previous one, which, once removed, is like turning up our personal flow of the infinite power source that is continuously shining forth. The more masks we wear, the more blockages we have to the power within. The more we realize and remove these masks, the more awareness and access we give ourselves to the power. Here are the descriptions of the arbitrary calibrated levels within the fourth dimension. LOC 200, Courage. Once you step past the force of pride, you walk through a portal into the fourth dimension. You are immediately met by courage. This is the level of empowerment, exploration, accomplishment, and determination. Morality begins at this level. This is doing what is understood as right because of the intrinsic value of it, not just the fear of what will happen if you do not do it. Here we lay down the crippling fear of repercussions of the wrong way of doing something, or pride's worst outcome of looking bad. Instead, we do good because doing good starts to feel good. At the lower levels below LOC 200, the world is seen as hopeless, sad, frightened, or frustrating. But passing through this threshold is exciting, challenging, stimulating. Courage implies the willingness to engage in new things, even though we are still afraid or angry or have lingering resistance. At this level, there is sufficient energy to face that crippling fear and anxiety that still may be there. New skills are learned to move past current ability levels as opposed to being the victim who populates the lower levels. People at this level are regenerative, adding back into the world as much as they take out. The lower levels of consciousness require constantly to be taking energy from society without the ability or willingness to reciprocate. Because accomplishments and courage result in positive feedback, self-reward and esteem become progressively self-reinforcing. A person encouraged finds themselves productive in the pursuit of worthy ideals for the first time in their life. An example, Harry Potter, the character of J.K. Rowling, has an LOC of 200. Andy Warhol and Warren Buffett, they're at LOC 200. LOC 250, neutrality. Stepping into the LOC of neutrality allows us to loosen our grip on ways that no longer serve us. We finally become aware and find another way. The beginning of inner confidence develops as one's power is sensed. We are no longer easily intimidated since we are no longer driven to prove anything. We can adopt the mantra that we are independent of the good or bad opinion of others. We can be freed of much of the baggage we've been carrying. The view here is that the ups and downs of life will all work out, and it's okay. I'm just to stay fluid and flexible. There is a sense of well-being and a confident capability to live in the world that is now experienced as mostly safe. People at the LOC of 250 become easy to get along with, safe to be around, disinterested in conflict or competition. They are comfortable and emotionally undisturbed. Their attitude is non-judgmental and without the need to control others with guilt or any other means. They also are able to not receive the gift of guilt that others attempt to give them for the purpose of control. Freedom is experienced. Thus, someone who makes it to neutrality is hard to manipulate. The act of gardening has an LOC of 250. Being cordial, warm, patient is LOC 255. The Larry King Show, the live talk show, was at 295. LOC 310, willingness. As we become increasingly aware of our limiting beliefs, we can let go of stories and other blockages, which allows the flow of available energy to increase. This flow pushes us past neutral and into the LOC 310, willingness. Here, success in all endeavors becomes common and rapid. At this level, we overcome inner resistance to life, freely participating, and a great opening to achieve is created. We become genuinely friendly. Social and economic success seems to flow automatically. The willing are not troubled by unemployment, for they will take a job when they have to, or create a career or self-employment for themselves. They are not put off by starting at the bottom. They are helpful to others and contribute to the good of society. They are willing to face inner issues and do not have major learning blocks. Self-esteem is high and is reinforced by recognition, appreciation, and reward. Willingness is sympathetic and responsive to the needs of others. Willing people are builders and the power source for society. There is energy to bounce back from adversity, self-correct, and learn from experience. Having let go of pride, they can learn from their own defects and from others. Examples: the Big Brother, Big Sister charity is at LOC 310. Working out to be healthy is at the LOC 320. The Olympic Games are at 340. LOC 350, acceptance. One at acceptance gains an understanding that they are creating the experience of their life. Taking such responsibility gives the capacity to live harmoniously with the forces met. People below courage tend to be powerless and see themselves as victims at the mercy of life and all their external problems. To realize the source of happiness is within oneself reveals love and empowers the ability to move out of any unpreferred place or state. Acceptance is not being passive, which is LOC 20, apathy. Acceptance gives the power to change and allows engagement in life on life's terms with the tools that life brings without trying to change the world to make us happy, which is impossible. Acceptance brings emotional calm. The perception of life is widened. Distortions are laid aside. Right and wrong arguments are given up, and attention is refocused on resolving issues. Long-term goals take precedence over short-term ones. Self-discipline and mastery gain priority. Rigidity, discrimination, and intolerance are let go. Acceptance transcends and includes old patterns rather than resisting and rejecting. Some examples: fortune cookie messages are at LOC 350. The Salvation Army is at LOC 375. The Red Cross is at 380. Sam Walton, Walmart founder, 380. I Love Lucy, the TV show, LOC 395. LOC 400, Reason. At this level, one is capable of handling large, complex amounts of data. This ability aids in making rapid and correct decisions. This is the level of science, medicine, conceptualization, and comprehension. The intricacies of relationships start to make sense. There is an understanding of the fine distinctions that make human interactions different from animals. Knowledge and education are sought as the primary thing of value. Understanding and information are the main tools of accomplishment. The United States is about an LOC of 420, which has enabled it to be a worldwide technological, industrial, and business leader. This is considering most other countries have been far below, many below, the integrity of LOC 200, which causes self-sabotage. Each new step up in evolution brings with it new forms of challenges that must be overcome. The challenge with this new skill set based on reason is distinguishing the complex mental symbols used to understand life with the actual person or event the symbols represent. For one entrenched in reason, the created system or reality in their head is often chosen instead of the flesh and blood standing before them. The system in one's subjective reality can be preferred since it's more controllable and reliable than an unpredictable person or circumstance. It is easier to love the fantasy of your online significant other that you're messaging than the new spouse that has just rearranged all your stuff in the house to their preference. At LOC 400, there can be confusion between the objective and the subjective world, since the subjective capacities have made their internal structure so real. This is being lost in our heads. The mentalization can cause one to lose the forest for the trees, to become infatuated with concepts and theories, ending up with just intellectualism and missing the real details available to engage with the world. Although reason is highly effective in a technical world where the methodologies of logic dominate, reason itself, paradoxically, is the major block at LOC 400 to reaching higher levels of consciousness. Transcending this level has been relatively uncommon up till now, since the trusted gauge of reality is reason itself. Reason convinces the beholder that there is nothing else to behold, nothing else out there, save what has already been reasoned, thus becoming circular. Examples: Ayn Rand, the Russian writer, George H.W. Bush, Richard Nixon, EST, which is Werner Erhard's transformational organization, Ernest Hemingway, all were at LOC 400. Joseph Campbell was at 410. Leo Tolstoy was at 420. The United States of America is at about LOC 420. Physical surgical intervention or surgery, psychiatry, and internal medicine are all about 440. Dwight D. Eisenhower, George Washington, Archimedes, Homer, the Roman author, not the cartoon, Charles Darwin are all at 455 LOC. William Shakespeare and Blaise Pascal were at 465. And the height of reason, Sigmund Freud, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Stephen Hawking, and Franklin D. Roosevelt were all at the LOC 499. 9. The fifth dimension. Energy level calibrations 500 to 599. Stepping across the threshold of 499 into 500 is again stepping into a whole new dimension, the world of love. As before, we do not delete our past, we transcend and include it. It is at least intellectually known that giving selflessly is impossible in its true sense, since giving to others feels good. That is self-serving, which is wonderful. It has the intrinsic value of giving to myself, as we are all a part of the same infinite creator. It is when a soul's earthly expression gets to LOC 500 that they can experience it, though. Here, one has the ability to turn and look back at all the experiences that have calibrated below the LOC 200 courage and see that they are all temporary and can be let go when they no longer serve, allowing them to dissolve into the nothingness from which they came. In love, we start to become aware of the connection to Source and sense the mind and the feelings of all creatures. Once one is connected in this way, it is internally compelling to do what is good for all sentient beings. Purifying this experience will lead you to realize you need nothing, and then you want nothing, thus leading to seeking nothing. You know the separate personal self, the earthly expression that remains, is just a helpful transistor radio of sorts for the higher version of yourself. You receive abundance directly from Source. There is no other condition needed. You only have abundance to give. You only are abundance. Your body starts to expand to include all of humanity and all creatures. You realize you are the beloved of God. It's important to be reminded that as we progress up the scale of consciousness in this third density, that we're not talking about graduation into the fourth density, which requires we leave our current chemical body or die. This is about activating the higher energy centers right here. We are transcending and including all the experiences and the potentials in the world we are currently living in. This means once we gain access to this fifth dimension, we probably will get pulled back into the lower fourth and even the third dimensional states. We still have all our former third density catalyst programming running that does not stop. But having those lower experiences of fear and separation does not have to be a problem anymore, unless we believe our mind's commentary that it is a problem. While our expression of the infinite creator, which is just the personality, is still engaging on Earth, there is no restriction to any experience in this third density that it has to offer for our service. All experiences are a gift for us to learn. They are all servants here to be used as a catalyst to choose acceptance and loving service as we engage in our show of lights. To get to this LOC 500 love state and above, the traditional spiritual aspirant in the East would look for a teacher to help. They would search for the guru, the dispeller of darkness, a guru that has achieved LOC 540 plus unconditional love, helps others within their aura to raise up and feel this resonance by borrowing their state, and then find these higher resonance within. Once in the fifth dimension, the reality that there is only one guru starts to surface. This one is within. We need not seek outside for this help. We must simply look deeper. All that is needed is subtle tuning to remove the energetic blocks and layers we have put up ourselves. The great gurus of history have always said that they were just the finger pointed to the moon, encouraging us along to find the true guru hidden within. Entering this fifth dimension, we can see that giving up the illusion of our own self-sufficiency and separate nature is to give up nothing. It's like saying, I'm not sure if I can trust this chair to hold me up that I've been successfully sitting on my entire life. You can fear that it might drop you in the future, but that is creating a reality that does not exist. Our higher source assures that we have what we require for this journey, designed for our growth. LOC 500, love. Entering this dimension of love changes everything. The previous world of the intellect was ruled by the mind, but now you are entering into the domain of the heart. The mind tends to separate you in your creation. The heart has the capacity to draw and lift others in and up from its purity of motive. Love has the capacity to discern essence, which is the center of focus. Reason bogs down knowing anything by analyzing data, the content of externalities. Love bypasses reason and bypasses the content and can directly recognize the context behind a situation. Reason deals only with parts, whereas love deals with the whole. Love focuses on the goodness of life in all its expressions and dissolves negativity by recontextualizing it rather than by attacking it. True happiness is experienced here. Examples: a cat's purr and a dog's wagging tail. Not the dog or the cat, but the purr or the wagging tail is an LOC of 500. Doctors Without Borders is at a LOC of 500. Ronald Reagan was at 502. Johnny Cash and Bob Dylan was at 504. The music of Ludwig van Beethoven, 510. And the Thanksgiving holiday has an LOC of 515. 540, joy. At this energy level, love becomes unconditional and is experienced as joy. This is not the pleasure of a favorable outcome. It is a constant way of being in all things and moments. In this state, love says to someone that previously seemed to be attacking, "Sure, if I were you, that would make perfect sense. I get it, and I accept you." Love allows for all things to be good as they are without the need to change them according to reason's criteria. This level of energy rapidly dissolves the ego's resistance and constant need to protect. At this level of joy, one is experienced as innocent. Healing, patience, persistence in adversity, and overflowing compassion for others are signs of joy. From this level, the world and everything in it are seen as beautiful and perfect. Things in preferred circumstances happen effortlessly and are perceived to be expressions of love and divinity. One has a sense of responsibility for others and is moved with a desire to benefit all lives rather than particular individuals. This capacity to love many simultaneously is accompanied by the discovery that the more one loves, the more one can love. Some examples: Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the musician; George Harrison; Socrates, the founder of AA Bill Wilson; the organization AA itself; and Charles Dickens' writings all were at 540. The movie Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon about St. Francis of Assisi is at 550. Abraham Lincoln and Leonardo da Vinci were both at 565. The song Amazing Grace is at 575. Martin Luther was at 580. Louis Armstrong was at 590. Stonehenge in Wiltshire in Great Britain is at 599. Ten. The sixth dimension. Energy level calibrations 600 to 699. 600. Peace. This level of consciousness is associated with the experience designated by such terms as transcendence, self-realization, and God consciousness. It has become common for individuals at this level to remove themselves from the world, as the state of bliss that ensues makes ordinary activity difficult. Those with the karmic agreements to stay and serve humanity become spiritual teachers or work anonymously in loving service. Perception at and above this level is sometimes reported as occurring in slow motion, suspended in time and space. Though nothing is stationary, all is alive and radiant. There is a silence in the mind which has stopped conceptualizing. Everything is connected to everything else by a presence, a grace, whose power is infinite intelligence itself. Some examples: the Catholic mystic Meister Eckhart was at 600. A Course in Miracle, the workbook, is at 600. The Bill of Rights by James Madison and the U.S. Constitution is at 640. 11. The seventh dimension. Energy level calibration 700 and above. 700 plus enlightenment. At this level of powerful inspiration, an attractor energy field influences all mankind, even outside of time, down through the ages. It has been said there is no longer the experience of an individual person, self, as separate from others. There is just identification of self as consciousness and divinity. This transcendence of the ego serves others by example to teach them how it can be accomplished as well. Examples: Om Mani Padme Hum, the Buddhist mantra, has an LOC of 700. Rembrandt, the Dutch painter, was at 700. The Big Blue 1988 film has an LOC of 700. Mother Teresa was at 710. Om, the Hindu Buddhist mantra, has an LOC of 740. Mahatma Gandhi was at 760. Christianity before the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD had an LOC of 840. The Lampset translation of the Bible from the Aramaic has an LOC of 880. The 12 Apostles of Jesus the Christ had an LOC of 905. Moses had an LOC of 910. Huang Po, the Chinese Zen Buddhist master, was at LOC 960. And Jesus the Christ, Buddha, Krishna, and Zoroaster all have a level of consciousness of 1000 plus. Here's an important note on the levels. Even though this list is linear and static, we are not linear nor static beings. You are fluid, multidimensional, multi-density beings. Reality does not happen in a linear progression as we perceive it. There is no real causation or progression in truth. All things are the way they are because the universes are the way they are, moving together and functioning as one. Again, in our progression, we do not move on and delete the different experiential states. We can transcend levels of awareness and include them as our ability to process light improves. As we progress in our removal of blockages of love, light, energy, we become aware of the additional energy flow available, and we add, not replace, these progressing experiences. As an example, when you move from anger to courage, you do not delete anger. The distortion of anger is still available for us if that experience and energy level serves us. Jesus is famous for coming into the temple and turning over tables, saying, "My house shall be called the house of prayer, but you have made it a den of thieves." I cannot imagine it was a calm and tranquil moment. That was the energy of anger that spurred him into action. Also, as we digress, the prior lower vibrational experiences are all there, all the way down to guilt and shame, should we want to slow down and experience them for some known or unknown reason. This means to some extent that we can experience the highest energy flows of peace and bliss and still drop down to the lowest suffering of grief and apathy. This is precisely why people get disappointed with spiritual leaders, because they do not want them to have their lower energy states any longer. This is not a helpful belief, and it is not an appropriate understanding of the human condition. As you progress to full integration, you will embrace the whole of human experience as holy. You will realize there is not a holy condition and a cursed condition, a good and a bad condition. It is all one human condition. This human state is our gift and teacher and a catalyst to choose to accept and open our hearts in loving service. Once we transcend all the previous energy fields, what remains are wonderful tools and friends that aid us in engaging and experiencing the wonderful roller coaster of this third density incarnate life. (12) Our previous empty graduation. It's been said that about 30,000 years ago, Atlantis was formed. My spiritual parable, The Captain, uses Atlantis in the story. There are some parallels with our current time that may be helpful. According to the law of one, the real Atlantis in our timeline was a slow-growing agrarian society until about 15,000 years ago. At that time, they discovered how to use infinite energy through the pineal gland in the indigo ray forehead center to create other life forms instead of healing and perfecting their own mind-body-spirit complexes. They turned their focus toward the negative service to self path, neutralizing their positive momentum and taking advantage of others for their own selfish gain. This is the time of the fame, riches, and advanced technology and wonders of Atlantis that remains with us today. As their generations passed, the inhabitants' fascination and interest continued to turn from their inner source to external powers. This change in focus disempowered them. A new era of competition, struggle, and technologies used to control others were created, which led to their self-destruction. About 11,000 years ago, 40% of their population was disintegrated through using advanced weapons in war. Then, 10,800 years ago, in the most devastating Second War, a large part of Atlantis itself was obliterated. The peoples of Atlantis chose to selfishly exploit the ideas and technologies granted from higher life forms and use them at the expense of others for control and separation instead of loving service. A similar self-destruction process is underway in America and worldwide culture in the 21st century. In this era of a major belief shift, many old thought structures are no longer needed and rapidly fading away. Fortunately, healthy organisms have a process called apoptosis, which is programmed cell death. It eradicates all that no longer serves the highest good of the organism. It is not meant to be a prophecy of doom. It is meant to be an invitation to let go of that which no longer serves. Once fear is overcome, death will be realized as a friend, just a doorway, and another servant of the one infinite creator. The graduating class of this 75,000-year cycle will relate more to an energetic, internal existence, knowing their essence cannot die, appreciating their gross body as vessels used and then easily laid down when the threshold of usefulness is reached. Do not worry, though. There is no death destruction date. It is actually a negative path tactic to give specific dates. So pay no attention to those kind of specifics. Each of us will live out the rest of our normal third density lifespan. Our work in the meantime is to let go of illusions and perceived blockages to spirit, accepting all that life offers us, perfectly fashioned for us to learn in this earth school. No matter how difficult it may seem, our work is to accept all that comes as we love and serve others with an open heart. It is our sacred duty and honor. Our work is to return love when we are offered hate. We joyously give in the face of scarcity. We remain open and receptive when it looks scary and when we want to close down and protect ourselves. We pour out service to heal the world when it looks like we should condemn and reject it. At the time of Buddha and with Jesus, these individuals' capacity for source to flow in and through them raised consciousness and literally held together the entire planet. Today, this is all of our calling, to connect with source, with ourselves. Your calling, my calling. When we do this, the entire planet benefits. Raise your own awareness and connect with source through stillness, forgiveness, kindness, and love. With this loving service, this next graduation will not be empty. (13) What is it like when we die? Death is not an end, like many fear. Death is just a door we pass through when we lay down our current chemical body vessel. Once we leave this body, we still have a physical body. It is just not the clunky chemical one like we have now. It is the body that is denser with light that remains when we die. The spirit soul, along with our mind, is what animates our bodies. Once freed from the third density, we are released from the chemical body and the veil of forgetting. This opens up many places. The light body does not automatically graduate, as we have been discussing. It can and will still be in third density unless the adequate polarity has been achieved, but it is still heavenly regardless. In the astral planes, which is in between incarnations, our memory returns and we recall the contacts we made before going through the veil and the lessons we wanted to learn. Once we remember we are not separate from anything, all the suffering most of humanity carries with them is instantly gone. Just making it to this temporary astral plane is what most describe as heaven, but it is not even close to the splendor that awaits us. Sometimes, due to a strong will and emotional ties, the energetic bodies remain in its prior plane and get stuck in a loop of sorts until we can let go and forgive so we can move on. But most of us who die easily move on to our third density astral planes, dimensions of transition. There, we repair and heal from the damage done from fearful and ignorant thoughts and actions in the previous life. We prepare and review our lives to plan for the next incarnation with those we have been journeying with so we can continue to learn. This review I speak of is the only judgment that will come. It is you, along with loving friends, reviewing what went as planned and what did not. Then you agree to try to make it right, whatever you did, what you thought went wrong. For example, if you get lost within the darkness of the veil and murder someone who was doing you some harm during an incarnation, then after you die, you all do another planning meeting with everyone involved in the astral planes. Your group meets and reviews what did not go as planned and agrees to new scenarios to give everyone the chance to successfully choose different aspects of learning like forgiveness and acceptance and loving service, thus further polarizing. Maybe noticing you attack instead of forgave, this time you decide to switch roles with the one that you killed. Now you will have programming that will strongly draw harm to you so that you can try to accept and love in the situation of being harmed instead of the one harming. Once everything is agreed on, then it's quiet on the set, take two, and action. And the learning incarnation game starts again with all the same cast. Only a few in the last 75,000 years have graduated to the fourth density after death. Yet almost all those entities that have polarized enough on the service to others path have chosen to reincarnate again instead of moving on. This is due to the strong service nature of such entities. They do not want to leave their brethren in the dark matrix to suffer, so they return in hopes that they can help them experience the light too. The third wave, or the main 75,000-year graduation, is upon us, give or take 700 years or so. Now is the time when many will enter the fourth density as graduated entities after leaving their chemical bodies. Depending on the entity and the timing of graduation, they may return with a dual yellow and green ray body capable of accessing some of the fourth density abilities of the green, blue, and indigo rays. This is the stuff of sci-fi movies like clairvoyance, astral projection, divination, telepathy, telekinesis, all that stuff. A small but growing population already has this dual body with all these abilities. The upcoming post-graduation fourth density Earth will support only the pure green ray bodies. In that future Earth, green ray body abilities will be greatly expanded and the norm for the entire population. Another way to describe when we die is that our soul moves from the light and continues until the light becomes too glaring. At this point, of our own volition, we step aside from the ascension wherever we feel comfortable. This becomes our chosen place in evolution. Our choice determines our density and if we restart a reincarnation or move on. Again, there is no judgment in this. There is no good or bad place to end up. Each is perfect for the experience we require and ultimately desire. The fictional glimpse of the astral version of Atlantis in my book, The Captain, is my clunky version of what our next transitional stop might look like. The book describes how those who suffered much will heal, and those who need learning will prepare, and those who need rest will take a break, and those who have polarized and done the work required will continue their journey and dive back into source. In this place, there is no lying, since we instantly know what everyone's thinking. There is no stealing or greed concerning possessions, since there is only abundance. There is no loneliness, since it is known and felt that all beings are intimately connected. And there is an awareness that all are a part of the one. Going through the doorway of death will be a combination of indescribable exhilaration and the warmth of coming back to our beloved home. Meanwhile, for us here deep within the veil, help is always near. The only requirement to receive is letting go of anything blocking the help, which is usually just our own resistance to the unknown. We need to release all ideas of how things should be, how we should be, God should be, and accept life how it is in the now. Releasing it all will bring a lightness and enable you to further let go and become even more empty. In that empty void, you will be able to make out the Spirit of God, working on your behalf and working as you, just as it always has been. In the end, when you awaken to being an expression of the infinite Creator, you will see there is nothing to really give up, since it's all already yours. It is all from you. It is all in you. And it is all you. The ultimate you, anyway. So, play with it all while you're here. Everything in your life is perfect for exactly where you are in your progression. Accept and love it all. And as you become more aware, what no longer serves just falls away. We can see this easy, unenforced progression with our little ones. A child plays with dolls until that level of pretend no longer satisfies. She grows and gains older friends and does the things she used to pretend to do until that also loses its appeal. She then may marry and have children and become consumed with her new passions, her family, the little ones she has brought forth. But then they grow and move away, and she is left no longer satisfied. So she uses her free time to do things like volunteering for charities or taking up a new hobby until the activity tires her and she no longer is satisfied. Then, through what seems like happenstance, she discovers that she can turn inward, and in the stillness she finds another world to explore new desires. So which desire is better? The dolls, the older activities, the family, the charity work, or the stillness? None of these are better or more spiritual than the other. Like an earlier analogy of the high resonating strings and the low resonating strings on the same instrument, they are all playing the same song, the high E and the low E. Each is part of the same play of lights, the illusion that she is separate from Source. Even in the end, when she gets still, starts a meditation practice, and has a wonderful experience of liberation and peace, if she still has to find more of it and identifies herself as separate from the source of this liberation and peace, there is still the work of polarizing to do, more to let go. But this work is as easy as breathing. We need only open our hearts and intend kindness and love. Just like a child, when the time comes, all that is required is to let go of what no longer serves. Easy. There's no hurry for this process. Any being, no matter where they are, can play and stay in any dimension and in any density as long as it serves them. This evolution to which we are called will happen eventually, even with the physical world and its surface desires of fame, riches, control, and sexual conquest left behind. There remain other subtle experiences like loving service, creativity, hope, joy, and even peace. These are indeed wonderful experiences that can be played with as long as one wishes. And this is wonderful. But to continue to polarize toward the infinite creator, they too must ultimately be surrendered, along with all other desires. Another step on the road back to the great I Am is laying down all the increments of what we call I or me. This identity, which is separate from Source, is what enables us to have our wonderful separate experience. All these experiences are how the infinite creator is learning about itself and all of its infinite variations. Without this I, there would be no separate experience as humans know it to be. Without the I, experience itself becomes distilled to its essence and instead becomes timelessness and foreverness. Part 2. Balancing, allowing, engaging. 14. What do we do now? Okay, now that I got the gist of going from shame to timeless foreverness, what do I do now? This was my question nearly 20 years ago, after a 4-day workshop designed to open my paradigm of life. After the seminar, I saw everything with new awareness. It was a new world. This was not only enlightening, but also terrifying and frustrating. The concepts laid out in this book may have a similar effect. Like me, maybe you end up having to learn new ways and navigate in the world after it's become clear that the old ways no longer serve. So what now? The doing will naturally start to shift as we continue to surrender to our expanded awareness, which is the context containing the doing we are curious about. This is focusing on service to others, which is context, not thinking, well, I would help more people if they all weren't such inconsiderate jerks. Well, this shift is to see the context and thus blur out some of the content. And it's an amazing opportunity to accept and love and thus do major spiritual work. That work is already set up for you. It's right in front of you as the thing or person you just wanted to escape from. So, right where we are, start to forgive and accept the best we can, which will open up a little more space to lovingly serve a bit more. Then we do it again. We forgive, accept, and lovingly serve. Repeat. It's probably will fall short of what we know is possible for us, but that's okay. We go again, finding the love in our moments. As the catalyst rolls in, we do our work. Forgive, accept, and lovingly serve the best we can. Repeat. With this new flow, feel what is good and continue to let go of what no longer serves while experiencing the energetic cascade upward. If we can keep this intention, it takes us from courage to willingness, and then on to love, then to peace, then to bliss, and on to an unspeakable, unimaginable wonders of existence. Continue to let go all of the stories, and in empty space, Spirit will equip us to accept, be kind, and loving in all circumstances as your curriculum keeps rolling in. All you need to do now is lead with your heart, holding a clear intention to love, and then surrender any resistance. Intend goodness and allow. Repeat. Yeah, I know, easier said than done. Often it's more than we believe we can handle. So does that mean we give up because we are victims of it? As we have seen earlier, the LOC apathy is not a helpful state. Surrender, however, calibrates well above integrity. Even though your personality does not have a say in your timeline, you, your higher self, at least your pre-incarnate self, existed outside the veil of forgetting and have agreed to your particular programming before you ever came to Earth. Your current expression of God has likely forgotten all about that, blindly forging ahead with the pre-incarnate plan. Courage allows you to move forward even when you still feel the fear and the anger and the pride holding you back. Even with those weights, courage allows you to take new ground. In this sense, letting go of striving serves as well. It is a surrender to grace, the flowing, healing, ever-present, helping power of God. Back to what do I do now? At first, we spend most of our time stopping all of our old doing, all the old rackets that we employed, attempting to control our lives and other people's lives. When we become aware of what is not working, that allows us to let it all go. Without our attention, those old patterns naturally just fade away. Shame, fear, anger, pride, when observed with an unbiased mind, will slowly dissolve into nothingness. Much of what we stop doing are complex patterns comprising identity. We are all wearing layers of these identities, masks we wear to recognize ourselves and others. We use our many masks strategically in different situations, and even as we evolve in consciousness. Even the I am enlightened is a mask, albeit a much more peaceful mask than I am afraid. Even to say, I am that I am, is a mask. There are no more words when there are no more masks. The tricky part is that our masks are like glasses we need to wear to see. We do not see glasses, but everything that is seen is through glasses. In the same way, these masks are invisible to us. The solution to finding them and letting them go is faith that there is nothing to let go. Masks, these things and identities we struggle to keep, are just thought forms. There is no thing there. The stuff we let go of is our failures and achievements, our bad plans and our good plans, objects we desire and objects that torment. Who would we be without our stories of identities, protection, and achievements? If we were to look from the outside of the veil of forgetting, we would see that we are exquisite, Oscar-level method actors. Wow, we are so believable in our performances. So why is an actor praised and an imposter imprisoned? The difference is, the actor is honest that he's playing a role. The imposter is persuading others that his story is all there is to know and nothing more. The ego itself is the main underlying mask for the third density. All the experience is considered embarrassing, frustrated, angering, depressing, or unpleasant in general are signs that point to a separate self that is generated by an ego struggling for significance and fulfillment. But these unpleasant feelings are also built-in guideposts on our dimly lit journey that lead us out of this third density back home to awareness, our true and ever-present source. Inquiry is a tool that can be used to gain that needed awareness. We can use inquisition to bring our attention inward to hidden automatic patterns and what's underneath. Here are a few questions that you can use in this process. These questions raise awareness and create space needed to see our stories and attachments to those stories. What am I feeling? This question immediately separates the passing feeling from your higher identity, the identity to which the I points. There is a big difference in saying I am sad versus I have sadness. The I am in the first statement declares identity. The what in the second statement declares a possession, which is a bit more accurate. I am sad is a declaration that the mask of sadness is your identity. I have sadness recognizes the temporary nature of the emotional body and insinuates a space between the sadness and you. That space is all you need to increase that healing process. Using language intentionally like this can help us remember all passing forms that go in and through you. The big question emerges from realizing all these parts. Who is the I? Who am I? As we have addressed, all the parts are part of your experience. So in that sense, they are all a part of the true you, the temporal and the eternal. The great Indian sage, Ramana Maharshi, lived this path of self-inquiry and said, "Who am I?" is the only question needed to peel away the onion-layered masks of the small self, to find the unchanging self within. Up to the point before integrity, LOC 200 courage. All identity is formed from a story about being separate from everyone and everything else. When this idea of separation is let go, the entrance to a new world reveals itself. Surrendering to life is a wonderful way to live. If we try to resist life as it is, then we suffer. If we accept and forgive, we allow love and joy to heal and flow. For example, if you're driving a car, find appreciation and love in the driving instead of wishing, fantasizing, stressing about getting to your destination. When you arrive, find appreciation and love where you're at and whom you find. If you are working at your job, curiously find love in those work moments instead of spending all your time wishing you were off work. If you are off work, be present in the stillness instead of wishing you had something more fun to do. If you are with one person, see the infinite creator in that one person instead of fantasizing you were with another person or fantasizing that you were alone. Open the heart center for service will shift our context of life and thus instantly transform our content. The law of one talks of the law of service, which squares the power of desire when it is to serve another. This means our desire becomes exponentially more powerful if the intention is for the betterment of someone else. The increased power increases the probability that the desire will be achieved. You can see this in effect if you were to attempt two different fundraisers. Let's say the first is for a young family whose dad passed away, and they were raising money for a funeral and living expenses for the widowed mom. We'll say the second fundraiser would be for your own vacation to Fiji. We intuitively feel the power boost in the desire for the widow in need and see the comparable ease of getting people on board and collecting funds for this good deed. To access this power, the intention of the heart is the key. To have the heart lead, the mind needs to submit and be centered in the heart. The mind's powerful. There is actually a mind we all share. It has made the universe and everything in it. The first thought from this mind is what created free will, the opportunity for the creator to experience other stuff than itself. That is why free will is also called the law of confusion, because there's nothing other than the creator, the one creator. Yet here we are in the mind of God, borrowing the same power to create that created the universes. Our separate expression, the personality, adopts and distorts an exceedingly small portion of this universal mind. This is the mind we know and think is unique and our own. This small mind is our topic. It's a wonderful tool, but tends to be a terrible master. The small mind goes down the path of analyzing everything. This is a difficult path to take. The path of the mind will stall from lack of inspiration or be hijacked by the ego, which tries to use the mind as its main tool to keep you separate, which is what it thinks is safe. But we need not resist the mind. Like everything, we get to accept and love the mind. Notice and appreciate your mind. In wonderment, notice its abilities to create a whole world in an instant. Imagine putting its painful negative thoughts in your mouth as if it was a flavorful meal. Be thankful for this gift of your mind. Then notice the whole world is just made of thoughts. Now send those thoughts down from your head into your heart. Swallow them down. Notice the thoughts get engulfed and washed and altered in the intense love light of the heart. Now, from your heart, accept the guidance you formerly believed you can get with reason. The direction, the knowing that we are seeking is from the energy center in the heart, not the head. With the mind submitted to the heart, we can tackle the doing trap differently. Maybe we do have things to do, but if so, our work is very simple. It is to daily set a clear intention to be of the highest value to the other, every person, animal, and thing. Completing this is enough, as it sets in motion the universe's response to love. It is useful then to pray and ask for your many unseen helpers for help. For you, who is it that feels closest to you and resonates with unconditional loving service? Who would you lay down your life for, completely surrender to? Is it Jehoshua or Jesus Christ? Archangels? Your high self? God? Don't be shy. It helps to ask. Remember, free will is the first distortion that is honored by all those waiting to assist you. Regularly pray for help and guidance if you want to get it. My common request is, in the name of Jesus, helpers of the positive love light, please help me to awaken to my true self. The next thing to do is practice being kind. Be heart-centered and listen to your inner leading. The power that sustains and the substance that creates the universes is in every rock, every blade of grass, every animal, and every single person you have ever met. Jesus said, "Blessed are the pure of heart, for they will see God." Where do the blessed see God? Well, they see God everywhere, because God is in everything and in everyone. The spiritual teacher Ram Dass said, "Everyone you meet is God in drag." Everyone you meet is a unique expression of God, Source, and is here to love and to teach you as well, even if they don't know it, disagree with your loving path, or are bad guys. Stay aware and be led by your heart and do the next thing that comes to you. You will learn and evolve, whether listening to a cherished teacher, serving another with a cup of coffee, or letting go of the resentment you carry for those who have harmed you. Anything you experience as a problem is just an undeveloped view of a perfect situation to use and develop your balancing skills. Balancing is the next section. Any escape from what you perceive as the bad things, which physical, mental, or spiritual things, is a delay in your progress towards the light. This life needs the catalyst or a provoking event to have the potential for emotional reactions and the potential for problems so that we can overcome them. If you run from and resist challenges and discomfort, you resist your very purpose for incarnating in your soul's evolution. The way out is not around, it is through. Many confuse destiny with purpose. The struggle itself is our purpose. The struggle is the process of experiencing the separation and then finding our way back to the light. It is the delight of going from unknown to knowing and learning how to do it again. Earth's unique gift is the speed at which a soul can learn these lessons and unlearn unwanted biases and further choose their lightness and further polarize from their darkness. This struggle does not have to be miserable. There can be joy in the process of discovering. It is that wonderful experience of finding a friend in whom you thought was an enemy, or getting the job that you thought you could never achieve, or experiencing a heavenly moment when it seemed you were on the road to hell. It is all a part of the splendid show that you are starring in. From experience to experience, glory to glory, we all get to become more like our Creator. In the end, your destiny is to be reunited with that one thing you have been looking for. At that place, you will be beyond all desires, beyond experiences, and even the need for love, since you will be the source of love. Your destiny is reunification. (15) Balancing, our most important activity. Balancing is the proper use of the catalyst, or the bad thing that happens in the third density. Why do bad things happen to good people? Finally, the reason. It is because the good people ask for them. It's not punishment or bad luck or bad karma. Rather, it's the chance for much desired learning. And the lessons get more intense when they go ignored and unlearned, which creates the common experience called suffering. The key for balancing is to notice our emotional reactions that come from the catalyst, which indicates that we have spiritual work remaining to do. The result of being balanced is there is only love and no emotional surge from the event when life throws the catalyst our way. It is easy to get sidetracked on the spiritual path and spend our energy trying to open higher energy centers or have incredible spiritual experiences or attain psychic abilities like clairvoyance, astral projections, or the like. But what is often missed is our primary work, which is using all the tough catalytic events that keep rolling into my life. Our higher self chose the programming, dharma, which is the righteous, correct way to live, that would continually bring provoking events, which is karma, designed to give us the opportunity to learn forgiveness, unconditional love, empathy, or whatever it was that we signed up for. When we ignore and run away from these lessons, the programming will notch up the intensity so that we can get another try to learn the lessons while still in this life. Ignoring this work is much more painful than buckling down and surrendering to it. The go-to catalytic events are all the normal things that provoke the opportunity for suffering. It is disease and other people and events we do not prefer. The incredible part about learning how to balance is when you do, the suffering machine turns off. It is rare for anyone on earth to use every catalyst to its potential like this, but those people are becoming more common. Now is our time to stop running from and fighting our suffering, but instead fully embrace all of it as teachers and loving servants. Here is an example of how to effectively use the catalyst and positively polarize and open our heart energy center wide to effectively use our time here as humans. Balancing steps. Step 1. Stay aware as you experience the catalytic event that normally brings suffering or drives you nuts. Notice the ensuing emotional surge, positive or negative, and recognize the energy of it that is separate from the event itself. For example, if while driving, someone rapidly merges into my lane and cuts me off in traffic, and then I get angry at them for being so reckless and inconsiderate to me, notice the energy of anger as opposed to the event of being cut off. Where is that anger in my body? What does that anger feel like? If you could imagine it a color, what would it be? Can you gauge how much of that anger is present? Get as specific as you can. Step 2. The next step is to mentally amplify the emotion to absurdity. We will continue with the getting cut off in traffic experience. Stoke and increase the anger in your mind and see what the anger wants. Follow it. Let it go crazy. Do the mental exercise of yielding to the anger. Maybe it would lead you to yelling at the person that cut you off, of course, in your mind. And then it would lead you to increasing the anger more, and then you would force them off the road with your car. And then you yield to the anger more, and you would get out of the car and beat them up. And then increase the anger more, and then you'd murder them. And then increase the anger more, and then you would find their family and harm them too. As you let the emotion of anger fully play out without constraint, it expands into the absurdity of a monster or horror movie. It becomes clear that our little bit of anger that we allow to operate within us is a dangerous pet. Experiencing what this little bit of anger can grow into clearly displays the disadvantage of harboring what I formerly thought as acceptable or helpful or harmless. Step 3. Now that you have allowed the emotion to take you to an absurd extreme, mentally take the emotion from the catalyst to the opposite spectrum. This will show the event as neutral. For example, instead of being angry that you got cut off, now you can see that you are thankful that you have a car that you can be cut off in. Only 18% of the world has a car at all, so that makes you rich and fortunate in comparison. Not only that, but the person in front of you is also a wonderful reminder to slow down. Be more present. Find love in the moment. You now can drive slower. Notice your breath. Maybe start an audiobook or some music while you drive that brings you pleasure. And the person who was formerly an offender can be your teacher, reminding you to slow down and notice that you are missing the wonderful life you have. And then you can even notice that the offending driver is an expression of God. You get to thank God for personally showing up and caring enough to become the catalyst you needed to learn how to be free from all my blockages and let source energy flow right now. Thank you, aggressive driver, and glory be to God. You can see it's the other extreme. Step 4. Once we've experienced the two extremes from the same catalyst, we are more able to accept the situation that triggered us with much less emotional reaction or charge. This is a balanced state. This is the work we can do constantly. Whenever any event provokes any emotional reaction, there is an opportunity for it to be used as a catalyst, and thus do the spiritual work of balancing. This process brings up unrecognized biases that we have come to Earth to work out. It is an incredible gift to have this balancing work available with us 24/7. It's like having Carl Jung, the famous and spiritually advanced Swiss psychiatrist, as your full-time travel buddy. Step 5. Once balanced, it is natural inclination to give loving service wherever possible. You will see the person trying to cut you off and slow down and make it easier for them to cut in with a wave, a smile, and a blessing. The more I practice this balancing exercise with my experiences, the painful ones in particular, the more the world and everything in it becomes perfect as it is. The result is experiencing higher energetic states and preparing yourself to be able to receive increasing levels of light. This preparation has a direct correlation to the next density you'll set her into after this Earth assignment is over. It's important to note that we can balance events we consider bad and the ones we consider good, the ones that bring much happiness and excitement too. These good events can bring the chance to balance as well, since we often have attachment to these things and people and experiences. When we cannot be happy or live without that thing or person, or start to suffer at the thought of losing it, attachment becomes the catalyst. Ta-da! Catalyst everywhere for us. Once clear about the discomfort, we can balance that catalyst by expanding it to the absurd positive and absurd negative, just like before. For example, you get a raise at work, which provokes excitement. The mental balancing exercise could be feeling the power and control more money gives. You see yourself working more to have even more money, to have even more of that feeling, provoking it to the extreme of having all the money in the world. Imagine the time, effort, and mental focus to get all that money, and see that you have traded the development of the other areas of life to grow your money supply. However, years later, you are now suffering from poor health and crumbling relationships because you have spent all your resources collecting dollars. Now, you are on your deathbed, sick, lonely, and rich. Yikes. This is extreme, yet sadly not too uncommon. Once you practice balancing the extreme of getting the most money, then flip it. What would it be like to have the opposite? Let's say you notice that you work because you believe that there will not be enough. You notice it is the program of scarcity that has been influencing your experience. Now you can see it. Bless the scarcity for being that dark friend that it is. Scarcity is just trying to protect you from poverty, but once it gets going, it does not know how to turn off. So, thank it and tell it you no longer need its services, and send it on its way back to the light from where it came from. Its work is done. It can rest now. Now look at your life up until now. All your needs have been provided to you up until this point. This is true since you're alive. You may not have received what you wanted, but you have received what you needed. You now see that there is abundance out there to always provide. So we're still on the absurd positive story, and so you decide to go extreme and quit your job. Since worry has not helped you in the past, you will allow the universe to care for you, as it had always been doing. Next, you join the Peace Corps, or a similar helps group. You are helping people full-time now, and it is wonderful and exciting. But things quickly turn when the organization makes you ask friends and family for money to support the organization. You don't like having to continue to ask others for money. You start to appreciate the job that you used to have, as it was much more simple to work and make a few dollars that you needed, and then help others along the way. You realize you did not have to quit. You see all the good you can do with whoever happens to be right in front of you. As wonderful as it was, quitting your job and traveling to help the indigenous people of Tanzania was not required to do this. You could have just opened your heart and been kind to that mean lady in accounting. You start thinking about how to get your old job back. You've had it so good. Now you know how to use it as a mission field to sow kindness and love. Here's another example. Let's say you love being with your significant other. Imagine wanting to expand this wonderful feeling as much as possible. To do so, you decide to cut out every other part of life except pursuing your special person. This open and fluid interaction between your two unique expressions gets locked into a narrow pattern so that neither one of you ever miss out on each other. See this quickly becoming obsessive and compulsive, and the loved one pulling away from you because they feel smothered. They love you but do not like the pressure you're bringing on them. They need you to have a life that is not completely dependent on them for happiness. Even better, they would like you to have a life that is not dependent on them at all for happiness. So you are both free and not bound by the fear of losing something. But you cannot shake it. You see your beloved drifting away, and the terror of losing them spikes, which causes you to throw yourself at them in an emotional display of desperation and need for them. This encourages them to widen the gap between the two of you even further, which in turn encourages you to press in even harder. You cannot lose them. The opposite extreme of this wonderful relationship could be imagining the constraints that constitute the relationship itself. There's a certain consideration of the other person that happens when you enter an intimate relationship. When you love sharing your life with another, there is a level of planning and organization of your life that is shared with the other. This can quickly make your changing desires and schedules more difficult to accomplish when simultaneously honoring your partner's desires and schedules. It is so much easier to be without any constraints of another. Seeing a life of constraint, you decide to gently end the special nature of the relationship you had and just be friends. And now you are free. Your freedom turns into many nights and mornings going to sleep and waking up alone. This turns into the experience of loneliness, and you can now act on your every whim, go anywhere in the world with no restraint. But it's not as rich and vibrant and joyous without someone special to share it with you. You find yourself wishing you had that special someone back with you. Imagining the extreme outcomes while you're in a particular relationship allows you to balance and understand your work is accepting your life as it is right now, the person as they are right now. Your happiness does not come from requiring anything from the other. This will leave you able to fully accept and fully give yourself to love unconditionally, especially since you've seen the extremes of both sides. This is in stark contrast to the more common relationship rules of requiring the significant other to be or give something that I need for me to be happy, and vice versa. In a balanced state, I have at least mentally experienced the extreme of holding on too tight and of pushing away too hard. I see that both extremes are an attachment to my personal happiness. Ironically, surrendering my happiness and accepting and loving who is with me now allows for much more stable happiness to ensue. It is a balanced state. My beloved can leave, and I will bless them on their journey. I may physically never be with them again, but our loving connection will never leave us separated. The purpose of balancing is an experiential understanding that there is nothing good or bad about any event, thing, or person. They are all just friendly events designed to see what comes up for you, your hidden biases. After the catalyst does its job, and then we get a chance to notice it, forgive it, accept it, and then lovingly serve the transformed event. As we continue to balance, our work can become more subtle. In wisdom, one can see that each of our sufferings is how we learn the lessons we incarnated to learn. This being true, a wisdom stance without the compassion of love can turn into a cold shoulder to someone in great pain and dismiss them as just being on their learning journey, knowing all paths will eventually lead back to the infinite creator. This is true, yet this wisdom can still be balanced with compassion for others who are deep in their suffering experience. Maybe to learn this compassionate lesson, a soul can choose to incarnate with physical or social limitations or deformities or so-called problems, which give us the desired experience of unreciprocated love. It can be a wonderful lesson to give love in return for rejection and hate. Once these lessons of freely giving love without condition and fully accepting all that life has to offer have been learned, it often becomes more comfortable to give and uncomfortable to receive. This soul, in this state, can now balance even further by learning the unfamiliar state of freely receiving the love, attention, and abundance that will surely come back to it at this time. This is the stuff of fine-tuned balancing, freely give, freely receive. Balancing unlocks our potential. We watch superhero movies imagining we are these special characters. This stirs something within because we truly are super and heroes, but the confusion is we are not special, at least not in a way that separates us. Matthew 10:29, what is the price of 2 sparrows, 1 copper coin? Not a single sparrow can fall to the ground without your Father knowing it. New Living Translation. We are special in that we are unique and cherished expressions of God. We are not special in the way that separates us because we are better or worse than any other expression. What we are experiencing and learning is available to all our brothers and sisters, every single expression of the divine we see or imagine. It is our job to see the infinite creator in the other, in ourselves, and in the mundane of life. This is the superness and the hero in them, in ourselves, and in every moment. When we see it, it is created. Therefore, when we look for perfection as things are, we become a channel for healing, revealing the perfection that's already there. Another trick to use the catalyst effectively is zooming our perspective in and zooming it out, noticing what this does to our experience. The human experiences are intensified from zooming in our range of vision and perspective. To experiment with this, take off your shoes and walk on the grass. Zoom way in and magnify the experience. Feel each blade of grass, the temperature, the smell, the sounds. This intense focus cuts out the rest of the world and gives that experience a fuller expression. It creates a peaceful, still pocket in space and time for you right in the middle of a busy day. It is a portal to the infinite. You can zoom in to a painful experience to isolate it as well. You can feel the sadness of losing someone or something. Zoom into that feeling itself. Let go of the sad future without the thing or the person. You are making that part up. Come back to the sadness you are experiencing right now. What does the sadness feel like? Zoom in and inspect it. Where is it in your body? How does it move? Does it have a color or a way that you can perceive it? This intensified focus can allow you to fully experience this without the suffering of the visions of sad futures. We can also zoom out our perspective to alleviate the intensity. If we see our life as just this body, the world is the cause of suffering and the reason we will never make it out alive, literally. If we need a break from the intensity, expand our gaze on any problem and ask, what is the relative importance of this looking back over a year, or 5 years, or 10 years? We will see most problems are not as big a deal and can start the balancing process. Try zooming out even further, past the portal of death, and see that each tear, smile, cry, laugh, failure, accomplishment, and sorrow was integral in the preordained tapestry woven through all the lives for the ground purpose of new experience and lessons learned as we progress towards the light. From a zoomed out, big perspective, we can see these bad experiences are the partner experience of what we call the good experiences. There cannot be highs without the lows. There cannot be bright without dark. The vivid colors of this creation need contrast to show themselves. When we see painful and dark experiences from a higher, balanced vantage point, we experience them as beautiful and perfect. 16. What is healing? Some have anxiety around the idea of healing as they are wanting it, meaning they don't have it. They hold it as a magic spell that must be obtained from some otherworldly figure or godly messenger. My experience is that healing is first an energetic shift, a spiritual work. Healing is laying down the dark illusion we have been clinging to or karmically drawn to and receiving back our natural whole and complete state of being. The first step in this is counterintuitive because it is done by surrendering our resistance to sickness and all that we do not prefer in life. We think resisting what we do not want is helpful, but yet this is not the case. This resistance is like a spiritual dust storm that hinders us from seeing the healing right in front of us. Once we stop feeding the storm, we find the central eye of the storm is perfectly calm. We will see past the superficial symptoms and catalysts to see ourselves and others as already whole and functioning perfectly. Fear is released and we float back to equilibrium. In this balanced place, the highest good makes itself known, and that is the secret. Once we tune into that perfect imprint, we just stay in that open and allowing space. This place of non-resistance allows our chemical vehicle to adopt the whole and functional plan if it supports our pre-incarnate agreements. Some of our physical limitations are part of the chosen karmic propensities we chose to experience in this life. But it is not as beneficial to our soul to have an external physical change, what is thought of as a healing, as the internal, energetic, and spiritual work being done. We become a conduit of healing for others by seeing ourselves and others as perfect, enjoying an unhindered connection to the energetic flow of spirit, of pure love light. Actually, the real healer is the one being healed. Jesus always said after he healed, "Your faith has made you well." All the great healers are really condensers of love light energy for new patterns to be adopted more easily by the one wanting healing. The one we think is the gifted healer just makes the opportunity more readily available by condensing that life force energy right there for the sick to receive. But the main work is the reception through a strong belief that the healing is theirs to have. Jesus often said after healing, "Go and sin no more." That is, if we do not continue in the new energy patterns in faith, acceptance, and love, the former conditions will return, and maybe even worse. Because, in this examples, the lessons were not learned. So the Dharma, which again is that pre-incarnate programming, kicks back in and turns up the opportunities to layer the catalytic events, making them more intense, so that we pay attention this time as the suffering mounts. An important point about disease itself. Disease also helps us end the viability of our chemical body when, within the veil of forgetting, we probably would not have willingly let the body die, even after it was time to move on. Also, disease is a second density life form that serves the infinite creator as a catalyst as well. This means we will not get a disease unless we require the lesson that comes from that experience. So, the awakened response to disease is not as much hoping, praying, wishing, and trying for cures, but doing the spiritual balancing work that the catalyst brings. Proper use of a catalyst for the positive, right-hand path is acceptance and loving all that life brings, even the parts we want to be healed and the disease that inflicts. And to have some contrast, the proper use of a catalyst for the negative, left-hand path is to suppress, separate, and control all that life brings. Notice that suppressing what is not preferred, wanting to be special and or separate, and working to control the content of your life sounds like normal 21st century life, not the perfect recipe to be evil and effectively polarize on the negative path. This is why it's so difficult to positively polarize enough to graduate. We think we are serving others, but we are unconsciously and so easily mixing our self-serving agenda because it is so normal. The secret to emotional, mental, spiritual, and often physical healing is too simple for most. Just stop resisting and accept and love all that life brings as your teacher. I know a lot of us like steps. I like steps. So here's 3 steps. Step 1, give thanks and find love in each moment. Step 2, see yourself and other selves as another expression of the infinite creator, the one infinite creator. Step 3, open the heart to radiate love and acceptance. That's it. You are healed in many dimensions the moment you engage like this. A simple 1, 2, 3. Most of the disease and suffering in our current reality is unnecessary. It has only gained such intensity because we have continued to resist or ignore what we do not prefer, instead of accepting, balancing, and loving it. All the events and people we allow to trigger hate, fear, anger, and anything else we still think we should fight against is what we must accept and embrace with love. This is the catalyst we came to Earth to experience. Will you use your catalyst to balance and engage in loving service to others, or will you let those lessons continue to cycle and build upon themselves and increase suffering and disease until it's too late to do your intended work with this life? Do not think I'm proposing by accepting that you need to be abused. No. What I'm suggesting is the counterintuitive method of using forgiveness, acceptance, and love to close the suffering faucet. Take the experience of fear, for example. If you suffer from fear, anxiety, terror, or other variations of it, first perform the balancing exercise of taking the experience to the 2 absurd extremes. See that balancing section above. Once you have the practice of neutralizing this catalyst by balancing, it's easier to accept life just as it is. You no longer must believe your mind telling you that it's a problem. Yet, even with this healing, the programming will not stop. But that's okay. It's how this world works. However, after balancing and healing, the programming does not have to hook you, draw you down. Next time the dark catalyst programming offers a fearful experience, you are less likely to have emotional reaction. You can respond instead of reacting. Reaction is automatic and comes without choosing. Responding is intentional and is only from choice. Take the fear of rejection. Let us say you stop putting yourself out there in attempts to serve others because it's just too painful to get rejected or look bad. When you get inspired to act, but then get scared of rejection, you can say, "Hello, rejection, my dark friend. Thank you for your service. You have tirelessly given of yourself in attempts to protect me all these years. Rejection, you have helped me see the dark contrast so I can choose love and light. So thank you. Now your service is no longer needed. Go back to the light from which you came. Thank you, rejection. You can rest now. This may seem silly, or my voice is silly, but it's powerful if you do this. It's forgiveness, acceptance of what is, and supporting loving service to the other. And it can be that easy. Address and free each and every dark friend as they come for you, as they come to help you, and every thought and feeling that does not bring the experience of connection in this way. The world will think you are nuts, or you will think you are seen as nuts, or you will think of yourself as nuts, but don't worry, you are nuts. You have always had the capacity to heal yourself and others, but it is you who have been walking around sick and tired. That's super nuts. So what a relief it will be when the complete surrender is adopted. Consider that all patterns require energy to run. The dark illusion most of us live in requires most of our usable energy to remain intact and create this unfortunate normal life. Thus, the amount of energy we use to stay sick and separate, once freed, is more than enough to create many wonderful lives, all at once. What is happening for us is a gentle pull to follow our internal bliss. My darling wife had major surgery on her knee, and her peroneal nerve was damaged, causing drop foot, which was the inability to raise her foot and toes. This was very scary for her and me, as she feared she would never recover, picturing herself crippled instead of the physically active person she had always been. There was much pain, suffering, and discomfort in the days, weeks, and months that followed the surgery. In that weakened state, she would break down in tears whenever she remembered or saw the condition of her unmoving foot. Naturally, she was desperately wanting to be able to raise her foot again and was resisting the painful, crippled future plaguing her mind. This wanting was strengthening her not being able to raise her foot with the mindset of lack. Like, I want it, I don't have it, but I want it, but I don't have it. It's a cycle. It's easy to get in and get stuck in. So what we did was restructure her story about what was going on. Whenever she hurt, we saw the pain as a perfectly working signal of damage that needs to be fixed. Since the pain indicators were working, we also knew the healing was taking place as well. Also, when nerves regenerate and heal, they get extremely uncomfortable with numbness, burning, and a feeling of pins and needles, which was how she described her extremely unpleasant condition. So I started asking her throughout the day, "Are you still healing?" And she would say yes. And then I would ask, "How do you know?" And she would say, "Because I feel pain, discomfort, and the pins and needles." The shift was made. The very conditions that she used before to spin a story of suffering became the conditions she used to create a story of healing and wholeness. My wife's healing was not going to come. She was healing now. This healing was supported by surrendering resistance to the injury and by accepting and loving the beautiful process already underway. Instead of a year or more or never, the nerve started to respond again in weeks. Seeing perfection in the painful circumstances of life and difficult people may seem far-fetched, but if you suffer, why not try something different to have a chance at different results? If you look for help and guidance only where you have always received them, you will miss what is being offered to you right now. Start simple and admit that you do not understand the infinite intelligence of God. This is true to some extent for all of us. The finite cannot, by definition, understand the infinite. What we already know and see, by definition, is not progression, so do not rely on it. We must open ourselves to spirit. Our current understanding and experience are just a drop of the available ocean that awaits. In faith, we see life is offering us exactly what we need now, and exactly as we have agreed to receive in order to balance and polarize in loving service, love, and wisdom. Receive all that comes as a gift, and it will be a gift. Receive all as teachers, and they will be your teachers. Receive all as perfectly prepared, and it will be perfectly prepared for you. See the infinite creator in every person, including yourself, and healing begins. Then, if you want more clarity, ask Spirit for details. How is this a gift? what is the gift for? How is this person a teacher for me? How is this interaction perfect for me right now? You can learn your curriculum as fast or as slow as you like. Would you like to be healed? Are you willing to be healed right now? Can you accept the lesson and be healed? Are you willing to let go of the so-called good and bad familiar things causing you to suffer? Are you willing to let go of what you cannot keep in exchange for what you can never lose? Are you willing to let go of that which keeps you in dis-ease? Will you choose to freely accept, love, and be grateful for everything life brings you? You are already healed. The experience will follow if you allow it. You do not need to wait. And if the answer is no to any of the above, there is still only love for you. You can decide to trudge on in your same painful yet comfortable, familiar patterns. Remembering your true, perfect, healed self requires the abandonment of your limited ideas of yourself. This is not easy, as it is a form of death. (17) 32 ways to meet God and heal. It is beautiful how God meets us at any place in our journey back home. It is just our job to take the next step, not to figure out the itinerary first. It helps to be willing to proclaim, "Yes, I surrender." Even if you don't meet it at first, each further declaration will strengthen this new desire by your spiritual will. God will always help when we cannot help ourselves. Once we lower our own resistance to how the universe has prepared the way for our ascension and healing, then everything else becomes spiritual and helpful in our progression towards the light. Doing the dishes becomes meditation and an exercise to bring you into God again. Just be present with an open heart. We are already a part of the self. In Him you live and move and breathe and have your being. Acts 17:28. Start with the intention to accept, love, and serve, and you will find the way that will make itself available. Here is a short list of common practices I have used to increase awareness. Further along in the book, I elaborate on a few of them. 1. Contemplation. This is to think on and resonate with an idea as you do normal life, and let it guide and change you. Contemplate, I and the Father are one. John 10:30, King James Version. Or contemplate, I am love. Or I am light. Or I see the infinite creator in everyone I meet. That's a good one. It has been a wonderful habit of mine to do early morning contemplative walks. The key for me is slowing down and feeling my body, experiencing my surroundings, and then expanding my awareness outside my body. Once I expand, I get a new and greater awareness of self. Contemplative practices like this can be used throughout the day amidst your everyday life, and so are very powerful. More on this one to follow. 2. Meditation. Be still and let go. More on this to follow as well. 3. Dancing. Moving. Stop the thinking by letting everything else go and just move and feel your body. 4. Forgiving, or letting go of all that no longer serves you and allowing Source to replace what is needed. Let go of fear, beliefs, judgments, stories. 5. Accepting all truths as equal in a particular experience. Lay down all your battles and fighting of darkness and evil and enemies, and just accept and love what is. 6. Self-inquiry. Who am I? Notice your thoughts as they arise and ask yourself, to whom has this thought arisen? You will say, it is I. Then find the answer to who am I by realizing all that you are not and go deeper into inquiry. Who am I? If you are not your body, your thoughts, your emotions, or your accomplishments, your legacy, and everything else you can think of, then who am I? In the end, there is only one. You are that. My chiropractor, David Phillipson, whom I lovingly call Guru Cairo, worked directly and learned with Satya Sai Baba, an Indian self-realized teacher for many years. David gave me some wonderful self-inquiry questions. He says to ask yourself, who am I? that is conscious love everywhere, beyond time and space? Who am I that is infinite peace? Who am I that is boundless joy? Stay in questions like that, and it will bring you past your initial ideas of yourself that obviously are not that. This question, who am I, will eventually bring you to a silent, empty place. The answer is in that non-place. 7. Caring for your vessel, the chemical body. Notice divinity in your body vehicle. Love your food when you eat and see it as taking in life and light. Drink lots of pure water and see it as taking in living, healing light. Eat plant-based and stop ingesting poisons like refined sugar, processed foods, and foods grown with hormones, antibiotics, pesticides, and GMOs. You can say this prayer whenever you eat or drink. The invocation to water from the angel Ariel in the book, What is Light Body? Replace water for whatever you are ingesting. We take this, the water of life, and declare it the water of light, and we bring it within our bodies. It allows our bodies to illuminate. As we take this, the water of light, we declare it the water of God. I am a master and all that I am. Thank you. 8. Heart, head, hands. Start everything with a clear intention to be of the greatest good. Do the mental work of bringing your thoughts into your heart. From that heart space, consider the world. Once you get an inclination from your heart, now figure out in your head what you can do with it. Now, use your hands to do it. More on this to follow. 9. Laughter. Laugh a lot. Find joy in everything. Laugh with others when they laugh. Enjoy life. See how humorous it is that we choose suffering so easily. Silly humans, choosing suffering instead of joy. We are so funny. 10. Earth medicines. To open the mind. Cannabis, toad, frog, ayahuasca, mushroom, many others. Even though I have not been drawn to earth medicines, these work in piercing the veil. The caution I've been given is that chemicals often allow more light in than we can handle naturally. That is, if we haven't been practicing forgiveness, acceptance, and service. It can be a frying the circuits kind of experience if we haven't prepared. Also, when you use a chemical to open the mind does indeed open, and you can experience the oneness of the all and other awakening time experiences. But when the chemical wears off, you come back down. That going up and coming down is an uncontrolled, variable experience. What is strongly recommended is to have the assistance of a shaman-type person that can help you clear, prepare, and hold space for you in such journeys, and help you integrate the intense learning that can unfold. 11. Living serendipity and receiving all of life as your perfect gift and adventure. In reality, the universe is spinning and conspiring to bring you the lessons and experiences you desire and agreed to. Life is already exactly as you want. See it like that. 12. Being in nature. This is not only extremely helpful for your chemical body, but nature will teach you its wise and still ways as well. 13. Spiritual retreats. Silence, yoga, sitting with teachers. We all emit an aura that contains all the information we have ever learned and more. If we sit in the aura of enlightened masters, we can benefit from it. 14. Fasting. Just like silence, fasting removes myriad distractions so that our karmic patterns can be revealed and lovingly accepted and released. With intention, as fasting sheds physical material from our body, the energetic material that binds you can also be shedded. Blockages removed and allow for energy to flow. This is a great technique to heal. 15. Spiritual mentoring of others. To teach is to learn is to teach. These cannot be separated. 16. Chanting. All types, all languages. I am loving the Gayatri, the powerful Rig Veda chant. It goes like this. Om Bur Pua Suaha, which means God everywhere. Tat Savitur Rainyam, which means thank you for all of it, the good, the bad, the likes, the dislikes. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, I place my awareness on you. I find you in all this as joy, light, love, bliss, etc. You are the divine effulgence. Dio yo na prachudiat. Awaken me to the one truth, the oneness of all. Shanti, shanti, shanti. Peace, peace, peace. I say this often in the morning while doing my contemplative walks. I love it. 17. Books and learning, all kinds. 18. Listening and being with other more integrated people. 19. Classes and workshops. 20. Noticing our relationship with everything. 21. Music, all kinds. 22. Breathing, breath work. The breath is your tether to form. Learn to slow your breath and control it, and that will support you to notice a higher self and spirit and how it is working in and through you. 23. Light integration. This is practicing love and wisdom while still in your body. This is balancing. Love serves others to the point of martyrdom. Wisdom will add the notion that the vessel can no longer serve after martyrdom and will add some constraints, perspective, and care for the self to prepare for greater service. This process is to embody down and bring this love and wisdom into the chemical body to fully live as a human. This is integration. There are light body integration practitioners that can support this process. 24. Being in the flow. Flow is that state where time and mind stop and you are lost in the bliss of an activity. 25. Gratitude and acceptance of everything. 26. Prayer, all kinds. 27. Seawater, diving into the ocean. 28. Do what seems extreme. Even visualizing doing what seems extreme to you and living it and seeing what comes up brings new possibilities and gets your energy flowing. Drop this visualization from your head to your heart and then release it all. 29. Be grateful and kind. Melt into softness. Emanate and share love. 30. Affirmations. Craft statements that are of the highest version of yourself that you can imagine. The thoughts that feel right or accurate to you are just from previously repeated thoughts. These previous beliefs we currently operate with feel to be true because we have been unknowingly repeating them, maybe all our life. Start repeating different ones that resonate with higher truths, that resonate with your higher self, and they too will become believable. I see the infinite creator in myself and in every other. That's a good affirmation. 31. Ask for help from your guides and from your higher self. Jesus Christ, also known as Yehoshua, Spirit, Holy Spirit, higher self, archangels, Great Mother, Holy Father, or whoever you hold dear, whoever you would give your life for, call that expression of the infinite creator. That one awaits to help you and is ready to help you right now. But it will wait to be asked. So ask a lot. 32. This one's a catch-all so that spirit can lead anything when feeling the expansion and responding to spirit. So now let's go into more detail on just a few of these that I think would be helpful. (18) Caring for your vessel, the chemical body. Since your true identity is spirit, not flesh, some have swung from the extreme of thinking they are their body to the other side of discarding the body completely as unspiritual. But as we have seen, all things are spiritual and holy. This body of ours is a vehicle, a vessel for us to be on this earth plane of existence, so we can have this particular intensified experience. Just like how your fingernail does not represent your whole body, yet we still thankfully use them. Those things are so helpful. Yet I still cut them and throw away the portion that no longer serves its purpose. I do not need to mourn and feel I have become less or lost when I trim them. I can just be thankful for the newly trimmed fingernails that remain and continue to serve me. I do not transcend the use of my fingernails as a spiritual person, as I do not transcend the use and care and love for the rest of the physical body. Be kind to it. It is serving us very well. It can be true to say, I am not my body, but it feels more true for me to say, I am not just my body. We can continue with this thought and say, I am not just my soul. Both are separate expressions of the infinite creator, but the reality is there is only one. So instead, thankfully love and accept the body you have, the spirit and soul that you are aware of, and as long as it appears separate, keep reaching towards the light. Have reverence for what was formerly thought of as superficial. All things are holy. This is our destiny and purpose combined. As we progress, the trimming is done for us, and all will fall away that no longer serves in perfect timing. In this reverent way, we care for our chemical bodies. When it has fewer problems, it's less distracting to connect back to deeper truths that are subtle in nature and require stillness of mind. Zach Bush, MD, is a beautiful soul, light worker, brilliant physician, and forerunner in integrating spirit, science, and sustainable living while still here on Earth. Zach's approach to a healthy body is amazingly simple and supports the healing of just about every disease there is, including autism, heart disease, autoimmune, diabetes, and the other big killers of today. His recommendations are simple. Get into nature and breathe in and allow your body to absorb that healthy environment. Stop ingesting the poisons of pharmaceuticals and foods that are processed and genetically modified or have hormones and chemicals in them. Eat plant-based, locally grown, organic food that will heal your body. That's it. Check him out. Zach Bush is worth checking out for sure, and it's worth your investment of time. You can find Zach at www.zachbushmd.com, and Zach is spelled Z-A-C-H, zachbushmd.com. (19) Heart, head, hands. Triple H living. Heart, head, hands, or Triple H is what I'll call it, is a wonderful model to do life as the focus comes from your heart center as opposed to the mental center. I got this from my chiropractor David Phillipson, who learned it from Satya Sai Baba, the Indian saint. To live Triple H, notice when your awareness is centered in your head. Head-centered symptoms are stress, worry, fear, and or just a lack of feeling and compassion. You can notice it or not. Either way, bring your attention down to your heart. Do this by imagining you are swallowing your focus all the way down so that it is positioned in your green ray heart center and interacting with the world through that loving service-based filter. Only after receiving the heart-centered guidance, go back up to your head and reason how and what you will do with it. Then finally, use your hands to act. Heart-centered living like this makes even doing the wrong things into right things, because the energy behind it is light and loving and intends the good of the other. It needs no external support, since you will create your support, not from the right external situations and other people, but from your loving intention, which taps into your infinite internal source. The first step of a loving intention is more powerful than the second step of the doing when it comes to manifestation. Living life with a loving intention is the real work and the intrinsic reward in itself. The manifestation or creation of the thing that comes from the doing is not the reward. The reward is engaging and resonating in love and light. My personal history has been to reason and think my way through life. This is not a bad way, it is just a slower way to realization. The mental process of reasoning to me feels like it's going on in my prefrontal cortex, which is right behind my forehead. The way I transition from head to heart is I take the awareness of reasoning in my forehead, and in my mind's eye, I move it down to my throat, and then swallow until I feel the pressure of it landing in my heart. At first, it was just a mental exercise, but with some practice, physical sensations get turned on for the process. Now, I feel those scrumptious thoughts go all the way down and expand at once in my heart. This perceptual function awakens from its slumber and turns back on with intention. Keep this up, and it will be the first responder leading your way, as opposed to the afterthought of the mind. This heart integration feels to me like it lights up. When I notice my attention is back in my head, I'm usually mentally in the future, stressing or strategizing to get what I want, or in the past, regretting or replaying, again figuring out how to get what I want. Neither of these is as powerful as being present in the moment. Noticing this is a great win. This awareness opens the opportunity to surrender to spirit again. Then I can drop my focus and swallow it again down to my heart. I do this as many times as it takes. The heart center then expands, turns, and pulses in new ways. This is when things occur to me. Do a video about intention. Okay, heart. Only then do I engage through my mind to figure out how I will structure that video. I will then go to my hands and sit in a quiet place, record myself talking, edit the video, and post it on my social networks. My reward or fruit from this labor is not just the finished video, not what the video does for others, nor people's opinion of the video. My main reward is resonating in the loving place of my heart. The avatar Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita, "You have the right to work, but for the work's sake only. You have no right to the fruits of the work. They who work selfishly for results are miserable." When I attempt to take the fruit of my labor, it takes me out of that heart space, and this is detrimental to my further ascension in love and light. Counterintuitively, I have found it much easier to receive the fruits I wanted by surrendering them, letting them go, and allowing the higher desire of love and light to take priority and bring me what is required. Anyway, in the end, the fruit I wanted was happiness, peace, and love. Spirit tends to be a better advocate for me to this end than my personality. This does not mean we strive and work on doing things in the world and call struggle happiness. This does mean we surrender the results of striving as we work on inspired actions. If we have to have a particular result, we will suffer, whether we get it or not. This is because needing a result is attachment. Doing good deeds is great, but needing recognition, needing to know someone was helped, needing to know someone appreciated the good work, needing to have the work create income, or any other needing result is all attachment. When we attach to a result, we will suffer. Jesus said this concisely when he said in Matthew 6:33 in the Lamsa version, "Seek first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, and all of these things shall be added to you." A quick note on striving. While we are in this chemical body, striving will be a part of our experience. Some have equated spiritual work with the cessation of striving. This is true in higher states and dimensions, but that is not the case for most of us here in Schoolroom Earth. Most of us have incarnated to be able to polarize in the darkness, not escape again into bliss. Striving itself is not bad or good. I work out in the gym. My goal is not to not sweat. My goal is to create a hard time with lots of striving that end in sore muscles the next day. I don't say the next day, "Oh no, my muscles are uncomfortable. I have strived too much." I'm pleased that I did my work so well and pushed my limits because I know it's making me stronger. Same with all the striving. I can strive with the intention of abundance and connection and loving service, or I can strive with scarcity and separation and selfish ambition. The striving itself is neutral and unavoidable. The Triple H way is simple. Make your intention for the higher good, and then do the next thing. Let the fruit of that action be an offering of love to the world, and then let it go. It is not yours to count on. This is how the miraculous is pleasantly accomplished. If we try to control the process, the magic is squashed. If this is a new way of living for you, don't be surprised if it's difficult. It takes energy to stop old patterns and establish new ones. Just like a rocket ship going to space, 90% of the energy is used just to get off the ground. Even more energy is used to stop the direction you're going and turning the ship around. But don't worry about that. It's another result that we get to surrender. All that is needed for our launch or redirection is to take the interest in the small, easy things. We let the big things work out on their own. Let them go, and you will see the big things are always and only made of small things. Realizing this, we see no big stumbling blocks, just small positive steps lined up all together. These powerful, tiny, heart-related things can be making a clear intention to be kind, helping your coworker when you do not have to, saying a thoughtful, loving word to your spouse, or just staying aware as you do the dishes. Know that every action you take matters. This is true from putting your trash in the waste container on the street to being kind to your insane 3-year-old that does not want to go to bed, to giving a homeless person $1, to caring about the mundane aspects of your job. Our loving intention, no matter how small, changes the entire world for the good, since we are all connected. (20) Meditation. Most do not do what they wish to do, since their unexamined, painful programming is what is compelling them. Instead of this trance, we can become aware enough to realize our pattern, then choose to build helpful habits beneficial for happiness and awakening. Meditation, good works, and moderation are good habits to reach this end. I will touch on these 3 helpful habits in more detail here. So what is meditation? This can be as simple as closing the eyes and being physically still, with the intention of opening to the power of the universe to reveal itself. In the stillness, we practice noticing, then letting go of all the images and thought forms that wander up. In our stillness, we can let go of the whole world of form. If you do, the empty space that remains will be filled with the most exquisite life you could imagine. The practice of stillness will increase your awareness of source power already available. In my experience, meditation is the most effective practice to bring awareness to how we are blocking our own spiritual growth and how we can allow it to expand. In stillness, the green ray heart center learns to open up again, giving us access to universal love. Once open, we also immediately have the opportunity to gain access to the higher energy center of the blue ray throat center of free communication from spirit, which then leads to the indigo ray center of the pineal gland and access to infinite intelligence. As you start this way of engaging, you will see yourself, the world, the universe, and God differently. (21) Meditation, contemplation techniques. There is no right way to meditate or contemplate. The essence of both is the work of letting go our distracting thought clutter and finding the stillness within. And meditation can be just repeating I am or Om and bringing the focus in to a particular energy center. Relax, be still, and notice the thoughts that come. Let the thoughts go. Be still. Repeat. More intricate techniques are not necessary and sometimes even distracting from the real work of awakening. Even so, techniques can be helpful since the ego often demands to know what is going on. Those internal exercises can be broken into 3 categories of meditation, concentration, and contemplation. Richard Rudd, the founder of Gene Keys, explains these well, and I will paraphrase his distinctions here. Concentration is on one opposite side of these 3. Instead of stillness, it focuses energy and intensifies it to become aware of our true self. Yoga is an example of the way of concentration with its breath and body work that's designed to this end. The West has a concentration practice of prayer where you concentrate and put your energy in petitioning to reach God. Zen has a concentration practice to sit and concentrate on a koan, which is like a paradox. An example of that is, what is the sound of one hand clapping? These paradoxes are impossible things, are thought of in hopes of breaking through reason into true reality. Contemplation is another path. It borrows from both meditation and concentration paths and can be easily practiced in our modern high-activity lives. Buddha was said to follow the middle way, which alludes to this in-between path, in between concentration and meditation. This is continually observing a concept on a mental, emotional, or physical level and letting go of distractions while you engage in the world. Contemplation can occur while we engage with our normal activities of daily living. It uses everyday events as a catalyst to bring revelation about truth and ultimately the true self. An example is to contemplate I am love. Hold the idea gently all day long. As you consider and reconsider it, allow new insight to come in at random, mundane times. Set "I am love" for your passwords so that you are reminded when you type. Write it on your mirrors. Remind your friends that you and they are made of vibrating, organized love. Take a minute to meander in the grass along the way while you walk. Ponder and open to how "I am love." All this is contemplation, like a cow chewing on the cud. Chew on it, swallow it, assimilate it, then bring it back up, chew on it some more. Contemplation can even be randomly stopping and looking at the beauty of a flower, and then moving past that initial physical beauty and seeing the beauty of the universe in that flower. Then watch more. Maybe you can see the beauty of yourself in that flower. Eventually, as you contemplate more, maybe you even see God in that flower. Next, maybe you even see God looking at that beautiful flower through your own eyes. Meditation, concentration, or contemplation can all lead to inner stillness. Psalm 46:10 NIV, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness is a quality that reveals all the illusions and distractions that take place. It reveals the ever-present reality of the peace of God. This peace pours forth from the no-thingness of stillness. Stillness does not create peace. Stillness reveals peace as the substructure our holographic reality is built on, so it is never far. This peace is not attained. It is always and ever available as a byproduct of being an expression of the infinite creator. This peace is our true identity. It is the deep well that has been capped by selfish and virtuous activities and identity thought forms, waiting to be unblocked from awareness and let to flow. This peace is here now for us, if we dare to be still long enough to allow Spirit to move on our behalf. (22) More meditation techniques. Another technique to explore is to meditate on the vastness of the cosmos. Go within and consider that expanse within and without. Imagine your inner energetic self expands bigger than your home, bigger than your city, bigger than the world, bigger than the universe. Expand until the soul forgets its attachment to the limited physical body and connects this limitless expansion as the body. When you look at the chemical body as all that you are, the mind accepts that you are the body. But as you meditate on the infinite, it allows the meditator, the meditation, and the object of meditation to merge into one. The mind meditating on the body is confined by the limits of the body. The mind meditating on the infinite is unlimited. Consider how the ocean makes a little wave, which itself is made of ocean. Consider your existence as a wave to the ocean of Source. This ocean knows your little wave self is a part of it, but still, you can easily create an idea that you are separate from the ocean, that you have a separate identity just as a wave. You can give up that idea of smallness, which is a mental concept born from the concentration on a small wave body. If you concentrate upon the whole ocean as your body, you can quickly relate to the whole ocean body and see that you are never really separated. You are not just a wave. You can see you are water, the substructure of both wave and ocean. Come to realize you are the same stuff as the ocean. In an instant, the idea of separateness fades away as you experience a fuller identity. While we are on meditative exercises, here are 3 more perspectives that can lead to cosmic consciousness. They are the social, discipline, and spiritual ways. These, of course, are just more stories, but maybe you'll enjoy them as I have. The social way. This is to relate to the whole world as yourself. Love your family, neighbors, country, and the whole world as if you're loving yourself. Call yourself a cosmic citizen. You are this world, one world in the cosmos. You are the king and the queen. You are the humans, animals, flowers, and you are the earth itself. All men are your brothers, all women your sisters, all elderly your parents. Disregard apparent differences. All life is friends and family. the way of discipline. This is withdrawing attention from objects of the gross senses of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and sight. Do not rely on your senses for truth. By mental and physical commitment, fine-tune your subtle senses to see the Creator in everyone and everything. Rise above the consciousness of color, creed, family, race, nationality, poverty, or any other separator. Be kind. Be moderate. Make it a rule and a commitment to be pleasant to every soul you meet, for you are meeting the infinite Creator. Make this especially true for the ones you live with, as they are your greatest teachers and most likely have been serving you for lifetimes. The spiritual way. This way is using meditative practices to become aware of consciousness and life currents flowing through you. Once awareness is achieved, you can turn the currents on and off for the chemical body senses. The extent of this practice has been exemplified by spiritual exemplars going into deep meditative states of samadhi, where even the heart and the breath stop. Practicing will allow you to feel your basic energy and life currents. One possible technique is to first imagine a flow of energy up and down your spine. An energy wave flows through your energy centers, up from the earth, through your feet, through your body, and out the top of your head. Then allow this wave to go back down through your crown and enter through your body and then down to the earth again. Soon, your imagination gives way to being able to sense the subtle energetic experience as more than just an imaginative exercise. Continue until you can direct the energy and experience your energetic life force. Kriya Yoga is a more detailed variation of this process I just went through, which is said to help clear your karma. I'm not an official representation of this meditation practice, but here is the practice that was learned from someone who was. Start in a comfortable sitting position, spine erect. Touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth and keep it there throughout the whole meditation. This is to ground the circuit so energy can flow more freely. Take in and hold a breath. Tuck your chin and focus your attention by mentally chanting Om and allowing that vibration to penetrate through your belly button in pulses at the sacral yellow ray center. Hold and pulse your attention as long as it feels good. Gently release your breath, allowing the energy focus to drop. Do this maybe 3 times, or as many as feels right for you. Next, with a slow in-breath, imagine a cool wave going up your spine, all the way to the crown of your head. At the top, hold your breath as long as is comfortable. Then, with a slow out-breath, imagine a warm wave going down your spine. Hold your breath at the bottom as long as is comfortable. Do this a few or many times. Start off with just 5 times and then pay attention to your body, as this may release pent-up energy causing physical effects on you. If so, it is better to practice and detox like this slowly. In the Kriya tradition, this process facilitates opening and clearing the energy centers. On your last in-breath, as the cool wave flows up your spine, hold your breath when the cool wave gets to your head and put your attention at the third eye energy center, the point on your brow. Hold your breath and focus as long as is comfortable. Release your breath, and with it, let your attention go down your spine. With the in-breath, allow your attention back up the spine to the brow energy center and hold your breath and attention there again. See into infinity through that point in your brow. The Kriya Yoga tradition says the experience we are in is made of light, projected through the base of our skull and onto the third eye, right there in the center of your forehead. So if we watch there, we can adjust to see the light dance and become a brilliant star. After a few rounds of this stage of down and up and holding your breath, relax and breathe normally while maintaining focus to that point on your brow. Remain here as long as you like. Be still and release all thoughts and techniques. I hope these techniques serve you well. Meditation is a wonderful way to gain much needed perspective and experience source. Do remember, though, that most likely you have incarnated to engage with your lesson plan, not escape from it. While daily stepping away from the world and being still is good, can also be a barrier your ego and mind use to keep you from your purpose, which is opening in forgiveness, accepting, and balancing as life throws you catalytic curveballs. Meditation is helpful, but even the most wonderful tools have their place. The act of stilling your body is not necessary to connect with the love light of Source, just as seeing yourself in a mirror is not necessary for you to exist. The truth is you are already connected. The subtlest of desires to connect and open your awareness to Spirit is enough to start your progression. Again, it is the power of God doing the real work, not your personal skills. The mystery is that our spiritual will seems necessary to choose to balance painful catalytic events with acceptance and love. So, stay centered in your heart, not your head, where the egoic mind tries to keep you separate. Stay aware. If we do not watch the mind and its thoughts, they tend to become your identity. But if we watch the mind as you think, it will not usurp your identity. Stay aware of who you are and make your daily work your worship and meditation. In doing so, you will make the whole earth your sanctuary. A note on going deep with these techniques. In meditative stillness, you may come to a dark void that can arise from within. If this happens, it's often experienced as frightening because it's absolutely nothingness. But this could be a wonderful sign you are penetrating the veil. This dark barrier is not solid, but another thought creation. All that is required is a clear intention of connecting to Source and the spiritual will to pass through it. Ask for help from those who you hold most dear and would give your life for. This could be Jesus Christ, even if you're not a Christian, as He is a universal personification of unconditional love and service to others. It can be Spirit, Holy Spirit, Higher Self, archangels, or any other expression of the infinite Creator. Whoever that is for you will assist in times of need. Call on them and challenge all that seem to be dangerous in their name. I come in the name of Jesus Christ. In the name of Christ, I challenge you to invite you to leave if you do not resonate with this service to others in love. Or something similar, you can say. You can simply chant the name of your beloved and summon help to yourself. As a child, I would call on Jesus when going to the bathroom at night, since I had to go down a long, dark, scary hallway. I would chant, Jesus, 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 all the way down the hallway and back. It helps. So, call your helper and then move forward. Trust that all is well. If it is a negative entity you're feeling, they feed on your fear. If you see them as part of the infinite Creator as well, though, thus making them a part of your same self, it helps remove the fear and create protection around you. As the Isha Upanishad says, who sees all beings in his own self and his own self in all beings loses all fear. So send them love as you bid them to leave, and your love and light will weaken their negative polarity, because they need control and separation to stay in the left-hand path. But it is unlikely you will meet with a negative entity that will bring you too much trouble. Most of us usually encounter fourth density negative entities who opportunistically feed off the ignorant and the fearful. A small amount of awareness makes it too difficult for them to give you a depolarizing negative greeting, which is a psychic attack. So they will move on to find easier prey. All that is to say is getting to the dark void is a wonderful thing, and making it through is a blissful experience. This dark void seems to be a gate out of the world of form and into eternity, the deep well of peace itself within. (23) Good works. Another great habit is good works. Loving service to others is a great way we can accomplish our spiritual work of positively polarizing back to our source. Awakening is the realization process of our multidimensional nature. Enlightenment is the part in the awakening when the ego separation dissolves, leaving the ego as a servant to spirit. This is an incredible accomplishment while incarnate, yet enlightenment is not the main point of being a human, since this oneness is realized by all once we pass through the door of death, even without graduating to the fourth density. After this realization is achieved in the astral planes, we often agree to be a human again, for some reason or another. So, if enlightenment is inevitable, it does not seem that incarnating is for this end. So what's the purpose of being a human, if not to be enlightened? Well, it seems it's to experience, to learn about ourselves by choosing our path back to source, then balancing with forgiveness, acceptance, and love and good works. Our desired learning happens when we engage in the experiences of darkness, rejection, separation, scarcity, and fear with the intention to learn and love and then serve the other. When we face these faithful dark servants with love and light, we transform ourselves and the world as we support the ascension back home, bringing with us all our unique and wonderful experiences. The primary work is always our own. We must forgive and accept life and ourselves as it is in order to start balancing and serving the other. Then we just allow good works to be compelled by Source, welling up from within. We need not stress about doing enough. We just do what is before us as a joyous love offering. It is important to know there is nothing required for us to do. There are no punishment or penalties for any lack of doing. Yet, when love has its way, service to others tends to happen. It's easy to neutralize our positive work with interlaced self-serving intentions. Noticing this and forgiving ourselves as we go along is a part of the work. Lay down the performing of doing, the result of how you will be seen by others, as this is an egoic technique that separates how you are doing, if it worked at all, and needing others to show you their approval and happiness is subtle service to self, nested inside the service to others. Instead, bring that stillness and connection received in meditation and contemplation with you, and remain internally connected to that stillness, even in your activity and good works. Do the good your heart leads you to do, and let that be your reward. This does not mean you ignore the other and their communication to you. Let's say you are led to give food to someone you think needs it. If someone tells you, "Stop dropping off food at my house," don't ignore their wishes. But if you give a gift of food, you also do not have to wait for them to get it and watch them open the bag and ask them to tell you how they feel about receiving such a generous gift. The stillness we retreat to in meditation and contemplation allows us to see all the subtle ways we attempt to keep ourselves separate and better than the other, or judge ourselves worse than the other, neither being true. We are intimately connected to each soul running around blindly on this planet, as well as to each liberated master. Experiencing this provokes giving all that we have and all that we are to the world, as it is realized we are only given to ourselves when we do. (24) Moderation. Another wonderful habit is moderation in everything. I grew up with my teachers telling me, there are not many roads to the top of the mountain where God is. There is only one. Well, this does not resonate as true with me. I am proposing the opposite. There are as many ways to the top of the mountain as there are souls to manifest a new expression of God. Stated another way, we can't not make it to the top. We can't not make it back home. We can't not become who we already are. So there is no particular thought form that is the answer or the best way. There is no best way to be human. There is no right way to do life or find spirit again or engage or serve the world. All things are perfect, unique manifestation of Source. All things and people are expressions of Source itself. It's all God. So hold everything you have and all you know with a figurative open hand. Be willing to let the bad and the good come and go. Notice and feel your preferences to reveal your attachments, which show a gripping on to events instead of the open hand approach. Feel your excitement when good comes and despair when it goes. To have it all with an open hand is to resist neither, allowing it all to come as your gift and teacher, and release it all when it goes. Notice and feel the fear when the bad comes, and relief when it goes. Resist neither and release them both. Learn to see the good and the bad in all experiences. See balancing exercises above. Thus making good and bad merely a way of perceiving experiences. Be moderate in character. Do spiritual practices. Eat unprocessed and living foods. Take care of your chemical body vessel, and know none of these are what make you holy or spiritual. Your essence is already holy and spiritual. Get still, feel it, and then go be a human. 25. Thought, our only distraction. In the beginning was the Word, the Logos. The Logos was God, and all things are made from this Logos. God said, or word, "Let there be light," and there was light, and thus created darkness as well. This was not speaking like in the vibratory complex we call words. This was a thought from the infinite mind. All the manifested creation is made from the thought of this one mind. The mind power we borrow is distorted to be our unique expression, but still a part of this one mind, as the wave is named as a separate part of the ocean, yet is not separate, but is made completely of ocean. Today, God still creates from thought. Our whole life as we know it is made of this thought stuff. It is easy to see the hindrances to our goals as big, strong physical obstacles, but no matter the limitation you have, it is just made of thoughts. Even scientists like Heisenberg, Bohr, and more modern ones like Nassim Haramein have found that the physical world is determined by space, not the space determined by the physical. Space itself is alive with energy and connected to all other space. The physical world is made of physical particles, and the most basic particle of a light photon is created from a person observing a light wave, which collapses it from the field of potential energy into what we think of as a thing. I recommend researching the classic double-slit experiment and Haramein's research for more on this. The point is that the basic act of observing is a thought, and that thought is creation. Thoughts are used to slow down light energy to form different states of solid matter. Thus, our learning how to handle thoughts is a big part of the third density game. Learning how to handle thoughts is like learning the code behind a computer interface. You will no longer be stuck doing only what the code says you can do. You will be free to open up the old code, which is just programming, and write new code, and do and have and be what was previously impossible. Awareness is transformational. So, start to pay attention. Feel the inherent value of accepting and loving service that becomes available from forgiveness. Observe the automated thought forms, which is your code, that you have been using to create an identity and world separate from others. It does not matter how fast you are running a marathon. If your leg has a gaping wound and you are losing blood, it is wise to stop and deal with the injury instead of just grinding forward. On this human journey, too, it's helpful to first bandage some wounds to slow the bleeding and heal. Awareness is all that is required. This means that we can only harm ourselves in ignorance. If we would do nothing else but regularly meditate and live contemplative lives, we create enough space for the only teacher, which is Spirit, to reveal how we are harming ourselves and hindering the energetic flow of healing and prosperity. If we stop harming ourselves, it is like releasing the ropes tying down a hot air balloon. With no striving, we gently rise into the stratosphere. This awareness starts to trickle in at the consciousness of courage, LOC 200 and above. The way we support this opening is to pay attention to all thoughts that create the experience of pain and suffering. Once we feel this unpleasant experience, we bring those thoughts down into our hearts. Once in our heart, we can ask Spirit to show us a less painful way to see. Everything in life can be seen as a blessing or a curse, depending on perspective. We are attempting to have a higher perspective. The more we forgive or let go of our small self-perspective and concepts, which are just stories, the more we will be able to gain higher perspectives and concepts. All of the experience is from making up stories. We might as well make up a good one. In this third density, a big distraction tends to be our physical body's sensations. We allow our mind to think and judge and concoct stories of what the stream of incoming sensations mean. These thoughts are accepted and then repurposed to form whole worlds we can call the past and the future. The sensations are used to create the experience of the outside world. Taste is tied to hunger and survival, but those with the luxury of reading this book are not likely going hungry. Yet we use this sense of taste to satiate the experience of emptiness within and to eat to find pleasure and happiness. We strive to attain objects we look at or desire, or what others look at and desire, that are deemed pleasant to the sight. We invest our dollars in concoctions to put on our chemical vehicles, meant to make it more visually pleasing or bring pleasure through the sense of smell. We buy more comfortable products to excite and soothe our tactile senses. We fill our lives with constant sound complexes called music, so it's in every room, every vehicle, every location, so we never have to deal with that introspective black hole called silence. We get so distracted with our senses that we may never get into our lessons we came to learn, and thus end up retaking the human class all over again. This goes on for lifetimes. Our senses have a way of triggering survival mode, which literally turns off the deductive process in your brain and makes you an automated sensation drone. I am hungry, so that means I need to find food now. If I do not find food now, I am in danger. If I am in danger, I have the right to be grumpy, demanding, and attack. Since this is life or death, get out of my way. I need food. That's my impression of a drone. Or maybe it's the thought form, I am unsatisfied, so if I eat something, I can escape from the discomfort and my life will get better. Thought becomes even more complex when it splits into two other worlds or dimensions, called past and future. The past is primarily formed by our emotional body. It is a recollection, a recollection of the fragments of thoughts we have had in order to make a Frankenstein version of life in an attempt to relive a preferred version and or fix what went wrong. We go to this made-up world thinking it will help us learn and build happiness now. I got rejected the last time I risked my heart, so now I'm collecting up those thought fragments again to fill that world. That hurts so bad. I'm watching myself when I was hurt so bad right now. It's so terrible. Again. Wow. That was just miserable. Okay, I'll do it just one more time. It's comical to think of this way, yet tragic, since it's a common reality. That was the past. The future is when the mental body recollects fragments of thoughts and remembers it into a different monster in an attempt to solve problems. It takes the fragments and decides what they mean and then creates a world that will happen because of that meaning. Like this. I got rejected the last time I risked my heart. Now I will not be so vulnerable. Soon I will take an influence class. So then I can get other people to do what I want. And then I'll be accepted and loved. Yes, that would be great. Or we make up dark futures and conclude we will not try anything new since it will lead to further separation and probably death. While both of these fantasies have value in learning how to engage in this 3D world, they both trade the life that is provided for you in the now. The moment you are in now is a portal to your higher self and has the catalyst you require. It is a safe bet you are giving yourself a bad deal to take the butchered past or future versions of life instead of the now that God has provided to fulfill your purpose for being a human. Awareness is transformational in itself. All we need to do is let go of our attachments and watch ourselves, and it will subtly guide us to heal and progress. Even though it can be helpful to be aware of these possible distractions to waking up, remember, the events that provoke suffering and separation are not the cause of it. These exist just so that we can forgive, accept, and love them. The highest good is not to avoid these dark friends, but to engage them by balancing the catalyst, enabling us to go right through them, back into the light. Once realized, we can shift away from a life of scarcity, striving, and survival back to abundance. This connection will always bring you back to the present. The present is vibrant with ever-renewing life. Being present does not negate the body, but will allow you to enjoy the amazing myriad sensations of your body. You may even be able to start sensing some astral sensations, like the gentle ringing in your ear that is always there when you calm your thoughts down. This tone can be an oasis to retreat for a quick respite from the intense pace of being a human. Also, notice there is a trap in grasping the idea that thought itself is a distraction. We can quickly go from one extreme to the other. I'll just stop thinking, and I'll do it now. I have to do it because I'm sick of suffering. Focusing on what you want or what you do not want is the same trap. Both actions focus on lack, in essence declaring to the universe that you do not have what you are focusing on. I do not want the lack of dollars in my bank account, or I want more dollars in my bank account, are energetically the same. They both confirm for the mind a reality of no dollars. Instead of using the emotional body's desire to fix suffering in the past and the mental body's desire to create future solutions, we can surrender the whole idea of lack. We can see how up until now we have been provided for by the universe, by Mother Earth. This is so if you are reading these words in a human body. No large or small amount of dollars in the imaginary place called bank will change this moment with me and you. This moment is perfect. With no thought descriptors, your world is perfect right now. Right now, we can be thankful for this awareness. This shift allows you to honestly say, I am now abundant and rich. When you feel peace creep in, you automatically allow abundance to have its way. Just keep on allowing and enjoying peace moment by moment. The peace is from the intention to stay in this allowing place. Without a clear intention, many will revert to the mental or emotional body's habit of hijacking the mind and creating alternate worlds in an attempt to force these solutions. This will put you back on the karma wheel, turning your suffering around and around until you again become willing to surrender to the light of the now. No rush though. You have all the time you need to suffer and learn. However, is not now a great time to let go of those stories? Do not let the less important ever take precedence over the more important. Jesus the Christ said, if your hand offends you, cut it off. If your eye offends you, pluck it out. This was a popular idiom in Jesus' day. It means to remove all distractions from the most important intention of connecting to the Supreme, to Spirit. Make your first priority meditation and contemplation for awareness, and allow Spirit to have its way with you. If you do, then all else will fall into place without struggle. (26) Light flickering on a screen. What most think of as real life is just like the light shining on a movie screen that makes a motion picture. The moving images we have accepted as the whole of life are projections on a screen. While in a theater, we get wrapped up in the interactive show we are watching, lose ourselves in the moving pictures, and forget we are staring at projected light on a motionless screen. The moving pictures and recorded sounds are a very small part of the life we have to experience. Yet it can seem like all there is. We laugh and cry and get terrified, forgetting it's just a short movie. How can we feel so intensely about what our senses tell us if we are in such a temporary experience? The movie is like our life. The light being projected is what the Law of One calls the third distortion from source. It is the first manifestation of what we call reality in this physical world. Light itself is living and has an intelligence of its own. The screen the light is projected on is our consciousness, our level to which we have become aware. Awareness, like the movie screen, does not move. It is not in the manifested world of space and time. Space and time are in awareness. Awareness permeates and includes it all. Our perceptions are according to the level of distortion of this one awareness from which we operate. Awareness is that spark that animates this chemical body and all the thought programs we have running. The dancing pictures most see as normal life are just made of perceptions of light projections. We watch our own awareness flickering from the light. This is what we call our experience. We need to upgrade our seeing before we can perceive what is more real, less distorted. What appears normal third density life is just a shadow of a bigger reality. These shadows can be helpful to start as they move when the light moves. They shift when the source of life shifts. But the confusion is because we are looking in the wrong direction. This is akin to Socrates' allegory of the cave. We have been staring at the back of a cave wall thinking it was life, and trying to manipulate movements of shadows we see with the sheer force of will. Since this does not work, it is helpful to see our folly in trying to push and pull the shadow from the fire of spirit, which is ever burning, enlivening behind us. So turn around, or as Jesus said, repent and turn within. The light is from life itself. It is from love, infinite energy, the Logos, the creative principle, which is the second distortion from the ultimate, where there is only one. It is the light love of creation, from the infinite intelligent energy of love light. Love light is the feminine quality of the divine. Love light is creation itself, ever birthing new life, cooperating and intertwining with all that is, supporting manifestation of all kinds. Light love is the masculine of wisdom, structure, and the manifested. Love light is the original word of God, the Logos, which comes from free will, the first distortion, the first degree of separation of the ultimate created with the intention to be aware of itself. Light love is the structure for all the manifestation, and love light is the energy allowing it to exist. The first visible part of light love for the third density is the photon, a quantum of light. The most extravagant part of this whole concept is that to find it, you cannot seek it, as it is not outside. To find the infinite, you must first be aware you are already in it, and it is in you. This is like a fish looking for water. To find this source, we must at least pause our external searching. We can then start to fine-tune our senses so we can pick up Spirit's current, unrecognized communication. It is like you have an email box full of unread emails from God. The password to get in is not something to be found. It is something you become. It is a transforming resonance you tune into and then embody. The code to access is not digital. It is vibrational. The attuning and thus the access to infinite intelligence is through forgiveness, letting go of all the stories of others and yourself. This will allow the tuning to your original resonance, the frequency to unlock your message box from Spirit. Be still and enter your personal inbox. Read those love messages, those messages of light, and remember what you already know. An amazing part of this process, when you begin to gain access to the divine inbox, is when you allow yourself to change, the world changes. When you allow yourself to be saved, the world will be saved. When you forgive, the world is forgiven. "27. Be aware or beware." Here are some ideas of which to be aware, areas that tend to be traps in the embodying of these concepts. First, be aware of your intention. I find it helpful to be completely independent of another's good or bad opinion. This is not to free you to be against others. This is to free you to forgive, accept, and lovingly serve others with abandon. This frees us to live and love at our highest standards without worrying about the vacillating opinions of the masses. Pay no attention when others listen to their small mind that is provoked by the insane small and separate self. The world is our mirror. We can only see in others what also exists, at least in potential, within ourselves. When we take from others in order to get what we think we need, it is because we fear we are in a competitive world and others are out to take from us. When we are fearful of others hurting us, we find ourselves hurting others as we try to protect ourselves from what we perceive as dangerous people or situations. But when we love in a world we choose to see as safe and loving, we are met with a world filled to the brim with love and acceptance. When we trust completely, we are greeted with a world full of trustworthy friends. In forgiving completely, freedom passes to all. Grievances are acknowledged and released as being the misinterpretations they are. Allow love and wisdom to push you out of your comfort zone and align you to the highest good of all. Be aware of what you seek. The spiritual seeker who tries to become free from the surface life often attempts this by replacing bodily and emotional desires with mental or spiritual desires and experiences. This is the same trap, just in a spiritual disguise. By believing something outside us will fulfill us, we unknowingly give up our own completion and submit to the ego's striving for uniqueness and thus separation. This is why spiritual experiences and even miraculous powers alone lead to dissatisfaction, just like thinking a new car will make me happy. Happiness is from wanting what you already have. And fortunate for us, we already have a deep well of peace and joy within. This everlasting, ever-new joy is source. By the grace of God, we will become tired of everything else. Be aware of whom you engage. Honor and serve every soul who comes to you in body or spirit, as if they are our beloved heavenly Creator, because they are. Their unique expressions of being may not be here to forgive, accept, and lovingly serve, yet they cannot exist unless they had the life spark from the Creator. Be aware of your heart. It will communicate to you. Does it expand or contract? Feel it move, as it is designed to guide you. Your gut, your sacral center, also can guide you. There must be a transfer of focus from your mind down to your heart and or down to your gut to discern this guidance. Be aware of your mind. When the untrained mind is happy, it is usually because it is distracted by another fruitless pursuit. When the untrained mind screams, "No, no, no," it is usually from a previous loss of control, and now it wants to keep you from the unexplored and assumedly dangerous paths. In the context of spiritual revelation and rediscovering our highest identity, an untrained mind that is terrified and screaming, "No," can be a good sign that we are moving in the right direction. Be aware of suffering. Do you suffer? Dear one, this is what you came here to do at Schoolroom Earth. The removal of suffering is not the goal. The learning of the lesson the catalyst brings is the goal. When you learn each lesson and increase your ability to forgive and accept and love the other, it will no longer provoke suffering in you. Pain is an indicator to become aware of areas that need attention. Suffering is the mental state resulting from ignoring and resisting painful events. You are already healed and a healer, perhaps just unaware. Be aware of when your attention drifts from your business to the other's business. Other people's learning, suffering, prosperity, and connection to Source is none of your business. Your business is your personal connection, your intention to love and serve. Your assignment in this life is to accept life as it is, then lovingly serve. Have a daily intention to do the best you can, and a way will be made for you. Hold life with an open hand. Be willing to give up the life your ego has made, and you will be rewarded with the life you were made to have. Be aware that the body will still strive. Being here on the surface often requires some outward struggle or striving, as the chemical body's functions are of this nature. If you remain connected with society, as your awareness grows, satisfaction with this surface third density and its pleasures becomes less and less likely, as fulfillment comes from Source within. Be aware of the smallness and temporary nature of your striving body and its fleeting desires. Be aware you are also that eternal self, safe and sound, enjoying the show and appreciating your service of engaging in this dark illusion. Be aware of false promises of preferences. It is not bad to have preferences. It can be very enjoyable to make them up and to do the striving we think will manifest them. It just causes suffering when we are attached to those preferences. Attachment is the focus on something believed to bring happiness. I can have, yet not be attached to certainty, variety, significance, connection, contribution, or personal growth, even if my body is striving for them. If we give up our attachment to preferences, our suffering will end. We can give up the attachment to them, yet still continue to work towards attaining them. It is the difference between a job you hate and a game you love. Both are striving, yet the game is fun. Doing this work is what it means to be in the world, but not of the world. You are not playing the same game as the other participants in life seem to be. You have already won. All those preferences of the ego are part of the game, yet they do not have to control you. All the surface accomplishments are but glittering lights that pass by on our pleasant voyage back home. The lights can be nice to look at, but we will soon let them go to continue forward. Be aware the lows and the highs of this experience can be used to entrap us. As third density humans, we can have fleeting sacred moments of bliss. Without awareness, we tend to then build a memory wall around that wonderful moment. Yet when we do, we assure we will never return to it from our intention of preserving it. We block out the new flow of life to protect our precious memory from the past. When the attachment is strong, anything new from life can seem like an attack on what we cherish. That past moment could be as simple as sharing a cup of tea with a high school sweetheart. But what we miss is not the perfection of the sweetheart or the delicious tea that made the moment. It was being completely present with an open heart that allowed the bliss to flow in. The mistake is assuming that it is something achieved or worked for, or a special situation or special person that brought the bliss. To live that bliss again, we must let go of the bad and the good thought constructs we have made and let Spirit purify our consciousness and raise us to higher and higher vibrational states. We give up all we have to attain the bliss we seek. Be aware of your frequency. Find the highest unconditional love frequency and stay there. There is a spiritual adage of needing the transmission of the Guru in order to reach enlightenment. This is the Guru's state of being or frequency. If you were to be with an enlightened master, you would likely feel light and blissful. Maybe you would be at the ashram for weeks or months and the Guru never said a word. Did you miss the transmission? No. The transmission is the state of being, the frequency they hold. It is the peaceful, blissful, compassionate place they live in. As we experience the higher states of being, of love, joy, peace, compassion, bliss, etc., our practice is then to hold them longer and longer as we engage in our surface world. As we hold these higher states with an open heart, the people around us are blessed by us without us saying a word. Then we become the conduit, the Guru, or dispeller of darkness just from our presence. This is the unconditional love of the parent praying for blessings for their beloved child as they sleep. The parent loves the child, wants the best for them, and asks God for this, not necessarily praying against all the stuff they fear will happen, just praying for blessings, expansion, and the abundance for the child. The parent wants nothing in return. They do not pray and then wake up the child and say, "Tell me thank you for praying for you." No, there is nothing required back in that precious moment. That is the vibrational state we are called to reach and hold. This alone encompasses the entire work of the choice, waking up and embodying down. (28) Partnering with Divinity. This is a very crude analogy, but may have some merit. As you learn to embody the divine, consider divinity does not understand the human process or ways of integration. This is a great partnership we have with our higher self. Stuck in time, pain, suffering, scarcity, and separation, these are things we know well as humans, but things the higher self does not experience. Our higher self is really our future evolved self, who sent itself back in time to incarnate down and experience all the intense catalysts in order to progress. Our higher self lives in the antimatter of time-space, where the illusion we know of as time does not limit. What we know of as the physical universe is space-time. The gift of time-space is perspective because it is outside of time and all the timelines can be seen. The gift of space-time is progress, since Earth School is made to provoke experience and growth. In time-space, we have the perspective of eternity and universal Christ consciousness, yet we do not progress in that unified state, at least not as we know progression. In space-time, we are blinded to the eternal and unified perspective, yet we can make incredible progress in our polarization towards pure love-light and light-love. Since space-time and time-space are both aspects of ourself, We can dissolve the subtle biases our time-space self has by sending ourselves to space-time to do that needed work. So, our higher self is most thankful we are here doing this dark and painful work for ourselves. That being so, it will help as much as it can. But remember, our dark states do not exist outside this third density reality, at least not in the current intense catalytic state. That said, we can help translate the guidance from our higher self into what will work better in this separation reality. To embody down is to integrate the higher self and the divine love and wisdom with the human form right here in this third density realm. Of course, infinite does not fit into the finite, so the experience is truncated and highly distorted, thus becoming something new for divinity to experience right along with us. So new experiences are created and cherished. Awakening is a term often thought of as the final achievement of spiritual work. This word and definition have much distortion, like the word God. It means different things for different people. Many carry the mistaken idea that when they become awakened, they will be somewhere else, something else, someone else, and do not have to deal with all this human junk anymore. But what if this human experience we are doing is solely for the sake of being human and not getting somewhere else or being someone else? Working through the mess is a part of our destiny. There is a wonderful embodiment of spirit that happens when we become aware. We are not just our body, our thoughts, our feelings, our identities, or our accomplishments. The small version of yourself has not changed, but we see a bigger version that has been here all along. We can soar to the spiritual heights with Source, and then when we come back, we're still human, with all its painful programs as well. We get to attempt to incorporate infinite love into distorted light form. This process of being human with a universal awareness of identity is wonderful, and what it is to embody spirit. We get to be, not have to, as it is a privilege, we get to be in the distortion of darkness, to embrace it and see it vanish. We get to be in resistance and then accept and forgive life as it is, to feel resistance melt away. We get to experience the heavy, dark fear, hate, pride, and face it directly, not with similar resistance, but with the gentle and devastating glow of love light. This is the embodiment of our divine true nature. This is why we are here. We do not intend to be separate from suffering or sacrifice. This is part of this world's distortion. Be in the world, not of the world. Feel the pain, face it, and transform it with the love light of an engaged heart center. This will heal it. When we do this for ourselves, we literally heal our whole world. Here's the unbelievable thing. It seems like this becomes a partnership with the divine. The divine needs me and became me, so to speak, to have this human experience. This is incredible. You are that experience the divine wanted. As infinity, it rolled out the universes to make you the unique expression of God you are. You get to experience the universe in your own special way, so the Creator and you can enjoy the ride with fresh eyes. Follow this analogy. You, as in your human expression, not higher self, are the expert of the human stuff, not the divine. It may be for the higher good and the will of the higher self and Source to devote yourself to a healing practice, or quit your job to become a writer, or start a healing center, or whatever. But your higher self does not know the darkness of scarcity and the concept of money. The law of one jokes that this higher self has trouble counting past one. It doesn't know of separation and rejection, or of comfort and of the human body's living situations like rent, mortgage, physical home environments. The divine may say, quit that job and leave your life and go to Mount Shasta and be still. Well, this would certainly be a direct path, but that direction was given without the understanding of the potential suffering in this third density distortion such a drastic action would bring. But we have a partnership. We can help our higher self understand and learn. You know quitting your job will have the third density repercussions and that the divine will not experience. Maybe you say, Divine Self, thank you for your guidance and inspiration. I receive. Now, what if I plan my next vacation to Mount Shasta and I meditate daily and I become love to everyone at my work instead of just quitting and moving? The Divine will say, oh yes, lead with your heart, and that's a wonderful path as well. Let's do that. In the end, there are no separate selves. It is just the one self, working all its parts as one body. I'm not saying don't follow radical divine guidance. If you are being led to make sweeping changes, that's perfect. I am saying that there is no bad path for being human, and you are the ground crew for your higher self. You know how it works and feels down here. The higher self is home base, so to speak. It does not experience this veiled world apart from your experience. You are its experience. So help your higher self make subtle adjustments as you are guided to forgive, accept, and lovingly serve. You are in partnership with the divine to be here now and shine brightly, right where you are. Use your human understanding, divine essence, and empowerment to be in the world you are in now. Be in the darkness you are in now, in an intentional way. Surrender attachment to all of it, then play and love and serve. Do this and the divine gets a new experience of navigating and waking up to itself through the earthly slumber and breaking through the darkness as you integrate your love light nature down into the earth game. (29) Conclusion. What is the point of being a human? I believe all things are of God. The stuff that makes up our separate identity or our personality is made of God, and the stuff that makes up the world around us is also made of God. So within and without is all made of God. So why would God make a part of itself that has pretended not to know itself and have an experience of being a separate human, often full of peril and suffering? It seems the big reason is for fun. It's just like the movies made for our viewing pleasure. Without a big obstacle, a villain that is strongly opposed to the hero, or something tragic to overcome, the movie tends to not get watched, at least not much. I'm sure we got this from our essence. God wants an experience for ourselves, just for the sake of the experience. And just like getting up and leaving the theater after the movie, when the show is over, no matter how tragic or extravagant the show, my true self has not changed. When I relate to that eternal awareness that is within and without, I can see all experiences as part of the wonderful variety of duality in human life and enjoy the ups and the downs of the show. That said, when I relate to my little thoughts that I am a separate entity named Javon that needs this thing or that, well, I suffer. When I expand my awareness and relate to my eternal self, I'm peaceful. So if you too suffer from relating to the idea that you are a separate identity, separate from the other selves we meet, and separate from the abundance and peace and bliss, then consider that you are playing a game with yourself, and all is well. This requires trusting that God is in control. Trust God and play this game in a way that tends to resonate higher on the scale of human experience, instead of the lower resonance range, where the painful experiences of shame and fear and the similar live. It is helpful to remind yourself that we cannot lose in this game and that all experiences of life are for our good. This idea supports a peaceful way of living, especially when things seem rough. We are not victims. We are not forgotten. We will not be losers in the end. And it's not possible to be left behind. Our individual story ends well when we step out of time and into eternity. So, if your life is wonderful, well, be thankful. If your life sucks, well, you can be thankful as well, since the plan your soul made to learn and awaken is working perfectly. You have what you require to forgive and accept and then raise your resonance in order to peacefully engage your world with loving service. Also remember, as we play the human game, that we have the capacity for the lowest energy frequencies of shame and guilt, and also the highest frequencies of love and bliss and peace. This is not a bad thing, but a capacity that the universes are in wonder over, and part of the amazing experience of being a human. We can fluctuate between the two extremes of the spectrum of human experience, and do so rapidly, at any point in our development. So, Give yourself a break. This is not easy to get used to. Being a human is a roller coaster experience, and without the eternal awareness that your soul has, it can be terrifying. Just considering the topics of this book will open the space to wake up. Waking up allows us to see ultimate peace and union as a possibility and know our true self cannot be harmed and requires nothing. Embodying down is the process of actualizing this highest nature right here in our current incarnation. The wonderful byproduct of shifting our awareness from our thoughts to awareness itself is happiness. Could happiness be this simple? In my experience, it is. Happiness is available in every area of my life as I shift my awareness from looking for it to being awareness. As life shows up in ways that my personality does not like, I get to practice forgiveness and acceptance and turn my attention again to awareness. Instead of focusing on the thoughts that are painful, I can expand my awareness outside my body and relate to that other higher part of me. For me, just bringing my awareness anywhere outside my body has this wonderful effect. It disengages the hyper-focus I had on whatever was bothering me, which was just a thought, and thus was not even real to begin with. When I wake up to the life and world outside my struggle and use simple tactics like this, I can instantly access my higher perspective and embody down that way of being, which is the natural byproduct of that peaceful place. That place and the higher self is not a separate place or a separate being. It is me, just a higher version of me. The law of one says it's the future version of me. So when I release my thoughts like this, nothing bothers me, and all is well. The more I relate to that higher self, the happier and more content I am, completely independent of the happenings in the world around me. The more I relate to this higher self, I see myself in all other selves, and I even see myself as other selves. I can recognize that one awareness, one consciousness that we all share. I can start to see God in all the splendid characters, and when I forgive my stories that some are good and some are bad, I can see God as all these elaborative characters. I get to accept it all just as it is. And when I am relating to this higher self, I am no longer bound by birth or death, scarcity or abundance, acceptance or rejection, or any other thing in this dualistic world. I can just enjoy the wonderful flowing event around me. And as I accept it all, it becomes a joy to serve and love it all. And as I love and serve it all, I resonate with heaven. And as I resonate with heaven, I bring peace on earth, even in the midst of what looks like hell. And as I experience more peace, I realize I am peace. Now, this is a wonderful thought. So, let's learn our lessons and move on to the next density to work on love and a whole new world created just for this purpose. God bless you. Thank you for reading this book. I hope to hear your story someday. Message me through my website if this book has moved you. I'd love to hear about it. Also, you can follow up with what I'm up to at javon.com/contact. And let's stay connected. "30. Final word through a poem." This poem I wrote from a wonderful experience with the divine seems a fitting ending to this topic of waking up and embodying down. The beloved is mine. What is the best gift you can give? Could it be the gift of your attention? My little son loves the trash truck. And when I say love, I mean he really loves it. Whenever we hear that beep, beep, beep of a big truck backing up, we drop off whatever we're doing and run outside to find it. Any big truck or bus is a wonderful time of reverence, but the trash truck, that's the big deal. When the trash truck comes, there is an opening of a portal right through his heart, right into the limitless depths of a child's wonder. Trash truck! We run and then just stand in its presence. The trash guys know us now. They wave and do little honks for him. Something I have noticed is that the trash truck guys don't begrudgingly humor my little boy. They love it too. It's like the love that my son has for the trash truck has been transmuted to these grown men. The dirty trash job becomes the pageant of the masters. The ones who take the unwanted become wanted. The worthless are transformed into priceless. The outcasts have become a choir of angels reflecting glory. The rejected are taken in and cherished as the beloved. Yes, that's it, the beloved. Do you know of this name? Do you know that there is one that hears your coming and runs to catch a glimpse of you? There is one that will drop all things to come and cherish a moment with you. Have you experienced this, beloved? Be still. See if you can feel its gentle touch now. See if you can sense the earth shaking with pleasure from the beloved gazing at you. The subtle vibration within your heart as it resonates this back. The great euphoria of the beloved swells in your presence and circles with excitement because you are here. You are so loved. Did you know? Did you know that you are loved like that? Do you know the beloved? It's not far. It's the surge of pressure in the heart of a teenager's first love. It's the giving of a whole life to another to make a new family together. It's what is pouring out of you that requires you to give birth to it, that creation you know you must bring forth into the world. It's the moment of bliss in the quiet of a full moon. It's the silent presence you share with your sleeping child. Do you know the beloved? If not, it's only from ignorance, not from a lack of opportunity. Now is the time to disavow that ignorance that has been serving you. Lay down and face awareness and meet your cosmic lover. The beloved is shaking the universe to make this easier for you, right now. The channels of life are being stirred to make the inanimate dance for you. The currents of manifestation are speeding up to take you down to your chosen direction faster. Will you choose to face your true love? Will you turn from what you cannot keep to dive into what you cannot lose? What direction will you face? Is your heart open to love and wonder and heal and connection? Just be open. The beloved needs only a small prick within the opaque picture we have painted to shine through and slowly consume with life. Just be willing. The beloved will not force itself upon you. This is romance, not coercion. In your fear, say yes, and see the fear melt into courage, and then melt into love. Will you choose the faithful servant of anger to control the uncontrollable and direct the life that does not exist? Thank these servants and bless them and send them back to the light. Their work's done. Let these layers go. Take them all off until you stand naked before the beloved, so it takes you with abandon. Will you smile? Will you open your heart? Will you share your wonder and love with the world? Will you give this gift and be the beloved? Open your eyes. Your beloved is waiting and hidden as rubbish. It is waiting for your smile and attention, waiting for its glory to be revealed and transformed right before your eyes into the dazzling light nature that it truly is. Will you smile? Will you give your attention? Will you give yourself to the beloved? The time is now. Appendix 31. Explaining the negative service to self path. Even though this book is almost solely written to support your graduation on the right hand, service to others, positive path, the other path is also a legitimate way back home, honored by the infinite creator. Here's some more info on that path. The negative left-hand path or service to self path is characterized by separation, repression, control, manipulation, and domination. What would seem like demons and the like are characters that graduate on this path. This is a perplexing choice for most of us on Earth, since Earth has a strong bias for the positive service to others path. The adept on the negative path also realizes the oneness with the infinite creator. They just apply this realization differently. They too see that the one creator is gathering experience for itself to learn about itself. There is no good or bad experience if all are appreciated. There is no experience better than the other if all are distortions of the one and will dissolve back into the nothingness from which it came. So, with this in mind, the student on the negative service to self path attempts to see their experience as the ultimate one for the creator. Thus, they strive to gain domination of their world, taking all they can at the other's expense and at any cost for the one. This is a difficult path back to the infinite creator. By its nature, it isolates and separates the adept from all its help, and also makes its fellow travelers into just pawns to be dominated and used for its pleasure. This leaves the service to self player constantly calculating and rigidly looking out for who they may devour, or enemies and competitors that will devour them. To graduate from this left-hand path, the negative path on Earth, an entity must be nearly consumed, 95% or more of their thoughts, actions, and intention negatively polarized towards the service to self, inconsiderate of others. This is what many would consider evil, but without moral judgment. Being completely heartless, so to speak, is what it requires to graduate on this negative path, which is incredibly challenging. To give you an idea of the dedication it requires, the Law of One says this negative path is exemplified by just a few who actually graduated. The examples they give are the infamous murdering megalomaniacs Genghis Khan and the evil bad guy Rasputin. Read up on those guys and you'll see the negative path is all about deception, domination at all cost, rape, and murder, all for their glory and sadistic pleasure. The Law of One also mentions Adolf Hitler and how he was not single-focused enough on the service to self path to graduate. This shows how difficult it is to graduate from the third density negative. If one murders most of the world to empower oneself, but then comes home and lovingly serves their own family and friends, this is divided and would not lead to enough negative polarization to graduate. Crazy. Please know that I'm not proposing that being evil is good. This left-hand path talked about in the Law of One just expands on the oneness of all existence. It is all God having all the experiences. From the perspective of my short 100-year life, being murdered is a big deal. From the eternal perspective of God, waking up from a dream of someone dying does not affect reality. Those on the negative left-hand path are expressions of God dedicated to having that dark and difficult experience. So why would someone want to be evil? The Law of One says that some just prefer the experience of darkness over light. Law of One 19.17, Questioner. Can you tell me what bias creates the momentum toward the chosen path of service to self? Ra, I am Ra. We speak only in metaphor. Some love the light, some love the darkness. It is a matter of the unique and infinitely various creator choosing and playing among its experiences as a child upon a picnic. Some enjoy the picnic and find the sun beautiful, the food delicious, the games refreshing, and glow with the joy of creation. Some find the night delicious, their picnic being pain, difficulty, suffering of others, and the examination of the perversities of nature. These enjoy a different picnic. All these experiences, though, are available. It is free will of each entity which chooses the form of play, the form of pleasure. So, when the negative path graduates from the third density to the fourth, they find different worlds populated by entities that have chosen the same way of pursuing source, the same negative path bad guys. Unlike the incredible peace and love experienced by the positive path when entering the fourth density, the negative fourth density entity is met with an incredible assault from basically the whole negative world they entered into. This is because the negative service to self way, in contrast to the positive way, is strongly polarized toward domination, manipulation, and the control of others. So now the few that were the most dominating, manipulating, and controlling of others at all costs are now the normal for the whole world. This is a real picture of what our stories of hell would be like. Thus, a fierce power struggle ensues on this path of that world until a ranking settles into the controlling and being controlled, which allows the work of further negative polarization to continue. A key part of the story is that these two extremely different paths, the negative and the positive, end up merging as the negative path has to be abandoned. The Law of One says after millions of years into the negative left-hand development, the service to self path must be abandoned as new levels of understanding, love, and wisdom necessitate the heart being opened to the service to others as ourself to continue toward the infinite creator. So, we all merge back onto the same path, even the so-called bad guys, opening our hearts to others, and all continue on the one path. But that is down the experiential road quite a bit. "32. Explaining the character Adam from the Captain, 4D to 5D love and beyond." This is a description of the allegorical main character Adam in my book, The Captain. Adam means man. I picked that name because Adam's story is of our collective story. The book starts with the line, "No one could have guessed that Adam was the one, especially Adam, since his story started like anybody's story." And that is the point of this story. There is power and perfection hidden in the ebb and flow of normal life. And like most, Adam just needed to learn how to see it. My intention to write the book was for you, the reader, to see yourself in Adam's learning and use his experiences as a shortcut to awakening. This third density is designed with lots of catalysts that provoke emotional reactions and suffering, but we do not have to suffer as much as we do. Liberation and love and peace are always available and operating. Adam exemplifies the hero's journey. He is a nobody from an unknown small town in the Midwest, and this nobody comes to an end of what he can do on his own, and in despair stumbles upon the guide, which is the Captain, that reveals his hidden identity as a hero from a heavenly other world. Adam's very thrilled about this. He is overjoyed at first by the discovery, but then gets pushed into despair by the guide rejecting him and leaving him alone to figure out life on his own. After giving up everything, he is left with nowhere else to turn. Then the guide returns and leads him to discover his forgotten powers and higher identity as the promised one. And this is our story too. That's the best part. The book's intention is to be your captain. The Captain was not the real guide. He was the finger that points to your awaiting guide, the one you need, the true guru, Sanskrit Sat Guru, your own self found within. Are you ready? Just like the character Adam, you too can give up all the systems and beliefs that keep you stuck in obscurity or thinking that you are separate being trying to get what it wants out there. Soren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, said the majority of humans settle for a level of despair that they can tolerate, and then they call it happiness. If in a dream you envision a whole world, and in that same dream you give up that whole world, have you really given up anything? Well, in that dream experience you have, yet it would make the process much easier if your awareness included that it was a temporary experience. Adam's story was loosely based on my story. I was a kid in Midwest United States, forbidden to socialize. I was socially awkward, to say the least. I longed for what was out there in the world, but could not reach it due to the boundaries of my family's rules. My strong-willed mom was my ticket out of my confines. She ran away, and I went with her and found delicious freedom away from my well-intended and opinionated family. I then figured out a system of socializing and added friends to my relationship quiver without being vulnerable myself. This practice left me popular and surprisingly very lonely. I quickly took on the role of an emotional lifeguard to try to earn others' love and find fulfillment and identity. But no matter where I looked, I could not find peace. Even in the tropical paradise of Kauai, where I was a loved pastor, I still had a sinking feeling, like when I was trapped in the Midwest prison I grew up in. I spent many sad days and dark nights thinking my happiness was somewhere else. But this was not due to outside circumstances like I thought. My experience was from looking outside for fulfillment that could only be found within. It was here all along. The captain and this book are meant to be an aid to find that fulfillment that is already prepared for you. "33. Explaining the character Maya from the captain. 3D, below integrity of courage, shame to pride. 2, the 4D and 5D, love and beyond. Maya was a character added to the allegory after the first version of the Captain book was already done. My cousin and my sister said I needed some excitement, too boring. So, Maya introduced more real-life drama from the third dimension that the character Adam did not bring. She adds the dynamic of seeking happiness by thinking that another person will fulfill. Maya is also the name for the power of God that cloaks the ultimate cosmic consciousness within. It is the forgetting pill we take, the veil of forgetting that we walk through when we incarnate in order to have this human experience and have our choices carry more weight. In the third density, catalysts or problems go on and get worse when lessons are ignored due to the programming to which we consent. If we continue not to choose a path, this unused catalyst is experienced as suffering. The amount of suffering exemplified by Maya in the Captain story is normal but not necessary. Once we choose to meet all discomfort from catalytic events with forgiveness, acceptance, and loving service, then the catalyst can be used, and lessons learned and polarization on the positive path can be gained. As the story in the Captain unfolds, Maya lets go of all that does not serve, which changes her natural inclinations and guides her to freedom. Maya surrenders her addiction to a special relationship, and then the forgotten desire to be a writer emerges within her again, which she abandoned as a kid. Her writing becomes the doorway to an incredible new chapter in life. This suppressed desire or guidance had always been with her, but she had ignored it and covered it up with what seemed safer. As is with that character, so with us. It is not helpful to fight or overcome or suppress desire. Even though the nature of desire cannot be fulfilled, desire in itself is not bad. It is just an energy field that is here to serve us if we're willing. It is only when we are attached to a particular result that we suffer. Instead of fighting or trying to overcome desire, accept desire and get clear about the nature of the desire, not the circumstance that provoked the desire. Accept all that comes along as a teacher and a gift. Open yourself to understand and learn from it. As we increase our understanding, we will go from being swept up in emotional waves to naturally laying down desire that no longer serves. It's easy to look at someone like Maya from the outside and think they are foolish for returning to painful relationships or situations when they can just walk away. Why does a woman stay with an abusive man? Or vice versa? The answer is not on the surface and usually has to do with mental and emotional patterns, even karmic agreements. First, we must give as much grace as we can, as we are all doing the best we can. Everyone is working with their best understanding of what they think will make them happy. I've heard that Buddha said the only sin is that of ignorance, which is the cause of all suffering. This ignorance is what makes some people go back to abusers again and again. And it's the same ignorance that makes the abuser abuse the one that they claim to love. If we clearly saw and accept circumstances as they are, we would cease to suffer or intentionally harm anyone or anything ever again. But we do not see reality. We see the world and people through our own fearful and painful filters. We enter the world with certain programming and commitments. Unless we find a way to learn the lessons or break these vows and cancel the programming, we will continually find ways to return to the self-limiting level of happiness we have always had. Maya believed she was not complete. This created a desire for the right relationship to fulfill and make her whole. It was not until she became aware of this programming driving force, which was basically a belief accepted as fact, that she could look directly at the painful story. Is it true that someone else will fix me? Is it true that I need to be fixed? An acceptance of this desire as neutral programming opened the ability to understand the desire. This enabled Mile to hold the desire lightly, so that she allowed relationships to come and go as they pleased. In that free space, she was able to sense the direction back to her guru. In the book was the captain, and then her true guru, which is within, for all of us. Laying down the painful beliefs that no longer served led her to wholeness, instead of her old habits of replacing those same painful experiences with different partners. The end.